said it launch, but it's anyway. Can you put
Something just happened.
yeah, that's good.
Jonathan is now in.
Yeah, Jonathan's in. That's okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Welcome
Good
to
morning.
Good morning, Jonathan. Welcome to this session of the Dynamic Coalition for the Internet of Things. I'll give a short introduction to get us all up to speed on what this is about, and then we'll dive into the panel discussion with a couple of introductions, and everybody's invited to participate. If you have clarifying questions, we'll take those earlier, and discussion is for after the contributions. So with that, I'd like to see the slides. I need to do it from the slide room? Okay.
Programmer stretch. It's up on the screen. Fantastic. You done good?
I can see it. Yeah, we're online. So the Internet of Things is talking, the Dynamic Coalition is really talking about how to get to global good practice on the Internet of Things, a development that has been progressing over many years. The Internet of Things, for all clarity, is a technology that we need. And it comes with benefits as well as with challenges, like all new technologies. And it offers opportunities to respond to today's challenges in ways that were never possible before, yet it comes with new ones. And just a reminder, preempting any discussion, technologies are not the ones that are good or bad, it's the way we use them. Particularly, we need them for addressing societal issues also on global level, across borders, and this is a global technology that is adapted globally and is developed globally and adopted locally. So it requires sharing global knowledge about solutions, as well as local knowledge about what needs to happen and action to make things happen, to go beyond talking about it. There's many different applications, and just to give a little bit impression of the width, the buoy you see is a tsunami buoy, and it's connected, and it measures the waves. So this gives the people at the coasts of vulnerable areas just a half hour extra to get away from the coast when necessary. Under that, you see a little sensor that is actually can be part of a body, which will sensor your blood pressure changes and will warn you, well, your blood pressure is going up, maybe lay down and call somebody to rescue you because there may be a heart attack imminent. Just above that is in-room coal monoxide measurer. You can see there's a lot of different applications ranging from wildlife tracking to autonomous systems that manage networks of roads around busy cities. I'm going the wrong way. So we talk about a global approach towards IoT at this global IGF. We've been talking about it in regional IGFs, more focused at the region, that has brought a lot of insight. Also that global solutions aren't always the best locally or regionally. IoT for us is merely a specific aspect of the internet, just like social media, communication, access to information. And it does link to AI, it does link to big data. It generates data, it uses data. Specific characteristics that co-determine the development of future network include, in particular, the collecting, storing, and providing access to many data related on observation by sensors. It's autonomous networks with actuators that take action following receipt of specific data on other on sensors, and to take pre-programmed decision models or learn from it. And AI is a clear component that adds to that development and what it can do. IoT is also, because it's physical as well, something that you can actually weaponize. Whether it's domotic devices or other IoT devices to attack third parties, and that is something to be aware of. So these specifics make it different. Dynamic Coalition is set up in 2008, so we celebrate our 15th year and active ever since, also in regional meetings. And as said, the aim is to develop global good practice. And the dialogue is about meeting multi-stakeholders on equal terms at global level. The principle that we currently have, and that's always subject to review, is taking ethical considerations into account from the outset and find an ethical, sustainable way ahead using IoT to create a free, secure, and enabling rights-based environment, a future we want. For the case of time, I would like to introduce our first speaker today. We both grew older. Yeah. And this is in 2016. It relates to the fundamentals of the internet. I'm very happy to have Vint Cerf speak here on how that relates to IoT and how that fits into the vision for the future as well.
Well, thank you all very much for the invitation to join you. I will have to scoot very quickly because I have a leadership panel meeting to run at 9 o'clock. So my normal 1-hour rant will have to be curtailed. The headline that I want to avoid is 100,000 refrigerators attack Bank of America. And unfortunately, we've already had headlines that are similar to that. The Dine Corporation attack from webcams is a good example of that. So the first point I want to make is that standards and interoperability are really critical here. We want multiple manufacturers' devices to interwork, to have compatible kinds of control models. So as consumers of these devices, we can acquire and configure them in a way that's useful. The second thing is that every one of these devices is going to have an operating system in it, and we had better insist that the operating systems both be as secure as possible and also be updatable, because there will be bugs. They need to be corrected. So the device in situ needs to be upgradable to correct for vulnerabilities or to add to new functionality. Strong authentication is absolutely critical for the use of IoT devices. So at the point where you are provisioning the device, putting it into use, it needs to have a strongly authenticated identity, which can be validated remotely. It also needs to know what other devices it's allowed to talk to. And so we should insist that the device be provisioned to know how to validate an incoming query or an incoming command from another device so that it is not subject to takeover by an unauthorized party. Once again, strong authentication and the use of cryptography and digital signatures will be our friend here. The device should have a limited access control list that it will listen to, and all others it would ignore. There's a scaling issue here, because the number of devices that you might have in a residence could number in the hundreds in the long term if every light bulb has its own control, for example. And in an industrial setting, we could be talking about thousands of these devices. So configuration management and control needs to be scalable. You don't want to spend the entire week typing IPv6 addresses into these devices to configure them. So the scaling issue is very important. There's also a dynamic discovery question for some types of these devices. When something shows up that should become part of the residential network or part of the corporate network or the manufacturing network, you'd like to automatically find a way to configure it, but you clearly don't want the wrong parties to be automatically configured in. So in a residential setting, you can imagine a service person coming out to do maintenance. They might have a mobile with them. They might have other devices. You might detect their presence, but you have to make the system decide whether or not to incorporate that device into the local control or not. And you might, as the owner of the system, be asked, should I configure the maintenance man's mobile into the household network or not? So once again, we have to have the capability for doing dynamic addition. If you bought a new IoT device, you'd like to make it easy to add that. There are some discussions about what happens when you sell the house that's full of IoT devices. What does the recipient of the house do? Do they have to reconfigure everything? How do we make that easy to do? What about voice control? This is increasingly popular. You have lots of devices. Google has the Google Assistant, for example. The problem with voice control, of course, is that there are risks. Who is allowed to control the device? What are they allowed to do with it? And you probably want to distinguish among parties with regard to their capacity for controlling the devices. For example, parents might want to have more control than the kids. Although if your experience is like mine, the kids know more about how to do this than the parents do. You certainly don't want the casual robber to walk up to the front door and say, "Open the door," and have it open the door. So voice recognition, which, as you know, is not 100% reliable, may not be the best way to do this. You may actually have to have some identifier with you that is sensible, so to speak, by the IoT devices that qualify you for certain capabilities. One interesting problem is guests that come to the house. If it's in the residential setting, how do you train the house to know what the guests are allowed to do and which guest is it? Do you have to issue little badges to them? If it's a voice control system, do you have to have them stand in front of a microphone and say a bunch of words so that the system can learn their voice and to correctly interpret that? I mean, it would be kind of a weird thing to invite your guests over for dinner and have them recite in front of a microphone so that they can use the house, get the refrigerator to open, get the toilet to flush, or whatever else that they have to do. Suppose you're standing in a room like this one with a whole lot of light bulbs. How do you turn one light bulb off or on, or which lights? Do you have to give names like Frank and George and Eddie, and then teach your guests what the names of the light bulbs are? So we have to find ways of interacting with the system that's easy to learn. Also, if you give authority to a guest, you don't want that authority to go on longer than they are still welcome guests. And so when they leave the house should forget their ability to access it. So those are just a list of the various things that come to my mind. And I hope in the course of today's session that you'll shed some light on how we achieve some of these objectives of safety and security and reliability and flexibility. So that the IoT space turns out to be a useful one, both from the point of view of constructive application, but also a big opportunity for companies to design, build, and sell these devices that can interwork with each other. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there and dash out the door. If these were stupid ideas, I'm sure you'll document that. But to the extent that it stimulates your thinking, I hope it's been helpful.
Thank you so much, and curious to who would be the next owner of your house and how he would deal with everything you put in place.
Well, they'll have to deal with the 3,000 bottles in the wine cellar with the little tags on them.
That will make up for all the other hassle, no doubt. Thank you, Vint, for sharing that. Good. If we can go back to the slides, then allow me to, in a way, put also Vint's remarks into context. Again, the thinking in summary is to embrace IoT to address societal challenges in an ethical way. And we need IoT to keep this world manageable. We need it to be inclusive. Deployment needs to be possible where necessary. This also means in areas where, for instance, the tsunami buoys or other agricultural systems, where the economics may not naturally offer a business case for profit industry to build. The second thing is to create that IoT system that encourages investments. So to do that, you need to involve all stakeholders. There's no single stakeholder holds the key. Regulation is important because you need to understand the legal clarity in which you're going to invest, can develop your legal mechanisms. And we realize that nothing happens in isolation or in a vacuum. There is legislation, but how do you deal with it specifically when you develop new applications that are IoT based? Maybe sandboxes, legal sandboxes, is part of the solution there. Create ecosystems that are sustainable and inclusive also means understand the issues wherever you go. They may be different. And stimulate awareness and feedback, because developments are nowadays so fast that people don't know what's possible until years after sometimes. That's something that deserves attention too. So, and as Vint alluded to, if we develop all this and we are in the process, then it needs to be a trusted IoT environment. So, in short, in line with our current good practice document, this means meaningful transparency, and you could think of certifiable labels, understandable risks, and how to deal with those with devices and bigger systems. Clear accountability, so who is responsible? Not that obvious always, so it's something that debate needs to progress. And lo and behold, let's hope there's real choice, no lock-in, and I think that's a point for discussion too. So with that, is Orly online? Is Orly online? It's not. Okay. Orly, if you're online, unmute, please. Good morning, Sally. Then Orly was to talk about the impact of AI and IoT, and the core of her contribution is that AI does come with risks, but sometimes these risks are really worthwhile taking. For instance, in medical applications where AI help to improve the quality of life, even if they affect the way you move around. And that comes with a lot of ethical aspects as well that are worthwhile thinking about and exploring. But in the end, it's all about people, and that was the core of her story too. So with that, Hiroshi, I would love to hear you to talk about IoT deployment and your security perspective in how to make that responsibly happen.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Hiroshi Saki from Wide Project, Japan. First of all, regarding the AI really, AI really need a trustable data. Otherwise, the AI is going to the very bad behavior. And also interesting for the AI is AI doesn't have any algorithm by himself or by herself. Means their algorithm came from data, right? So we need a very trustable data in order to use AI correctly. That's the single point right in the first bullet item. And also, I'm working long time regarding the IoT business, say agriculture or the other industries. Then people are now, every single industry going to digital twin based on the transparent, interoperable, and trustful data, right? In order to have the trustful data or transparency of the data, that is really, really important for the governance. How the people using the IoT device, or how the IoT device can be manufactured, maintained, software, and function in it. Therefore, we need a good ownership of the data and devices, and the responsibility of the devices in the business field, authenticate as well. And also, that's not only on the Earth in this day. We are going to include space and moon and Mars. There's no such a regulation at all at this time. We must have new area to tackle with. Second thing I want to share with you is the IoT gonna mutating into IOF. Things are connected means data gonna travel around on the Earth. The function is the next one from the data. Means that every single function or task be able to transfer everywhere if we have the internet. That's completely different from bare metal computer system to cloud computing. So the function be able to travel around on the globe. That's a completely different paradigm. Means the certification or control or management or ethics way of the things must be changed to function. Not the purely devices, physical devices, but what kind of process gonna run over any single device. So we must labeling or certificating not device, but a function or software running on the hardware device. That is an important thing, I believe. And also, in order to have a secure or safe operation, we need labeling or certification or authentication. Then scalability is quite important. I always talk with the government. They want to control everything. So that is not scalable. Therefore, we need a very clever, scalable system in order to have such a labeling or certification for secure, safe IoT or IOF devices. The third point I want to share with you is that we have new stakeholder. As Martin mentioned, agriculture people, fishery people, or the other people, they are not came from IT or ICT arena. They completely have the different culture and terminology. When I talk with them, completely different language, completely different structure of the industry, I have to talk with them. That is a new challenge, and also we welcome the new, stakeholders come together. That is in principle of the IGF itself. So I really want to say that is a new players going to come in the field. The other interesting for this focusing on when we focus on the IoT device requires very small latency in many cases. In the case of internet, we allow 100 milliseconds, right? In order to see the video, CDN providing you say 10 milliseconds. The robot requires microsecond. You must feel speed of lights, size of the earth. In the case of IoT application, it may be called as edge computing. The completely different requirement they ask to us for the computer system at all. Then IoT went to the IOF, then more zero trust capability is required because every single device be able to travel around over the globe. Then, air gap or firewall protection or provision doesn't work well. Of course, that is a useful technique. So every single device must have zero trust capability in the future. Otherwise, we cannot enjoy IoT or IOF. Then the last one would be an IoT device or every single data for the digital twin has a huge contribution to a carbon neutral decarbonization because we must grasp what's going on the earth, what's going around you. We need a data. It must be trustable, must be transparent. Otherwise, we cannot live with healthy earth. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and linking it very much to where we are today, the challenges today. And one would still think whether there's different levels of devices that have different requirements in terms of both carbon neutrality and security, I would say. But we'll hear more about it. We'll also have a contribution later on about LoRa networks and how they can play in. So with that, thank you very much. Sarah Kaiden is a researcher who's been just getting her PhD in design, and congratulations with that, Sarah. And really would like to hear about your insights from that perspective on IoT and how to make it deployable wherever it's needed.
Hi everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Good evening from my end. So my name is Sarah Kiden, and I would like to start with two things right now, and I'll add on some more later. The first one is that as we develop guidelines for IoT as a dynamic coalition, or really any group that's developing guidelines, we need to acknowledge that there are power asymmetries in the IoT ecosystem. So if you think about it, there are people who build, who develop the IoT devices. There are people who use these devices in the context of consumer IoT, and there are people who are impacted by the devices. So the impact could be positive, like what Martin was talking about earlier, where your medical IoT device notifies your health practitioner and you're able to get immediate help. Or it could be negative in a way that perhaps an IoT device has been used, for example, to facilitate gender-based violence. There's a group I follow at University College London that's doing very interesting research about how IoT is being used to facilitate gender-based violence. So these power imbalances could manifest at different stages. So at the design phase or research phase, where I am currently, if, for example, I interview participants and I'm analyzing data, the insights that I could draw are based on maybe what I'm interested in or what I see, or just acknowledging that as a designer or as a researcher, I come with biases. So things that stand out to me could be underlying infrastructure that supports IoT, access to electricity, access to a network, and so on and so forth, but it might be different for someone else. So at that point, it means the designer or engineer has the power to make design decisions. At another point, it could be a funder, for example. So they are giving you money to do particular IoT work, and you have obligations for the grant agreement. So that means that the interest now lies with the funder. So I think we need to have some sort of mechanism for accountability and responsibility so that the power is not misused, but to also think about if the consumers have any power at all. If they have it, how are they using it? If not, how can we empower consumers to actually influence future deployments? The second thing I would like to talk about is something I've seen happening in the AI space. So organizations like the Algorithmic Justice League, Data and Society, and Amnesty International, among others, are now beginning to document AI harms. So they're actually collecting user stories about a harm that's happening to them. It could be a hiring decision. It could be maybe they were not considered for a loan or a tenancy application, and so on and so forth. It's something that I think as the IoT, people who are interested in IoT design and deployment, we could think about. And these these can serve as evidence. So basically, you can use that to create design guidelines. If I use the previous example where IoT devices are facilitating gender-based violence, if out of 500 reports, 100 are about a particular thing, then you could think about how to implement safety, for example, for smart IoT devices. Or you could nudge policymakers in a particular direction. So you tell them, maybe the way the law is written currently, you cannot litigate a particular issue, and maybe we need to amend the law so that we can cover some of the things. So this is like initial thoughts that I have, and I'm happy to add some more later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and also for illustrating the differences and the different requirements in different areas that happen. One of the examples we talked about in the preparation was, for instance, that data protection is legislation existing in many countries, but not in all. Doesn't mean everything goes in those countries where no data protection legislation is yet in place. It's one of the things, if you think about it on global level, is important to address. With that is the next person. Is Alejandro online? Okay, Alejandro, are you? You're online, I hear. Sorry, my computer died because I don't have electricity on it anymore.
Ouch.
And,
so yes, Alejandro Pisanti present here.
Yes, please.
Thank you. This is Alejandro Pisanti from the National University of Mexico in Mexico City. Today I am in Washington, D.C., and pleased to be with you. First, I would like to very briefly address one point that Sarah Kiden has made, which is who are the entities exerting power through IoT. And I think there's room for more detailed analysis. We certainly can think, first of all, I think, Martin, as we have spoken previously and others, we have to distinguish between consumer Internet of Things and industrial Internet of Things. The consumer Internet of Things is a major concern for security, for example. As Vincent stated at the beginning of the session, you don't want your refrigerator to be responsible for launching missiles somewhere. Or a DDoS attack on a major government. And the people exerting power in that sphere are not necessarily the ones we think of usually in a north-south divide. It's more probably a company in a large country which is not acting all the time in the system of rules. It doesn't have a large transnational structure, but it's more likely a lot of small companies making devices that are sold at a very low price to consumers that are not necessarily aware of the need to secure their devices, and the devices aren't even possible to secure because you don't have any access to them. You don't have any access even to passwords, and certainly not, as we mentioned, to their operating systems and other underlying layers. So we need to split that kind of analysis into more different categories. Now, the main point for which I was invited to this session is to link with the dynamic collision on core Internet values with the question whether the Internet of Things can have an impact on core Internet values, on the way the Internet's core values are deployed, displayed, or challenged. We remember that some of these core Internet values are the layered architecture, packet switching, which are like sort of underlying assumptions. And then we have the best effort hypothesis or assumption. We have interoperability, openness, and so forth. And what we see first is that the deployment of do send their packets and data over the open public internet are a challenge already. To openness, sometimes to interoperability. Certainly they are increasing the load on the systems, and they have increased the attack surface for everybody, as has seen in many examples where, for example, a specific model of surveillance cameras, standard facilities, CCTVs, can be weaponized for distributed denial of service, for example. And we have a further very complex challenge in the standards and layers field, where the standards for communicating, the technologies and standards for communicating Internet of Things devices, both consumer and industrial, use a lot of different technologies. They use, for example, LoRa, they use Open Wi-Fi, they use 4G, they will use 5G or even 6G if they come, for different sets of or segments of their communications, and for backups for some of those. As Hiroshi Saki has already mentioned, the requirements, for example, may be of microseconds. So you may need to have VPNs or dedicated links that subtract bandwidth Some telcos may decide to sell you, bandwidth that's reserved. That's this one of the big discussions around the 6 gigahertz band, for example. How you split it into the open part and into the restricted or registered part. So these are important challenges, and no single manufacturer of these devices will care about these open internet effects or the effects of interoperability as long as their devices work and sell. So we have to find a way to make awareness, and part of this will have to be in consumers. One last point is some of these issues have been set up, and there's an attempt to address them by, for example, warnings to consumers or registrations or standards bodies. But a lot of these things are sold under the radar of national standardization bodies and of commercial regulations. So people just pick them up in a mobile market and put them into a network without having to comply with any standards of the, let's say, National Telecommunications Authority or regulator, and nor anything else. So at least this is a way of making a list, an inventory of the challenges, and giving them some hierarchy, so that we know that some of the solutions proposed may really be very limited in reach or unworkable at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your perspective, very much informed by the work also of the Dynamic Coalition for Core Internet Values. Really appreciate it. Then can I check with you whether you're available to speak to labeling and certification? Then Gabriel. You're unmuted.
Yes, thanks, Martin.
Thank you. Dan is based in Washington, D.C., and he's been involved in the work of the Dynamic Coalition for a long time. He's also involved in a White House initiative to look into labeling and certification. So please, Dan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Martin. I'm trying to find my camera. Is that better?
We see you.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for pulling this together, and for your your continued leadership. I think one of the issues that ties a lot of things together quite well, that have been mentioned by other speakers, the issue of power asymmetry, and how consumers have some idea of what's happening with the Internet of Things to their devices, is something that we've observed in the United States, and it's also happening in other parts of the world. But the effort to bring consumer labeling to the Internet of Things, and so there's been a real push in the United States, a public-private partnership, which was announced by the White House back in the summer, which is being the responsible party in the United States is the Federal Communication Commission, which is sort of our equivalent of the telecom regulator. And the idea is, to have a widely available consumer label on packaging for devices that gives a consumer some sense of, the security, sort of how this, what level of security is offered on the particular device, how to update the security, how to upgrade it, and then how to become more aware, because I think there's a growing appetite, especially at the consumer level, for what is the device that I'm buying, what what is the capability, and so there are other parts of the world and other speakers that are going to speak to this later. I know we had a regional IGF in Australia where this was the topic of discussion. But I think it's something that's reflective. The idea of the consumer label is something that's reflective of the dynamic coalition itself, which is it's a very positive development. It's something that we've all been working hard on for a very long time. But I think it also, gives the possibility in terms of some of the labeling efforts for international harmonization, which goes to Vince's point about interoperability and standards. So with the label in the U.S., we're not talking about creating a standard. It's a public-private partnership that will be run by the Federal Communication Commission and by interested stakeholders. So view it as a very positive development and hope that it's something that we can continue to work on in the dynamic coalition and see it become more globally accepted.
Thank you, Dan, for that. And the US is not the only one, as said. There's national initiatives. There's also initiative by IEEE to look into how to do this. We're currently all very explorative, I would say, but with deep intent. Good morning, Wout. Next speaker, if we can get Santosh. Can you make Santosh Balakrishnan co-host? He will speak instead of Lucien Castix.
Yeah, good morning, Martin. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very well, and I asked the support. Sorry for this very last-minute request. And they made you co-host, so you can also present your slides if you want to. Good morning.
Yeah, that will be fine. Yep. So I have slides, but I will not take much time. Let's see. I hope you can see my slides.
We can see your slides in presentation mode.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. So, in the opening statement of Windsurf, he talked about IoT needing interoperability, scalability, etc. And Professor Yusaki also said about the zero trust necessity for IoT. So both these presentations are quite a preamble for this one. So here, we are looking at zero trust from a identity management angle. So to have identity and access management using DNS is a perspective that we are looking at AFNIC. AFNIC is the .fr registry that I am working at. We are based in Paris. So the DNS, the domain name system, is a system that is used by most internet users for internet communication. And it is, to simplify it, is just mapping human-based names like domain names to IP addresses. So most of us, we use DNS for our internet communication. So what we are trying to have a look is that how to use the same system that is being mostly used in the internet for IoT based. So, zero trust, if we say briefly what NIST proposes, is that you can have communication from a device to the network on a case-by-case basis, where you can have context, where you can have different administrative accesses. It is not, and you don't need to provision early. So we also see that we could do the same with DNS. So, this is the use case that we see usually in IoT. The device maker, he, they provision the devices with some keys, and these keys need to be shared among the stakeholders over the ecosystem. So that's a huge issue. It's an operational nightmare. So the use of symmetric key, it works in the IoT, but it doesn't scale. So that's the problem that we are trying to solve here. So we try to work with the LoRa. LoRa is the long range wide area network. Why did we try to work with LoRaWAN? Is that LoRa comes under the classification of LPWAN, low power wide area networks. It is one of the most constrained networks in IoT. And if our proposition works in LoRaWAN, it will work around the other IoT networks and devices. So we were able to do, the communication between the different servers in a LoRaWAN scenario using mutual authentication. When I say mutual authentication, is that both the client and server authenticates each other, and this could be done by normal asymmetric keys that we use in the internet, that is public and private keys. And how we do them is that we do with self-signed certificates, and in the self-signed certificates, we are able to do this mutual authentication even when we don't have the certificate authority. For example, in the internet, we need to have a certificate authority, and that certificate authority needs to be authorized by the browser vendors. But here we could do that in the DNS without having a certificate authority and having your own self-signed certificate. That is done. I'll go here. That is done. That is done thanks to a technology standardized by the IETF. It's called DANE, DNS Authentication of Named Entities. And I will not go deep into it, but it just shows that in the DNS, you can provision both the identity resolution as well as which key you have to authenticate. So here, with the help of DNS and DANE and DNSSEC, we don't need a certificate authority ecosystem. We can use the DNS ecosystem for both identity and access management. So we have tested that with the TLS 1.3. We even did a hackathon at the IETF. So the next step that we are going to do is that, so I'm coming back to here, is that we have zero trust capability here, because we don't need provisioning a priori by keys or by having a certificate authority. You can do that dynamically, and with the DNS you have scalability, and you can use the existing identifiers, because if you see in the IoT, there are different identification systems like barcode, RFID, NFC, etc. and etc. So all these different types of identifications could interoperate with each other. We have worked with the supply chain GS1 standards also, so we tested with them also. So at Afnic, we are building on a dynamic identity management system based on DNS, and we have built blocks by blocks on different projects that we have. As you can see in the slides, it's like a Lego block. We started with whether we could provision different identifiers in the DNS. When I say different identifiers, it could be a digital object identifier, it could be an object identifier, it could be an RFID, it could be a barcode, it could be a domain name, etc., URI, etc. So that works. We work with the supply chain industry. Then we see whether all these identifiers could resolve with the different ecosystems. That also works. Now with the security, we have added one more layer, and we are now working in another project called Pivot, where we want to add privacy features based on DNS. So that's how we plan to do that, and I hope we could also work with a Dynamic Coalition on adding this thing here. For your information, there are different standardization organizations like the IETF, the ITU, all working with the same scenario, looking at DNS for resolving the issues that we see in the IoT normally. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you, Sandosh, for that. We saw startup organizations like ITU. I'm not sure ITU qualifies as a startup organization, but thanks for what you do, because basically what also Sandosh brings in is the fact that what is IoT? Is it a device? Is it a cyber physical system which brings together a couple of devices, or is it an ecosystem of a application, a coherent one, in which the self-certification may be quite part of the solution to make sure it's a secure system? The other element is also with the LoRa networks, is that whereas IoT is an extension of the internet, doesn't mean that every IoT application needs streaming video capabilities. Sometimes it's enough to ping once every 5 minutes or even once every hour what's happening. With that, Lucien also, Sandosh presentation can be shared as well, right?
Yeah, it can be shared, yeah.
Super. Come to me after the meeting if you want, and I'll send it by email. But we'll also make sure that with the report, that will be very clear where you can find the presentations later on. Thanks for bringing this aspect. Zero trust, self-signed certification is part of the solution, and the awareness that, different networks will facilitate IoT systems in different environments.
That is one of the technical component, but also we need another, more wider thing. Otherwise, not only the name domain or IP address, but the other part we need.
Just to answer to Professor Isaki, we did work with the supply chain industry on GS1 type of identifiers. When I say GS1, it is barcode and RFID. And if you see with the LoRaWAN, we are working with MAC IDs. So it's not just names and IP addresses here.
So how to also deal with, and what you said also to deal with privacy issues in systems that have very little extra capability of sharing data. Thanks for that. With us also Wout de Natris, he's coordinator of the IS3C Dynamic Coalition. And that the coalition has done research into legislation and policy initiatives in IoT and has recently launched a report, or yesterday launched a report on findings and commonalities with that, and even has some recommendations. Wout, would you be willing to share?
Be glad to, Martin. Thank you. My name is Wout de Natris, and I'm a consultant in the Netherlands, and as such, coordinator of a dynamic coalition called Internet Standard Security and Safety Coalition within the IGF. As Martin said, we had our session yesterday and published 2 reports and launched a toolkit for internet standard deployment. I was late here because I was in another session on IoT presenting on our work, and then got a ping from Martin to come here. The chair of the working group is presenting as we speak in that session, so that I'm taking his place basically here to share his results. Very short, what is IS3C? We started this dynamic coalition in 2020 with the idea to get the internet standards that are out there for sometimes decades and would make the internet far more secure and safer if they were massively deployed by industry, most of the time by industry. And for some reason that is not happening. So how can we make the world more secure and safer? That is by incentivizing organizations to deploy these existing standards. And that is what we do our work on. So we have several working groups, and then I'll get to the IoT part. But we do work on security by design, Internet of Things. We do work on education and skills, on tertiary education, whether they teach these standards, how the internet works, etc. There's a huge gap there. Procurement by government and industries, are they demanding these internet standards? We have a working group on emerging technologies, which will probably start in 2024. And we have a working group on the deployment of RPKI and DNSSEC. And not because the technical problems they have, but how can we change the narrative so that when a CEO or a CFO or a Secretary General has to make a decision within his organization, that he understands why he has to go for security, and not because of the technique, but of political, economical, or social, or security motivation. So we have a working group that's going to start in November. Oh, sorry, in December. We are in October. Where are we? I forgot where we are. We're in October. It's going to start in November. And hopefully we'll have a result there the early next year. So what did we do with IoT? Because that's the reason I'm sitting here. We came up with a plan to do research into policy documents that are findable on the internet and to do a comparison. And as I understand, they found documents from 18 countries, in total 30 documents in 18 countries, mostly from the global north, with 442 different practices in them. So between 18 countries, there were 442 practices. And do they align? Sometimes the terminology is even explained in a different way. So there's no coherence between these policy documents. And that is, I think, the first thing that I want to say. I'm going to put on my glasses because it reads a little bit easier. But what they did is they studied it from 4 categories. They looked at it from data privacy and confidentiality. They looked at secure updating. They looked at the user empowerment and operational resilience. And from those 4 categories, they had 5 research questions. And the first one is, what are the recommended best practices for setting out the responsibilities of all stakeholders involved in IoT security, including manufacturers, service providers, and users? The second question is, what policy and regulatory measures can be identified for promoting IoT security by design, and specifically with regard to ensuring device resilience against crashes, power shortages, and outages? 3, what policy and regulatory guidelines can be identified to promote user empowerment in IoT security, and what are the recommended best practices for implementing vulnerability disclosure mechanisms? 4, through what mechanisms are regulators and policymakers enforcing compliance with established IoT security standards and encouraging manufacturers to adopt the recommended best practices? And 5, how do policy and regulatory documents relate security updates with warranty policies for IoT devices and services? So that's a lot of questions that they put out on these 30 different documents. They found a lot of things, but when they start grouping them, things became quite clear very soon. So what were the main conclusions to be drawn? That 1, IoT security is complex and multi-phased. Issues require a comprehensive approach. Many countries, including the whole of the global south, lack any policy framework for IoT security, and that is almost. There are a few exceptions. Many of the national practices identified did not match other countries' policies, and there are many differences in taxonomy. Many of the practices are voluntary guidelines without effective accountability and consequences for non-deployment. National administrations rarely require or specify security by design in the hardware and software that they procure, and this would drive and increase the deployment of security-related standards. The standards that form the public core of the internet, which is basically software, and on which the internet runs, are not formally recognized as such by governments and are usually absent in all policy documents such as analyzed in this research. Specifying links between security flaws and device integrity is a strong basis for security updates. So that is the findings, and as you can see, there are huge gaps between when we talk about cybersecurity and what is actually being addressed by these governments. And that leads to a certain set of recommendations. And the first one is accountability frameworks from the design stage through to use. 2, strategies for countering unauthenticated vulnerabilities such as denial of service attacks. 3, stakeholder cooperation on coordinating vulnerability disclosure. 4, endorsing global implementation of open standards. 5, the integration of security updates and warranty policies. if finally governments get your act together and agree on what a term and a definition is of a specific piece of IoT. So can we actually change this situation? And if I look back at the whole dynamic coalition, in all other studies that we found, as I already said, the public core of the internet is something governments discuss, and they think that it should be protected and it should not be attacked. And my idea is, that is my personal idea from reading the different reports we're producing, is that governments think of the cables of the server parks, they think of the undersea cables that they have to be protected. And what they forget is what makes the internet actually function and work as it does. So if governments don't recognize it, it will also mean that they won't procure it. So if what would make the IoT or other functionings of the internet more secure is when a government starts putting its money where its mouth is. In other words, if you want cybersecurity, you will have to demand certain standards to be built in the product that you are actually procuring. So if you do not demand it up front, in some cases you can't even get it afterwards, after you discover the vulnerabilities, because they can't be mended, or they don't do it, or because it's an end of life cycle for them. So in other words, you have to consider these standards up front. And so that only when bigger organizations, public and private, start demanding security by design when procuring, that is the moment that things will change in the world. And that will also mean that for us as individual users, they're not going to produce two sort of coffee machines that connect with the internet. They will all be secure from that moment onwards, because they won't sell secure things to the government and insecure to us. If consumer organizations would start testing these devices, also on the IoT component, also that would prove a lot of things. So that is where we try to work with as IS3C. But when all else fails, then I'm convinced that there will be only one solution, and that is that they're going to regulate it and legislate it. And if that is a desirable thing to happen, I'm not so certain about that, but it will happen between now and 5 to 6 years. So it's time to get our act together. And that act can be by deploying what is out there, and it can't be that difficult, I'm told. So let me stop there, Martin, and happy to answer any questions later.
Yes, thank you for that, Wout. What we see is the rapid developments make it more and more difficult also for governments to keep up with what they should do. And legislation is just one of the last resort, one would say. Very much appreciate the concept that comes forward that procurement might be a way in. If governments know how to procure for safe, secure IoT devices, they may also better know how to propose legislation or guidelines to the rest of the public. Thank you for that insight. And I also heard you, having listened to Vint, let's think about the world we want, but also act, otherwise we may end up with the world we deserve, and we may not like that. I loved that quote. The last element I really would like to bring in and to emphasize further, because it's a key element not only of the society we live in, but also specifically for IoT, is how to deal with privacy and data protection. And for that, I have my friend and colleague Jonathan Cave online, who also volunteered to be rapporteur for this session. But he's an expert with a policy background, regulatory background, and a microeconomist and game theorist. Jonathan.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Thank you, everybody. It's coming up on 2 o'clock in the morning here, so I will attempt to be coherent. There were a couple of, not to preempt the discussion, I think it's useful if we get quickly into the main issues, but there are a few things I wanted to say in relation to privacy. I think from the perspective of the economics of privacy, from the perspective of the ethical aspects, and certainly from the legal perspective, one of the questions that keeps coming up through this discussion is whether the things that we're talking about, and I include privacy in this, but also things we've talked about today like security, transparency, and accountability, are meant to be principles that we adhere to or espouse when we get a chance, or are meant to be mechanisms that produce a result. Because the Internet of Things linked into the Internet of People is a complex adaptive system. It produces things that we can't yet imagine. And so the engineering perspective of designing things which have specific characteristics and functions and so on, and then you turn them loose and judge them according to how well they do those things for users who are deemed to have fixed characteristics, may not be the most useful perspective. So I just wanted to flag up this sort of game theoretic view that all the things we're talking about are mechanisms, and then make a few observations that are relevant, I think, to the Internet of Things. Some of these are things that have been said before. For example, we know we need to have multiple stakeholders, but it's important to be quite clear on who those stakeholders are, what kind of voice we want them to have, and what sort of decisions we involve them in. One of the problems that's come up, particularly with the use of AI in relation to the Internet of Things, is the question of whether agency is still a useful concept in the sense that we had it before, where we can base an entire system of markets, engineering, and laws on the idea of people being told what they can do and then being held responsible for how they do it. Now, in this respect, I think one of the elements here is the privacy element. And I'll just sort of round in on that, and we can discuss other things later on. When we talk about privacy, the central question is privacy of what? And why is this a useful idea? In most cases, we start from the perspective of the privacy of data. But we've heard all the way through, it was hinted at by Vint and certainly picked up quite strongly by Hiroshi and everybody who spoke later, that when we talk about the Internet of Things, we're probably talking about the data plane, certainly when AI comes in there, because you can't understand what these things or complex assemblages of these things do without understanding how they learned, how they were trained, what data they were trained on. Then there are the devices themselves. Are they secure? Do they fit certain characteristics? Can they be updated and so on? That's the hardware, and it includes the software as it changes over time. Then there are the functions. But because the Internet of Things contains things that are connected to each other, those functions may not be well or objectively defined. What I use the device for is not necessarily the function that you see. The function that you see may be entirely different. For example, these IoT devices that harvest vast amounts of personal private information from their users, even when that has no connection to the nominal functioning or design of the device or its operation. The cars that observe whether we're sleepy or whether we're behaving well, that kind of thing. So as we move up the plane, away from the data plane and the device plane, things become, as it were, more complicated. And that produces a changing surface, not just an attack surface for cybersecurity, but a surface for, let's call it, ethical concerns. Now, so that's item one, which is the complexity of the things. We can engage with these things at certain levels, but they have implications at other levels. Now, I think this is important in terms of the good practice elements of what we want to see for the IoT. Many of us come from engineering or analytical backgrounds, but as many others have pointed out, a lot of the people making decisions here may not share those perspectives. And that's not just something we have to patch together as a kind of human interoperability, but is part of the richness and resilience of the system that we have and give expression to those different perspectives. But that brings me to the second aspect of the privacy, which is the privacy of action and intention. When people use these devices, they develop relationships with them, and through them, different relationships with each other. When people use a smart speaker, for example, they begin to trust it in certain ways. Now, partially, that gives the speaker or the people feeding data and instructions to the speaker a power that they didn't have originally. They move from being sensors, as it were, or deliverers of content, to being actuators, to reprogramming their users. And that perfectly innocent function has really profound implications for who gets held responsible for these things. Now, another small comment I wanted to make that came up early on in the conversation was the question of how we control and own the data. For a long time, we've been told that you can't own data and can't own personal data. But of course, now we learn that in order to make these systems function, we have to resurrect that notion of the ownership of data simply so that we can hold people responsible. Then the final thing I wanted to talk about was the nature of our ethical engagement. We can do certain things with law, certain things with standards and certification, but behind that, there needs to be an appropriate ethical framework. Most of our frameworks are based on what Martin called at the very beginning, respect for the individual. But what we're beginning to learn is that the individual, at least as they interact with the world, is not a kind of fixed entity. It's not an anchor point for ethical reflection. So if I give you voice and if I give you respect, am I doing it for you right now or the you that you will become when you interact with these systems? And if it is the latter, how do we take account of the fact that the way the systems operate changes the way people use them, changes the way people understand them? Now, as an economist, I believe that this richness of perspectives is not something that we can resolve or standardize, but is instead a source of resilient interaction. It helps us to understand the kinds of things that we see. So in that respect, I'll close at this point simply by saying that I think that we need to work on the ethical dimension to understand whether concepts like privacy still serve us as useful principles or need to be modified, particularly in light of the fact that we now have different understanding of how our individual and collective psychology is affected by interacting with devices, which at the one time are mechanical devices, but at the same time are AI-empowered entities with whom we form relationships, who change our behavior, our understanding, and the things that we pay attention to.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for sharing your insights on this journey. Basically, it's also amazing how quickly our insights and what good practice should be like is evolving. And then we know the next step is to implement it in society. But also walking around in this IGF, I heard a lot of things I thought are really, truly getting us to next levels of understanding of how to deal with systems. Now, for the sake of time, at first I'd like to ask Avri, is there any questions online?
No, there haven't been any questions online unless one just came in. But so please, if anybody wants to put one in the chat or the QA, I can read it. And please be short because we only have 15 minutes left because we put so much content in the first part. But if anybody puts anything in chat, I'll read it.
Okay, the content was based on interactions in several regional events. So in that way, the voice of people has been heard and reflected. But we look forward to the voices here in the room. Barry, please introduce yourself.
Yes, this is Barry Liebe. I've been working on some Internet of Things related stuff for almost 25 years now, from before we called it Internet of Things. And I've got a lot of thoughts on it. I'll try to condense it to 2 points that I want to make. We talk about security, and I don't like using that term as a buzzword. It's much more complex, and I think we need to think about it broken down into different aspects: authentication, authorization, confidentiality, data integrity, all those sorts of things, because putting that all together makes a much more complicated picture, especially when we go to the second point I want to make, that when we talk about turning on lights with our voice, or even something that's more dear to me as I age, of the example you gave of, Martin, of monitoring my blood pressure or my heart rhythm or something like that. It's still just something we've been able to do for a long, long time, but now it communicates over the internet. To me, that's not the Internet of Things in its full potential. What I think of as Internet of Things is different sources all working together. My car and my house and my calendar, and my calendar resets my alarm clock and makes coffee earlier and tells my car where to go in the morning and that kind of stuff. And that really makes the security, all those different aspects of it, very complicated to put together. And as we think about making a secure Internet of Things and a private and a confidential and whatever Internet of Things, we really need to think about the real robust scenarios and the complexity that puts into it of how to secure all these different pieces and make sure that the data doesn't leak and all of that sort of thing. So.
Thank you very much, Barry. Hiroshi, please.
Yes, I think the core part of the internet on the end should be the same, the end-to-end principle. I mean, the end-to-end means protect yourself first by yourself. Community second. The last one is public health. So the core part of the internet, try to making a secure, good operation as a backbone network. Then end station must have their own protection first. Then, that is the really, really good thing we need a traceability or interoperability. The meaning of interoperability is user must have such a capability. That's the education or capacity building or literacy building up. Then one of the action we are doing in Japan is the providing traceability to user. Not all, but people can have the traceability function. Then how many person gonna use? That really depends on the that technology is usable and how we deploy or how to advocate these technologies. Then again, end-to-end is very powerful with scalability. So that's the way we should do.
Wout, please.
Thank you, Barry, for the question. I think it shows how complex our life is going to be. It's going to be much worse than this, probably not too long from now. But the question is, where do we put the accountability, basically, or the responsibility? And despite that the end user has a role to play here, we can be 100% certain that 99% of the people won't even know how to protect themselves because they think this device works. My car drives, and that 170 machines, just like ET, phone home in that car the whole time. You have no clue that it's happening, except when you get a very strange message all of a sudden in your car say, what do I have to do? But that shows what happens today, and it's all about the companies gathering the data. And because of that, it's insecure, because otherwise it's probably harder to get the data for them. But we have to work, or as a society, we have to work a way around that somehow, because otherwise we will probably lost forever. If we're from a privacy point of view, but also from the attack vector point of view, because that is the dark side can abuse this 24/7 hours a day. Sorry, I said that wrong, 24/7, but you know what I mean. So I think that is why it's so important to make sure that standards are installed at the outset, and otherwise it will probably never happen, and we have to start working to make that happen. Thanks.
Thanks for that very much. Mark, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Martin. Mark Carvel. I'm a member of Eurodig, which is the European Regional Internet Governance Forum. I'm also an advisor to the IS3C Coalition on Standards, Security and Safety, so a colleague of Wout de Natris on the panel. And first of all, thanks very much for a very interesting and wide-ranging discussion. A couple of points sprang to mind. And first of all, a quick question to Dan about labeling schemes and harmonization, where does he think the best platform is for developing harmonization, given that people are going to be traveling around the world with devices and they need to be able to understand a coherent universal labeling scheme. So where is the platform best placed for that? I did bump into somebody from the FCC on Sunday, I think it was. So there is, and I noted what Dan said about FCC involvement in the US public-private partnership. So maybe if I'd known about this, I would have asked him, perhaps if the FCC had some thinking about this, and maybe that's one of the reasons why he's here, that particular person. So that was that first point. Now, procurement that Wout described as a driver. But I mean, we've heard about consumer IoT and industrial IoT. And speaking as a former UK government official, I just wonder where we are in terms of IoT applications in public administrations generally. How can these applications be developed to meet, in particular, government concerns about security, given that this could be a revolution in the interface between governments and citizens? So are you, as a dynamic coalition, looking at that particular aspect and talking to governments, what they need assurance about in terms of IoT applications? Thirdly, on Jonathan's point about innovation, I was at an interesting session about ethical development of technologies, ethical innovation yesterday evening. Martin, you were there as well, I think. And, the point I made there was that you can strive to innovate ethically, but of course, what direction does IoT, for example, take? It's very difficult to predict. The unforeseen consequences and applications may be positive, may be negative. So how are IoT developers really approaching ethics in a way that's going to ensure that these systems and networks are going to be developed with a degree of confidence, given the unpredictability factor? Final point, as I said, I'm a member of UADIG, so UADIG has a call for issues. I really urge the Dynamic Coalition to consider using the UADIG platform forum next June in Vilnius as an opportunity to advocate the valuable work you're doing. So the call for issues is out now. Okay, thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. For sure, like any dynamic coalition, I think we also think in different messages to different stakeholder groups of their specific role. So that's a key element. Then, just checking, I realize it's a different part of the day for you, but can you come back on the question from Mark and maybe also the remark from Jonathan in the chat?
Am I unmuted?
You are.
Yeah, yes. Yes. In terms of the U.S. Consumer label, it's early days. The FCC just put their notice out back in August. So in the U.S., this is not going to take effect until the end of next year at the earliest. And so I'm happy to get back with you with more specific information. There is some discussion in the rule that the FCC put out about international harmonization and also working, hand in hand with the White House and with the State Department. But I would imagine that, I'm glad you asked the question, that this is something that IGF can take a very active role in, because this is something. I mean, with the Internet of Things, something that we've all been working on for a very, very long time. So I'd like to see I'd like to see IGF and the regional IGFs, I mean, sort of begin to take this issue up. But in terms of what's the exact platform, or how do you do all this? I mean, that's to be determined.
Yes, thank you for that. Any last questions in the Zoom room? Okay.
In the interim, can I could I make a very small, brief response?
And then we have a last question in the room, and then
okay.
Time is flying.
It's very quick on the issue of the ethical reflection, ethical consideration and control of these IoT devices. This is something, and in particular, their consequences once unleashed. This is a particular concern of many organizations. At the Turing Institute, I'm part of a group called T-Rex, Turing Research Ethics, and that scrutinizes the Turing Institute's projects for their ethical considerations. Part of this is, of course, making people think about what will happen when these things are turned on. In some cases, you can do this with things like behavioral or psychological or sociological analysis. You can control it and help to make it more predictable with legal mechanisms. But in general, the answer is usually to keep the conversation open, not to tick the ethical box at the beginning of the project and then turn it over to the lawyers to manage the liability, but to keep the information flowing, because the problems that we're thinking about are emergent problems. No single party can possibly perceive them, nor can they be analyzed by considering just one layer of this internet. So really the only thing to do is attention must be paid and continue to be paid. So I just wanted to make that a small remark.
Very, very clear point. Can I invite you to introduce yourself? And
thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elaine Liu. I'm from Singapore. I came to this IGF as an individual learner, not related to work, so I took time off. So relating to the IoT, I personally feel 3 points I'd like to share and seek your guidance. First is IoT to me is like edge devices, data collection devices. It's all about collecting certain data. It can be text, images and all. I feel that in setting up policies or guardrails, it all depends on the use cases, right? We talk about IoT that's for consumer, IoT that's led to organization, IoT that's a higher level for agency or certain operational resilience, situational awareness and all. So I think, does it make sense to have different policy and guardrails depending on the use cases? So that's the first point. The second point is we all know that with hardware, there's software, there's operating system, and at the end of the day, the data analytics that comes out of it. So I think in setting up any guiding principle, we will look at the whole value chain, because looking at just the edge or the IoT part is just the beginning of it or the starting point. But how it's being consumed and distributed, that's related as well. So I think that's the 2 points I'd like to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your good observations. Indeed, as it is time, I will round off if that's okay.
Very quickly, regarding the use case, regarding the IoT device or any single devices, right now we have multiple use. Future use going to come out. So even though you have a single device, that have the original usage first, though that's going to reuse to the other purposes. So we have to think about that. That is the use of the devices going to happen every day. That's we experience in the internet.
Yes, thank you. And just to at this point to say, indeed, we do. We are very conscious that it's data that it's about. That there's different applications. I think everything we say is about also the use of IoT in context, whether it's a device or a combination of devices or a service or ecosystem, all with different requirements, all with different returns, different risks. And one of the key things that has become more and more visible and is high in the interest also in Singapore, I'm aware, is labeling, informing people about what the risks are they're dealing with the stuff they're confronted with. All the information is to be found also on the DC IoT site. I invite you all to also participate to the to subscribe to the list from the Dynamic Coalition on IoT, where we will release main news, where you can also raise questions or issues if that's what you like. And we're also very happy with the support of Medienstad that allows us to have supports a specific website where we can also have discussions, where we can also share some of the presentations we have, and all the reports are available through that as well. This is an iterative process. So much is clear. The pace of change is fast, and we're on it because we're where we need it, and we want it to serve us in a way that it serves us more as a benefit than as a threat. But in the end, it's all risk management as well. So thank you all for your interest, and speakers for your contributions. I hope to see you in the future, either in a regional event or next year in Riyadh, right? So thank you all very much. This meeting is closed.
let me s- Let me start. My name's Avri Dori, and I want to welcome you to the Dynamic Coalition on Schools and Internet Governance session. We have a fairly full agenda. We don't quite have everybody in the room yet, but we can get started. So the first thing let me just go through the agenda that we've got. We've got two moderators. We've got Satish and we've got Olga, who will be joining us. I'm not sure if we have any of our rapporteurs in the room, but we'll take care of that. We have basically, there's three sections in this. In the first one, we'll be talking about schools, and we'll invite Satish and Olga, we'll invite new speakers, people that have new schools to come up. What we had showing before, and hopefully can keep showing for a little while, is that single slide from many of the schools that we're not going to invite to speak a lot about their schools, but just to have their slides appearing for a short bit of time. Then we'll have a second section where we'll basically take 3 of the SDGs and we'll have presentations on those SDGs in terms of what are various schools doing in them. And then finally, we'll have a discussion with what time we have left of what the Dynamic Coalition on Schools would like to do. So with that, I'd like to pass it to you, Satish, to sort of go into the introduction of the schools and such. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Avri. I'm Satish, and I'm based out of India, part of the ICANN at large, and also I'm associated with 2 schools. First one is the Asia Pacific School on Internet Governance, which was founded in 2015. The second one is the India School, which was founded in 2016. So we have a bunch of slides on different schools. We can quickly run through them. We don't want to kind of stop and present each. Can you advance to the next one? This first slide is about the African School on Internet Governance. Next, please. This is the Asia Pacific School. As I mentioned, it was founded in 2015, and we are planning this year's edition in Manila in November. Next. This is Argentina SIG. As you can see, Olga is unfortunately not here, but she's the one that is part of this. Next. This is the Armenian SIG. Armenia has also been having quite continuously, actually, their SIGs. Next. The Chad SIG. We have a representative from Chad, so later on in the interaction, we can speak about it if you want to highlight anything. Next. Ghana. Anybody from Ghana school here? No, nobody's from. Sorry? Yeah. Yeah, next. This is a European Summer School. I am myself an alumni, and Sandra is here from the EuroSIG. Next. This is India School, founded in 2016. A couple of weeks back, we had the 8th edition in India. Next. NASIG. NASIG is a school, a North American school, set up by the ICANN community at large people, Glenn and others. I don't think there's anybody here from that school here. Next. This is the Nigerian School on Internet Governance. Is anybody here from Nigeria or the school? No. Next. Pakistan. We have Akaz here from Pakistan, the PK SIG from 2015. One of the earliest schools in Asia Pacific, and certainly in South Asia, the first in South Asia. Next. The Russian school on Summer School on Internet Governance, St. Petersburg University. Next. This is South School. Oh, Olga School. So this is one of the oldest again in the world, actually. This is Sri Lanka IGF, which also doubles as a SIG. So it's a kind of combined structure. Next. Virtual School. This is set up by, again, Glenn McKnight and Alfredo, who are part of the ICANN community. And when the COVID shutdown came up, this was their response to the shutdown. And it is now continuing as a virtual school. Next. Chad, second time it's coming, I think. That's it? So these are the schools that we have in this slide deck. Are there anybody from any other school not mentioned so far? If so, we can quickly introduce yourself. Yeah. Japan.
Okay, I'm from Benin, and from Benin, school internet governance. Yeah.
Thanks for that. This is from Benin. We have one more school which is brand new, and Abri is going to introduce that school.
I'm actually going to invite an introduction to that school. And Tadashi, if you would like to, I don't know if you could hear me. Would you like to introduce the new Japan school? While we're talking about it, let me talk about an event that they had. KCG this year, just before this meeting started, had basically a whole day session where there was a youth session, and they introduced, they basically had a session of the school. And it was really quite an interesting day in terms of the students and having sessions and such. Would you like to actually come and introduce the new school that you're doing in Japan, the Japan school? Yeah.
Thank you, Bri. My name is Toshi from Japan, School of Internet Governance. We start this spring. Last year, I met her at the Ethiopia Addis Ababa, the IGF last one. So I know slightly about school internet governance, but what is the school internet governance? What is the use IGF? So very confused. So, but at that time I found that what is school internet governance. Then, so in 2018, we have a big discussion about manga pirate site. Probably you may know at the IGF village there are the big booths about the pirate site. So then in 2019, I started to teach in the university, talk about a pirate site and internet governance. So I also I'm a professor in the Kyoto. So then I start again this year about how can I say, internet governance. So then I'm very happy to many of you to Kyoto, and I hope that we have how can I say, promotion of the internet governance and exchange for more information and help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And quite looking forward. So back to you. I don't know if there are any other new schools here that want to introduce themselves before we move on.
So I'd like to ask anybody who's online whether they represent any schools of internet governance, schools on internet governance. If there is someone, then please raise your hands. I don't see any hands, so I'm assuming that. So we have quickly gone through the slides, but towards the end of the session, we have some discussion time. We have Olga, our moderator, who's coming up just now. So we have time at the end of the session to discuss. Yeah, so back to you, Abri. This is the pre-gathering.
Thank you. So yeah, give yourself a chance to breathe, but we basically have gone through the new schools, invited new schools, the new Japan school discussed a little bit. I talked a little bit about the event that occurred earlier this week at KCG, and we're now at the point where we're going to talk about SDGs and schools, and that's good that we're giving this a fair amount of time. We're going to have 3 of the SDGs are going to be discussed. The first one, and I'll just start this, the first one will be on SDG 5 on gender, the second, SDG 7 on energy, and the third, SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. So I don't know, Olga, if you wanted to introduce the whole theme more than I just did.
One of the purposes of this session is to try to find linkages in between what we do at the different schools of internet governance and the Sustainable Development Goals. There are some of the activities, I would say that several of the activities that we do with the schools in different focuses of training are totally related with the different SDGs. So this is why Sandra, myself, I don't know if we have other colleagues talking about different SDGs. We would like to explain some of the activities that we do in relation with these SDGs, and perhaps some other schools that are in the room could maybe jump up and share some other activities that are related with this issue. Sandra, would you like to go to the gender issue? And then I will follow with the energy.
Yes, thank you very much. Welcome everyone. My name is Sandra Hoferichter. I'm the organizer of the European Summer School on Internet Governance, which is a global school other than the name suggests. The Euro just comes from the fact that we are based in Europe, but we are inviting globally, and I'm proud to say that we were the first school on Internet governance, and it's really amazing to see how many schools evolved over the years, and yeah, how this became a movement with a really greater impact. Speaking about impact, I would like to focus a little bit on SDG 5, which is achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. And there are several under achievements or under goals that are defined, and I looked at those who are most relevant to schools on internet governance, which I believe is 5.5. Ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision-making in political, economic, and public life. I do believe that schools on internet governance do contribute to this goal, because most of the schools are not only focused on youth engagement and youth participation, but indeed are an opportunity for young professionals to get a holistic knowledge about internet governance, which then helps them to serve on certain boards or take leadership positions in organizations that are dealing with internet governance. In SDGs, usually there are also indicators mentioned that support or that are supporting numbers for the respective goal. I have here a number from Germany only. The proportion of women in managerial positions in Germany in 2014, it was only 21%. And in 2018, not much progress has been made. It's only 23%. So you see there's still a lot of work to do in order to get really the women into managerial positions. Same applies for women in parliament or local or governments. Also here, little progress has been made. If I look at the numbers, it even lowered, but this is in a very small range, so I would not go into much detail, but it's around 30 to 40% of women that are in Germany in local governments or in parliaments, in national parliaments. But I want to focus a little bit on the second goal that applies to our schools, which is goal 5.b, enhance the use of enabling technology, in particular information and communications technology, to promote the empowerment of women. The respective indicator is not really related to what we are doing at our schools, because it shows the proportion of individuals who own a mobile phone by sex. I think this is nothing that is relevant for us. But I think the overall goal, enhance the use of enabling technology, in particular information and communications technology, to promote the empowerment of women. I do think this is really indeed the goal where the schools of internet governance should possibly provide an indicator, because here I can say, speaking from the European Summer School, I can realize that over the past 10 years, the participation of women and the application rate of women is much bigger than the application and the participation rate of men. So what does it tell us? Women are obviously more often willing to dedicate vacation time or education time and travel costs or participation costs in order to participate in in such a summer course. And speaking from my, sorry, speaking from this Euro SSIG, I indeed, in order to have parity in our classes, I sometimes indeed looking for male participants that are qualified and can participate in our school. This is something that might look other in different regions of the world, but I wanted to give you this very personal view, or this very local view from the school that I'm running. But I have also consulted with UNESCO, and we had a discussion this year in Meissen at our school, and UNESCO numbers prove that the gap, at least in primary schools, have narrowed tremendously over the past years. There is still a gap remaining in adult education, and here I do believe we can pick up the qualified women that are coming from a really good qualification in the primary school. We can pick them up and include them in our courses, and here I do believe the schools on internet governance, looking at them from a perspective of what they can contribute to the SDGs, can really do and are doing a wonderful job and are creating a good opportunity for adult education, which of course then at some point should also lead to bring women into more leadership position, not only in managerial but also in parliaments and governments. I have some resources here, so whoever is interested, I'm happy to share those. They are from, as I said, UNESCO, from Sciences Po Paris, but also from the World Bank. If you would like to have some more details, I don't go into these details right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra, and apologies for being late. I was confused. I thought the session was at 11, and I was running from other session this morning. My name is Olga I didn't present myself properly. My name is Olga Cavalli. Me and my colleague, Adrian, and other colleagues from Latin America, we run the South School of Internet Governance. I think it was the second one in the history. And it's interesting what Sandra says, that after the pandemic, we went to a hybrid format, and now we have fellows mainly from Latin America, which is the focus, but we have fellows from all over the world. We have a translation all the time between Spanish and English, and also this year we organized it in the northeast of Brazil, also in Portuguese. So it has become somehow global, which is, but the focus is Latin America or the Americas, because it has been organized also in North America and in the Caribbean. About the SDG that I wanted to comment, which is number 7, focused on ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Access to energy is an important pillar for the well-being of people, as well as for economic development and poverty alleviation. I think schools have a major role from different perspectives related with energy. And also we have to think energy very, very much linked with climate change, which is a problem for the whole world, but especially for developing countries that are suffering consequences perhaps happening in other parts of the world. So about energy, we have, in our school, we had several panels about the impact of what would happen if we would achieve connectivity for all. What would happen with climate change, what would happen with the demand of energy. So powering the internet consumed 800 terawatts of electricity in 2012-22, and it expected to really increase this year and the next year. And I have some information from different resources. The energy consumption of the internet will double by 2030. So the consumption of energy will be a major issue, and the impact that it may have in climate change may be relevant for many countries, including the demand that we'll have by artificial intelligence and other new developments, Internet of Things, and many automatic devices all over the world. There is another aspect of the energy, which is it's difficult to understand or believe, but there are areas in the world that don't have electricity today. So in the schools, we can talk with different stakeholders, professionals from developing economies, developing countries, in trying to bridge that gap of areas that don't have electricity. Imagine having no electricity. It's perhaps for many of us, we cannot imagine. We were talking in Brazil with fellows from living in the Amazonian area. They don't have even roads. They only get there by boat. And the only internet that they are having today is the one by Starlink, with some mobile Starlink with the low Earth orbit satellites, and government is installing some fiber optic cables through the Amazons. But some parts of that region don't even have electricity. So the work that we do in the schools in talking with different professionals, governments, and different stakeholders in trying to enhance the reach of electricity and the good use of electricity and the impact in climate change will be, it's very important. Also, there is a new concept called the Internet of Energy. It means the Internet of Things, but focus on energy. Focus on all the devices that control and manage the energy as a critical infrastructure. So includes generation, transmission, functionality, and energy usage. So that is a new area of work that we may include in the issues that we review in the schools. So this is what I wanted to share with you. I have some resources here also about energy and climate change. If you want, I can send them to you. And maybe in the audience, there are schools that could share some ideas about the Sustainable Development Goals. Do you think that's that could?
We have one more speaker here.
Time?
We have one more speaker.
Okay.
And after that, we'll open
sorry.
up. Please come.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be good. I
This
think
is SDGs.
after we finish with Alexander, we can then see if others want to comment either on the schools that have, the SDGs that have already been discussed, or on others.
Hello. My name is Alexander Isavnin, and I teach internet governance in Free Moscow University in Russia. And I would like to talk about SDG 16, which sounds promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. So I would like to start talking about how schools of internet governance could help build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions. Actually, one of internet governance institutions about which you have to talk at your school, it's an Internet Engineering Task Force. And this is most effective working standardization body, because actually, if thing works, it becomes standard. If it does not work or no one needs it, it's not standard. It's much more effective than ITU, for example. Or another example which we are bringing in school to our students at schools of internet governance is actually ICANN, which is first of all demonstratively inclusive with different group of stakeholders, different group of possibilities, and for sure it's keeping diversity, which might not be enforced in some societies. Like Sandra and Olga from very developed countries in society meanings, Russia is actually now slowly going back to previous centuries, and then we have to bring this to our students information about how governance works. Actually, in our school we talk not only about classical internet governance institutions, we also touch different bodies, classical like ITU, also different NGOs which govern standardization of technologies or working with communities like open source community managing as NGOs, or like Wikimedia, who manages well-known Wikipedia. Such examples of inclusion and effectiveness, again, if you are not in the West and other stakeholder group, could be really impressive. One of my students reported after our course that we were telling like a science fictions about universities that doesn't exist. But anyway, if you can bring such examples in your country, you can bring examples of such working institutions, and actually people usually know that internet works. You can show relations to what people see if they access internet to how it existed. So I can talk a lot of this. Maybe just to save time, I will not give exact targets of this goal, but they're like 16.7, 16.6, 16.8, something like, which are more precise in this case. Also, this goal is about peace and promote peaceful things. For us, is very important. And I will give just one quote from very favorite American writer Mark Twain. Once, many years ago, when internet have not existed, he said that travel is fatal to prejudice, bigotry, and narrow-mindedness. And actually, all these words are a source of current wars and conflicts. Now, from many countries, young people are not able to travel and actually be cured from prejudice or something like this. Internet, first of all, bring us to many different places. Internet governance, demonstration to our students, internet governance, shows experiences from many different countries. It allows us, usually schools of internet governance invites guests from different countries, different other schools or something like. So demonstration to students that world is different, world is interesting, that other people in the world and their activity, they are not aliens, they are just interesting. They are so interesting for you, and your students are interesting for them. And internet is not just source of dangerous information, but via governance, people start cooperating, understanding each other, and spreading this into their countries, and then that could bring peace to our planet more effectively. Thank you.
Thanks to you. Bravo.
There are some hands up here.
We have a mic. Maybe you can join in the mic.
Hi. My name is Wakas, and I'm part of the team at Pakistan School on Internet Governance. Last week we had our 9th edition in this 7th different city of Pakistan. So our model is a bit different. We're not located at central location and invite people. We actually go to a different city every year. That has its pros and cons as well. I won't go into details. But there were two SDGs that I wanted to mention, which are actually part of how we do things at SIGS. One is 8.6, which says by 2020 substantially reduce the proportion of youth not in employment, education, or training. Since we educate people, we train people about internet governance, and we also, at least in our school, we have a full-fledged session about internet for entrepreneurial opportunities. So invite people who have digital initiatives that led to successful business ventures in the end, so just so as to, inspire the youth about seeing the internet as an economic empowerment tool as well. The second one I would like to mention is 9.5, subclause 9.5C it would be then eventually, which says that significantly increase access to information and communication technology and strive to provide universal and affordable access to internet in least developing countries by 2020. I'm sure many of the other schools do this as well, but we also invite mobile and internet operators to the schools just to provide information about their plans on going to these particular areas where we go. For example, last year we were in Gilgit, which is actually the hometown of K2. It is a mountainous area, tough terrain and all. So internet access is a big problem there. So we invited the local operators to talk to the people who were there at the school and to share with them what are their plans to actually provide internet access to these areas. Similarly, we also invite our ministry and our regulators to come up and inform the audience about what are the plans, eventual plans, and what is their vision to provide internet access to different areas of Pakistan. So I just wanted to mention these two SDGs which are relevant to this work of our schools.
Interesting what you mentioned, that you rotate among cities. We do exactly the same. We organize a school every time in different cities in the Americas. which is, as you said, has good things and complicated things because you have to start from scratch in every school. But at the same time, you are more keen to go into different communities and different countries, and so I commend you for that.
It's a new challenge for us every year, being organizers, but it's much easier for that community to become part of the school. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another. Henriette, welcome.
Apologies for being late. There are also new security measures, by the way, so you cannot go through the other entrance, so everything took longer. My name's Henriette Esterhuizen. I'm the organizer of the African School on Internet Governance. We've just had our 11th school. It's a joint initiative of Research ICT Africa at University of Cape Town, the African Union Commission, and Association for Progressive Communications. I wanted to speak to SDG 5. I know Sandra's already spoken, and I'm not sure that I cover, but maybe we cover it in different ways. AfriSIG is a little bit different from some of the other schools in that it's more of a leadership development event that targets sort of middle to senior management in government, in regulators, and in civil society. This year, for example, we had members of parliament. We had 6 members of parliament that are also here, part of the UN parliamentary track. And we often have deputy director level, heads of regulatory agencies. So we actually target people that are active in the digital internet or ICT policy context, but that don't have a strong grasp of internet governance. The way we deal with gender is that, well, firstly, we always have at least 50% of our participants are women, and faculty. We really emphasize having women presenters, women thought leaders. We also actually really emphasize having African experts. There's a lot of training that's done in Africa, particularly even by the African Union, and it's done by Diplo, and Diplo does excellent work, but they bring mostly presenters that are from other parts of the world. So we really try to focus on having African experts. We deal with gender-based violence, so that's the one SDG 5 target we address. We deal with the one on leadership development, which I think Eurosig does also really brilliantly. I have the pleasure of participating in Eurosig. And then on the one on policy. And there we focus particularly on access. And we look in quite a granular way at what conditions in African countries lead to a gender digital divide, both at the demand side and the supply side. And then at how regulators, for example, by making universal service funds more gender aware, can actually have a positive impact on that. And yeah, I can share more. And we also do evaluations, and I mention this every year because I think it's such a good methodology. I want to share it with the other schools. We do tracer studies where we look back on 4, 5, 10 years of the school and have independent research done on how people that were in the school have had their thinking about the multi-stakeholder process change and how it has influenced their career. We have an alumni network like Eurosig as well, and would like to actually collaborate more with Eurosig on finding innovative ways on strength, because we're quite similar in some ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Henriette. More comments about the SDGs? I don't think. Yes, go ahead.
We do, which is a very interesting and a very difficult thing to do. We deal with LGBT issues, and we try and deal with them in a very sensitive way, because if we have people from African governments and regulators, but we bring them together with civil society and human rights activists. So we try and deal with some of these sensitive issues, including internet shutdowns, in a way where we create a trusted environment where you can actually have a conversation, not always reach consensus, but actually build better understanding of the differences of the perspectives.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Henriette. More comments? Yeah.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm Ashrafur Rahman. I'm the coordinator of Bangladesh School of Internet Governance. But I just want to share a few information about the Bangladesh SIG. We are trying to making a bridge with through our school with the urban and rural people, because you know always the rural people have in the behind scenario they cannot connect with the mainstream people.
I'm sorry, but is it about SDGs? Because this part is about SDGs.
Yeah. So here is we focused on the SDG 5, which is the gender equality. And I should mention we are trying to including the transgender communities also with the SIG. And another one is SDG 9, where is the mention industry innovation in the infrastructure, because the rural people have, our rural students have lots of ideas, but they can implement like the urban students or the school and college. So we are trying to working on that. Thank you so much.
Thanks to you. And you said you're from Bangladesh? We have several Bangladesh students in the school. Since we started to become hybrid, and during the pandemic and after the pandemic, it's very interesting. For some reason, Bangladeshi like Argentina. Maybe it's because of football, but
yes, exactly. We are also a big fan of Argentina. Argentina also a big fan of us.
Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
If I can add, as part of what was going on this week in Japan at the Kyoto school, they gave a very extensive presentation on their school, which was really quite enlightening.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bravo. More comments about SDGs. Do we have someone in remote that maybe want to say something? I'm not in the...
Is there anybody from the Zoom room that would like to make a presentation?
Yeah. By the way, I do wonder whether a remote moderator is here, because I haven't been following. I haven't seen them, so I'm sort of doing that role.
He's not there. Raymond is not there online.
Right. I've got one comment here, which was dynamic coalition.
Actually, the comment is about ethics, whether the courses cover ethics. And that was the original comment. And then you have...
And then there was one that robotics talked about e-health access in remote areas. So I'm wondering whether that, the schools, but it really did talk about a school and an SDG.
We'll take it up in the next part.
Right.
So shall we move on?
Yeah, sure. I don't know, Henriette, if you want to add something.
I have a question. So to all of you, and including ourselves who deal with the SDGs, do you deal with them explicitly? So we, for example, also deal with some of the other SDGs, like, we have human rights. I'm sure other schools have too. But do you actually, in your curriculum and in your agenda, have sessions that go over the SDG process, that links it to the WSIS process? So, I'm just curious. It's not something we actually do. We talk about the WSIS process, and indirectly we address SDGs, but we're not directly. So that I'd like to know how you feel about that.
If I may, in 2017, the whole school that we organized in Rio with the Fundación Getulio Vargas was totally focused on SDGs. At that time, we prepared the whole program in trying to focus on all aspects of SDG. What we do every year is we have a kind of a general focus. This year was sustainable development and generative artificial intelligence. So although we go through all aspects of internet, we try to bring some experts, some special focus on some days on these issues. In 2017, we did especially focus on SDGs. But, you have those issues in the program always, especially with climate change. We have had several also with energy, not all of it, but sometimes. Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Actually, in Russian Federation, all these UN processes are a bit obscure, so that's it's not very public and so on. Because maybe since Soviet Union, we have the country at whole generally have good access to water, have good health care and something like. And then maybe government thinks that it should not be done in other things. And some SDGs like 9th and 16th are a bit obscure. So we have a separate part of our course which just explaining how things are going around United Nations. We also were talking about SDGs, where did they get it? Just an informational purpose for people if they come to such audiences, not to be wondering what SDG is, why it's happening, and something like.
The two schools that I'm associated with, neither of them explicitly highlight the SDGs. We have subjects and topics around them, but not directly as SDGs.
The SDGs were adopted in 2015 At that time, many schools were already running. And so the curriculums were developed without looking into SDGs. But I think it's good that we are using this session in particular to see how our schools naturally address many of the SDGs. And I found it very valuable also the comments from the audience, what SDGs are relevant in which region. Because as Alexander said, also in Europe, you don't read much about SDGs, and I'm pretty impressed how visible the SDGs are here in Japan. You can see them in some windows, you can see them on the cars that remove the trash. And it's pretty amazing to me that there's a much greater awareness of these important goals here in Japan than I could realize that is the case in Europe and possibly also elsewhere. So I think we could pick up what Japan is doing in this regard.
There is a comment for Vakas. This is about, because he mentioned mountainous areas where internet access is poor. This DTN has been proposed as an access solution. DTN is delayed tolerant networks. So that has been proposed, it's come up as a comment for you. So any other SDG related discussions or interventions? Yes, please.
Yeah, hi everyone, it's Bashar from Chad. So thank you for the speaker about SDG, but as you know, we contribute to SDG now with our school, because what we are doing is good quality of education. So with this school, we teach people, we interact with them. I think that it's contributed to SDG. So SDG is not like physical persona. It's like the objectives that we can help to attain, like gender. So when you bring women inside and the leadership, teaching them, I think that is contribute to gender balance. When you talk about climate change, how to save energy, what Olga said is very important also, because what we are doing, our first edition of SDG, we have problem of electricity also. So we bring the school and at the hotels to have a sustainable electricity, because when you don't have electricity, you don't have projection of slide, you don't have anything, so the school is down. So I think that everything what we are doing is linked to SDG. So what Arya said, how we can improve that, because the SDG, the mandate will be a start and something like this, and how we can incorporate in our agenda is very important, as she said. So we can have a workshop to just link it to SDG. But in Africa, we have Agenda 2063 also, so it's linked to SDG. So how to localize the SDG and grassroots. So thank you so much.
Thank you. More comments? Some comments from remote? No? No more comments about SDGs? No? So we move to the next section. So it's roundtable discussion, which is not round, but it's conceptually roundtable.
It's really hard to get a real round table at these meetings.
Oval tables.
So how do we see schools and training in internet governance evolving? So we want to discuss with you this concept, and also the value of schools in reinforcing relevance of multi-stakeholder model. I have some names here in the list, but I don't know if someone wants. Yeah, sure.
So, like I said, I am associated with 2 schools, and one of them is the India school. And let me share very briefly what we have achieved. I mean, the primary function of a school of internet governance is awareness building, capacity building, basically. But beyond that, that is the first deliverable. But what we have done, we have experienced is that in large countries like India, this provides a platform for people to come together from different parts onto one table. So that is actually quite an enabling thing, because what the India school did was, after 2 editions, it started incubating the India Youth IGF. Now that has just completed 6 years now. So that's a mature organization now. The second thing we did was we associated with the GFCE, and Martin is here from GFCE, and we started this GFCE III series of workshops. And this is a capacity building again, awareness building on cybersecurity related norms and best practices and so on. We just 2 weeks back, we finished the 4th edition of that workshop. So it gives us a platform to kind of take up new things, which otherwise cannot be taken up, because we are getting a lot of people from different backgrounds. Actually, that is the multi-stakeholder system itself. In many countries, we don't have, unlike Brazil, which has a kind of CGI.br, we don't have anything similar to that in India and many other countries. These schools actually provide the initial part of a multi-stakeholder model. It is without any mandate. Nobody is kind of given a mandate to us. We have kind of assumed that mandate. So what India School did then was to kind of, the third part is that we pushed for the India IGF, which was not happening for the longest time. So the school itself took the initiative and pushed the government and got everybody together. So now we have in the third year of the India IGF now. Again, that's an achievement of the school. And another project which is going to come up as an action item, not awareness building, is that we're going to start an India project measuring internet, the quality of internet. Again, that's come out of the school. So a school is not just a school. It is actually an organization that can have much broader ramifications. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Satish. This is very interesting. I would like to share with you some evolution, that, talking about the IG schools of internet governance evolving. We started 15 years ago. This is our 15th edition, just happened in September. And after, once we finish each school, we do a survey with the fellows and with the experts. And they started to ask information previously to the week. They needed more, they wanted to be more prepared. So now we have included in the last 3 years a self-assisted virtual training prior to the school, that it lasts 2 months, not all the time, of course, it's three hours per week, with videos that we have produced and material that we have produced. It's not copy-paste. And then the school. And what we did last year, we partnered a university. So for those students that have complied with the evaluations of the first 2 stages, the virtual and the hybrid, whether they are virtual or on-site, they can do a research with the university and receive a university diploma on internet governance and regulations. None of these things is paid for the fellows. Everything is for free for the fellows. In the Argentina School of Internet Governance, we have partnered another university from Argentina, and we will offer this year certifications from Fortinet we have some fellowships, like I think like 40 fellowships for doing a certification for free in cybersecurity. So I think we are above. I think Satish said a very interesting thing, that schools become kind of a vortice of activities related with internet governance at the national level. At the beginning of this year, we did a survey with the students, and we produced a document for the Global Digital Compact, which is published in the Global Digital Compact. We did that with more than 80 fellows from all over the world, and we did that in 3 languages, Spanish, English, and Portuguese, always working online. And now, with the student this year, we're working on a different document in how to enhance the multi-stakeholder model through participation of fellows. I have the material. I have to work with the team to do a document, but this will be in the near future. Maybe other schools would like to comment, or? Okay, perfect.
So we have roughly half an hour for discussions, after which we'll have to wind up. We have several speakers already lined up. First is Olga. Would you like to go again about South School, or no. You're done? We have Wolfgang here from Euro SSIG. Please, can you come over here, Wolfgang?
The father of all the schools. Applauso para fa. The internet governance father.
Thank you very much. As Vin said yesterday, it's always suspicious if you clap your hands and you get an applause before you have said anything, because probably I will say something where you disagree, which will not produce any applause. But I think it's always good to remember where all this comes from, and it's fantastic to see how a crazy idea has triggered a development where we see now so many schools which are inspired by the basic idea. As you remember, the World Summit on the Information Society in Tunis adopted a broad definition of internet governance, which included the evolution and the use of the internet. That means the technical layer and the application layer, which are the so-called internet-related public policy issues. And this goes from cybersecurity to the digital economy, to human rights, to artificial intelligence, a lot of other things. And so the problem is that internet governance is such a multidisciplinary approach which you cannot study in a regular university. You have to study law or political science or informatics or cultural science or something else. So that means the idea of the founding fathers of this summer school was to find a format which would be realistic and allow this multidisciplinary presentation, both from a technical and a political perspective, from a practical and an academic perspective. So I think this was the challenge, and so the pilot project was, why not to use the format of a summer school, of a one-week course? So over the years, what I think we have seen is that this is really interesting format because it's very flexible. So you can adjust this to special needs, special local needs, or to special target group needs. And you can have a 1 week, or you can have a 1 year virtual course, so just a weekend course. So, but if you follow more or less, or if you based the concept on the broad definition from the Tunis agenda, then you can pick some elements, but you are rooted in the with this process. I think this is also important for the self-understanding of the schools, that they contribute to a process which is inspired by the program of action and the principles of the World Summit on the Information Society. So, for instance, when we had the pre-conference here with Kyoto University, the Brazilian school presented its model and say we have weekend courses, we have full year course and this, and you can have also courses for special target groups. So we are discussing now to have a special course for parliamentarians or for governmental officials or for judges. I think we heard in the open plenary there was a judge from Africa who said, I'm the only judge here. So we have the legislative, it's the government, the parliament, the executive is the government, but what about the third form of power, the judges? And a lot of conflicts in the world of tomorrow will be at least then go to a court. And if you have judges who have no idea what internet governance is, they make stupid decisions. So, and insofar, judges are an important target group, and you can, and that's why, the format is a very good one, it's flexible, and that's why it's an encouragement also for academics or other groups in many countries to take this as a source of inspiration. There is no single model. So we have started this in Meissen, and it was testing out. So we are learning by doing. So if you go to our first course in 2007, it's so different what we offer today. So that means you have to be open to a changing environment. And as you have seen also here, issues like AI were not on the agenda 10, 15 years ago, but now and you have new questions, how all this is related. Confusing concepts like, what is digital governance? Is this different from internet governance? Do we have AI governance, cyber governance? So that means growing confusion. So, and insofar schools are important, to bring more clarity to the processes, that you avoid this confusion and chaos, and then we have a better understanding. So it's work in progress. It will never finish. As Bill Clinton something have said in an ICANN meeting, internet governance is like stumbling forward. So that means small steps are better than big jumps. So, but be very careful and be inspired what you want to achieve. And what is the target group? I think these are 2 or 3 key questions you have to ask yourself if you start to develop a program. And feel free. So because that's the beauty of an academic person. So independence of thinking is important. So do not try to please somebody. So take your inspiration from the global community and say, what is good for my country? What is good for my community? And then be proactive. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Wolfgang.
Thanks so much.
Applauso. Bravo.
Does anybody have any question?
We have Henriette that wanted to speak.
I want to speak about the evolution. Can I come and stand here?
Of course, of course.
You can come sit here.
Point is really interesting to look at the evolution. And I agree with everything Wolfgang said. I think we have to be, there is no perfect model. But some things I think are standing out. I think firstly, there is a lot more other people.
Mic is off.
Other institutions that are delivering training. For example, UNESCO is training judges and judiciary in internet-related policy, but they're not really part of this network. There's also quite a lot of training for regulators as well that are not a part of this network. And I think the big difference is that they don't emphasize the multi-stakeholder approach to the same extent. I think what's unique about what we do is that even when we are focusing on a particular group of practitioners or professions, we always bring that diversity to the conversation. But the other things that have struck me is that there's increased need, and it came out a little bit at EuroSig this year. EuroSig is my inspiration, about the social impact of the internet. I feel there's more a demand now to not just learn how internet governance operates and who's involved in internet governance, but to have a deeper understanding of how do we as an internet community respond to some of the social impact issues. So looking at misinformation, looking at education, looking at democracy, at political processes, looking at the media and how the media environment is affected. And I find this very challenging, because it kind of is crossing over out of the narrow internet governance and maybe even out of the broad definition, Wolfgang. But I think it's interesting to do that and to think about it. And the other thing I think that we might want to think about is sometimes taking the same cohort of people and doing a follow-up. So, doing like a EuroSig or AfriSig, I can't speak for the South School, sorry, but having a group of people like that and then having maybe the same people rather than having a new group every year, so that you actually deepen the engagement. I don't know if we have the capacity to do that, but it is something that has occurred to me that might be quite a useful thing to do. I do think we need to evolve.
Would you like to
Thank you, and we do have fellows that come to several schools, and that's very interesting because they evolve with the group. Not all of them. This year we had 400, 200 on site and 200 virtual, and a group of them are coming to several schools, which is extremely interesting because they have seen the evolution, and some of them become speakers in the experts, or they become they start to work in companies or in governments, and they become experts in the next editions. Do we have some names here, but I don't know if they're...
Muriel Alapin. Yeah. Would you like to make your name is listed here as one of the short intervention. Can you make a short intervention about the Benin?
Yeah, Muriel, you...
Oh, okay.
Thank you. This is Ben Rachad Sanoussi from Benin. Can I go in French?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, but maybe I can
if
also...
we have someone that can do, what I've learned is called consecutive translation.
But you have to be really slow because my French is...
Right, but no, we would need somebody to translate. He would speak a couple lines and then someone. So if we have someone that volunteers as being good enough to do it.
Okay,
you can do it
slowly.
I will do it in English, don't worry.
Okay. I was wanted to try my French, okay.
Okay. This is Ben Rachad Sanoussi from Internet Society Benin chapter. So we also organized a School of Internet Governance last September. It was from September 11th to 15th September. So it was 5-day training. So we have some participants from Benin, from Togo, from Côte d'Ivoire, and also from Chad. So there were about 32 people who were trained. So during the 5 days, they have many sessions and many training as well. So it was really amazing because the Francophone region were engaged. They learned a lot about internet governance, how they can be engaged. And now some of the fellows are here on site also attending the IGF, like me. Thank you.
Thanks to you. Thank you very much. Bravo. Applauso. We have Henriette Abdelaji. Oh, sorry. How do you pronounce it? Oh, that's difficult for me. Abdelaji.
Yes. Hi again. It's Abdul Jalil Bashar from Chad. So I'm coordinating the National School of Internet Governance. It's not national, but it's School of Internet Governance. So we founded in 2019. It's funded by House of Africa. And the main objective is to bring, as you know, Chadian ICT students use digital professional closer to the global internet ecosystem. Because what we saw that there's not many Chadian, it can be in ICANN, it can be in IGF and other ecosystems in ITU. So main objective also to fill the gap, as I said, observed during the year in terms of effective participation of Chadian and the policy development process related to internet governance, national, regional, and international ecosystems. So first edition we organized in partnership. So a civil society partnership with government is a national ICT agency called ADITIC. So organized with them. So for 14 to 15 December 2020, it was in Gemena. So we bring people from outside also. There's Sebastien from France, Tijan Benjama from Tunisia. There's Estelle from Cameroon also. And there's some people in ICANN also, Yaovi, he did intervention online, and some people from Africa also. So it was the first time that we organize this kind of school in Chad. Very appreciated. Political side also. The minister congratulated us. It's the first time that we teach people from this sector and no sector also. So in this year, so we have, yes, 15 participants from 35 entities, can be ministry, parliamentary, civil society, youth, etc. So this year also we will organize our second edition. It will be from 6 to 8 December. So it will be in Gemena also. So we need your support, your contribution also. It can be online, it can be to coach the people also, because it's very important for us. So I need to stop there. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I will do it in translating French also.
Yeah, sure.
I suggest the inclusion of children aged 10 to 18 in emerging STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, mathematics, education programs.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Sorry, I suggest, this is a comment from Abdullah Kamar, who is an alumnus of PKSIG and APSIG. I suggest the inclusion of children aged 10 to 18 in emerging STEM education programs. STEM, of course, is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Within the framework of internet governance, it is a forward-thinking and crucial step towards achieving SDGs. By providing them with early exposure to STEM disciplines in the context of internet governance, we can foster a generation of digitally literate, responsible, and socially conscious individuals. Furthermore, teaching internet governance principles to young minds can instill values of online safety, digital ethics, and respect for human rights in the digital sphere, aligning with several SDGs that emphasize inclusivity, peace, and justice.
Was that a question or a comment?
It's a comment.
Okay. I would like to comment on that. In the Argentina School of Internet Governance, we do have a lot of high school students attending the school, especially high school students of their last year, where they are mainly technical schools. And some of them are quite engaged after that and interested in following IT careers and following also online discussions about different issues about internet governance. Not in the global one. We have young people. We don't have age limits, but not. I don't remember we had high school students, but mainly they are mainly young professionals. But in the Argentina one, yes, we had a lot of high school students, which I think it was very interesting.
Yeah, we have something called the India Youth IGF, which also covers young people. not in the school, but above school. So I think the floor is now open for any comments.
Other
from
comments?
Anyone. Yeah.
Avery?
Yeah, I'd like to make. Thanks. I'd like to make a comment that's within this theme, but more about the dynamic coalition itself and its role in doing that. I don't organize a school. I just go to a bunch of them. And one of the things is the dynamic coalition and its usefulness, both in having the schools communicate to each other, having the schools learn from each other, and also doing the multi-stakeholder model. One of the things, for example, we try to a moderate degree of success and failure, we mix it both ways, is to have the dynamic coalition be extremely bottom up. And basically sort of always, I don't know if you guys notice that follow it, constantly begging people to say something, to do something. And where the dynamic coalition started, it wrote documents. It you know, produced materials that hopefully could be useful to schools. And it may be the kind of thing that would be useful to look at again, whether there's something, for example, in the notion of the multi-stakeholder model, how it's seen, how it works, that would produce things that could sort of help the schools themselves sort of bootstrap programs in that. The dynamic coalition cannot obviously force any kind of learning on anybody or any kind of curriculum, but certainly as a way to make these things available to the other schools. And so I'm just sort of wondering whether that makes sense to people, that there is a help in the dynamic, and can we use it more for the schools? What would the schools want from a dynamic coalition to help them in teaching governance and understanding the multi-stakeholder model and the evolution of the model? And those are just kind of things I was thinking about, that, you know, I don't do a school, but I do dynamic coalitions. And I teach at schools.
In the website where we have the map, I think we have the possibility of sharing information, documents. Yeah, that should be.
Yeah, that's right. Perhaps
that should be interesting for us to remember, even myself, because sometimes I forget.
Oh, yeah, we have a wiki space where any school that wants to, and some have, for example, you know, the North American school, Glenn, has been amazing in terms of contributing pieces of curricula and others, and it's open for anybody to be able to do that. Yeah, let me see if I can bring that up
for example,
while we
have
keep talking.
That document in 3 languages about for the Global Digital Compact. We are working now on a different document about multi-stakeholder model. Those and other things that we all may have, that it's a good space to share, because we have the map. We can see the whole map of all the schools, and maybe others can consult and share information. Honestly, it's lack of time. It's not lack of interest. I usually forget, because a part of this I have to work. This is not my work.
Just a quick question for Avery. Sorry, Martin. It is lack of time. Avery, what happened with the collaboration between the DC and the IGF Secretariat on the IGF capacity building?
Yeah, that was last year.
That was basically a one-time thing where they took the document that we had spent several years developing and produced there, and I guess were you secretary, or were you chair at the time? I don't remember. But basically, and produced a document of their own that I haven't followed up to see how it gets distributed, whether it gets distributed, whether there's been any feedback on it and said, gee, nice document, but it would be great to have X, Y, and Z added to it. I have not followed up, and that might be a good thing to do in the next year, is follow up with the secretariat and say, did you use this? How many schools came and got it? How many schools tried to use it? How many schools found it useful? How many schools didn't find it useful, and why? So it's a good idea as a thing to follow up on.
Martin?
As thanks, Martin Botterman. Amongst things I also support indeed as was said beforehand by you, that the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise, and there we have a track on III on enhancing justified trust of the internet and email in the region by use of modern internet standards and global good practice. Now, if you go to GFCE III, you'll find there is a handbook that explains these modern internet standards and why they matter. And they also relate to some of the global good practices that you could refer to. So maybe this is also a resource that could end up on this page as a possible resource for schools. Basically, to teach it, you only need one person who understands the issues good enough to explain it, because the material is there. So,
thank you. Can you repeat the website?
GFCE for Global Forum for Cyber Expertise, and then III. If you Google for that, you'll find it.
Okay.
By the way, the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise, which came out from the so-called London process, which started the UK government 15 years ago, will have a world conference on capacity building end of November in Ghana, so in Africa. And I think this is probably a good opportunity for our African colleagues, you know, to link to this. So the Global Forum on the Cyber Expertise had its root in the issue of cybersecurity. This was also the main target of the so-called London process, to concentrate on cybersecurity, less on the broader internet-related issues. So, but cybersecurity is such a central thing, and I would recommend, in particular, our African friends, you know, to make use of this opportunity in Ghana.
Yes, and
yeah, so
it's GC3B to Google on. You need to get an invite.
Thanks, Martin. I think for us it's been very useful. We've been running these workshops. The fourth one we just completed, and it's been very useful, and it has even put us on a path towards an action item, a new project. So I have two comments online. I'll read them out. Both are from Keiko Tanaka. The first comment relates to the children. On the previous comment, Dynamic Teen Coalition may be the place to go for focus on teens. It's a new effort. Question, any chances of opening up education resources or youth MOOC or OER? I don't know what OER is. I think it is online education resources. Oh, okay. Okay. Do you want to respond to this question? Oh, you asked the question. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Does anybody want to respond to this?
I think that is really, it's really good that you are raising that. And I think UNESCO is actually reinvigorating a bit their Open Educational Resources Program.
But I don't see it coming to the IGF.
And it's not really coming to the IGF. So I think it's actually important. There's also some MOOCs that have been established. So in Africa, there's a MOOC on internet governance training for journalists that was actually developed with some support from UNESCO. If anyone's interested, I can't remember it right now. But I think that the thing about if we were to work on online educational resource, open educational resources, we would have to standardize. And I think that's the challenge, because with open educational resources, it kind of works if you use standardized templates and formats. Otherwise, you just have a repository. And in a way, the Dynamic Coalition already gives us that space for the repository. But it's a good conversation to start.
If I can, I'm trying to share the website, and I don't know whether it's something that, yeah, okay.
It's come.
So, okay, it's up now. And I can go through it a little if people want in just a few minutes. So there is a website that has been maintained. It, you know, basically there's mailing lists and archive. There's about DC meetings. There's the schools on IG. I think that's the one that may have the map. Yep, there's the map. And so basically each of the schools is requested. Obviously it's up to each of the schools whether they want to, but basically there's a form that you fill out and you get your school, you know, with a marker on the, you know, on the map. and then you click on it and you get the name of the school and some information. So that's good. There's a fellows section where fellows who basically want to put themselves in a list of fellows so that they can be found by others. They could perhaps be reached out to as possible teachers, et cetera. If you're looking for a teacher for your school, especially remote, unless, then it's a place to go and sort of say, oh, okay, this person was a fellow, et cetera. Faculties, some of the faculties list each other. I don't know how many of us have listed each other, but we can. And at that point, others can find members of faculty, not pieces of faculty. Somebody should teach me how to talk. Then we have a DC SIG wiki that lists a lot of schools and is editing the schools, sort of listing when they were formed. There's current work. There's a place, let me see, where you can basically put, I'm looking for, I didn't, not for the form, no, okay. Then there's materials, it's still only one school that's done it, but there's the materials provided by schools participating in the So any of you that are like really proud of your curriculum, really proud of a course you put together, really proud of whatever it is about your school you're really proud of that you're willing to make public and available to the other schools, you've got it. So the North American school here, basically provides a whole set of individual provided material, operations manual, introduction, plan, recruitment. So there is already a rich collection of information there. It could be so much richer. It's purely a voluntary effort, but it could be so much richer if those of you that want what your school does to be visible and usable by others, you took advantage of it.
Since Afri is mentioning the webby and the website, the wiki and the website, it's up for a while already, and I find it a bit sad that not really many have made use of the wiki, because I think it would be a great source for a global network of faculty, of fellows, of schools, of exchanging material, etc. The point is, and I'm saying that here on the record on purpose because it's getting difficult meanwhile, the wiki and the website and Afri's work is only supported by our association who is organizing the Euro SSIG, which is Medienstadt Leipzig e.V. So if anyone here in the room, any school or any other organization have some leftover budgets to support our work, that would really help to engage more into the dynamic coalition, because doing it on voluntary work is one thing, and everyone who is contributing to the dynamic coalition is contributing on a voluntary basis already. But at least a secretariat and the digital sources that we all need to work with, they need to be funded. And at the moment, Medienstadt Leipzig, the Euro SSIG, is the only source of funding. So we are taking it basically from our Euro SSIG budget. I could believe that most or many of the school could dedicate a little bit of, it doesn't need to be big money. I think if everyone contributes a little money, that would really help to maintain these resources and also to help the dynamic coalition to move forward. That I needed to say that, sorry.
Thank you.
So we have one hand up there.
Yes.
Two things I just want, one is a question, one is a comment. The first question is, has there been an effort or an initiative or a talk about having a world school on internet governance or a global school on internet governance? I know there are regional, there are national. This network has expanded so much over the last years that maybe now there is a time with all of us could pool in resources and look at something like organizing a global school on internet governance or something like that. We are at the IGF. This is the global forum for discussion on IG. But over here, we are, this room is the room which develops capacities for internet leaders to come over here and to talk about these issues. But what about our own forum? I know this DC SIG is here, and we organize a session every year at the IGF. But if we cannot pull in resources to organize a global school, can we leverage this particular DC, maybe organize more events around this, maybe have quarterly calls where the schools who are interested could share what they did, just to have more collaboration within the SIGs, rather than having, let's say, one meeting per year where we come down for 1.5 hours, talk to each other. This is so inspiring, honestly, coming from Pakistan and seeing that how other schools are doing it. And since this network is growing, I think this is an opportunity to actually leverage this potential, and probably make something which is global or at least cooperative within the SIGs. Thank you.
Thanks, Vakas. I think global schools, there are two people sitting on either side. This is the first one, this is the second one. Both of them have become from regional to global. So there are these things already in place. Now, the discussions in here in the DC are at the meta level, where we don't work at internet governance, but we talk about the things associated with it, how to run the school, what are the constraints, what is the evolution, and so on. So we have to probably think about this kind of proposal that you have put up. One other thing I want to mention is that in terms of evolution, the India school has put all their content from the first edition to the 8th edition on the website. So it's very interesting to look at the 2016 course content and then the later ones and see where it has taken us. So there is actually a very clear journey that has happened in terms of the course content on this 8 years. We have 5 minutes more. Are there any burning questions?
I would like to make a comment. Yeah. All the content that the school has is published in our YouTube channel in 2 or 3 languages. So after each school, our team divides each of the panels or keynotes into different videos with a clear sign who's talking and the issue and the languages. So all that content is available. And also one good experience that we had since almost the beginning is that we with all the group of students, we create a Telegram group that it's active since the school and it doesn't stop. And some of members of our team are feeding all the time different fellowship opportunities, working opportunities, research, news about internet governance. So that has been working very well and keep on the momentum in between the groups of students.
Thanks. I think we have to now think of winding up. So, Abri, would you like to make any closing statement?
Not really. I mean, I don't know if our rapporteur wishes to make a quick summary statement. That was listed on the agenda, but you don't have to unless you feel comfortable. But because what we do have to produce is we'll have to produce a statement or two that comes out of here. And if you have such a statement that you can give to the group, that would be great. Do you want the microphone?
Yeah, you can either come here or...
Please.
Thank you. Tu veux parler, c'est ça? Oui. OK, vas-y. Oui, vas-y.
Hello, bonjour. Bonjour à tous. Vous allez m'excuser, je vais parler en français pour la diversité linguistique parce que nous sommes en dernière réunion. Comment?
I can translate. No. If you speak slowly, I can translate.
Oui, parce que nous sommes c'est l'IGF. Tous les pays sont regroupés ici. Je peux parler en anglais, mais mon anglais n'est pas trop ça. Je préfère parler en français. Okay. Comme
he will speak in French because his English is not
oui, parce
so
que
good.
Dans mon pays, la Côte d'Ivoire, nous, on s'exprime en français. Donc, j'aimerais m'exprimer en français pour être plus à l'aise. Donc, je me nomme Fanny Saliou. Je suis le coordonnateur pays du Forum sur la gouvernance de l'Internet. Nous profitons de cette occasion pour vous informer que la Côte d'Ivoire organise son première école sur la gouvernance de l'Internet qui va se dérouler dans le mois de...
He's from Côte d'Ivoire, and you're organizing a first IGF?
Non,
School of Internet Governance. Sorry, my French is limited.
Nous avons eu l'opportunité cette année pour abriter le Forum Ouest Africain.
So they are going to open the West African Forum?
Oui, la Côte d'Ivoire qui a eu l'occasion d'abriter cette année chez nous. Donc,
so you're hosting the West African IGF this year. Yes.
Donc, suite à cela, on voulait organiser l'école. Malheureusement, le programme ne nous est pas permis. Donc, on a décidé d'organiser dans le mois de décembre. Dans le mois de décembre. Donc, on a besoin de votre soutien pour voir dans quel cadre, comment vous pourrez nous aider dans ce sens, même si ce n'est pas à côté financier, mais pouvoir avec des experts dans le domaine pour pouvoir amener tout le monde à adhérer à l'école, tels que les parlementaires, la jeunesse. Donc, je vous remercie
You
infiniment.
both helped me. That was too much for me.
So Fanny is from Cote d'Ivoire. They organized the first School of Internet Governance in December. So they need to bring all the people together. So they need the support of this, all the people here. It can be a speaker, it can be financial, it can be human resources. So what he need to tell us here.
Thank
so
you.
he's very happy to be here.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So me too, my English is very new. So at some time I was lost in with my translator in my head. So I have a few takeaway that I picked and write it down. Alors, oh, excuse me. So we. Yeah. As the topics was the SIG and the SDGs, I noticed that for the SDG 5 on gender, Miss Sandra from EuroSIG share with us the work that her SIG doing to have an inclusive and have a various thematics or topics about these SIGs. For the CDG 7 on access to energy, Miss Olga explained that access to energy and climate change have a great link. So in her SIG, they have a few panels discussing on this topic and his impact of the consume of energy. So excuse me if I made some mistakes. I will put it down later. Mr. Alexander from Russia 6 speaks about SDG on peace and justice and say that the 6 can help build new standards, help enforce the multi-stakeholders process like in ICON, and also enforces inclusion and effectiveness. From the SDG 5, Ms. Henriette from Afrizig thought about the new era of Afrizig, which is leadership development. And she said that this year they have a lot of parliament who came to enforce their knowledge about internet governance, and many of these fellows are here to discuss with the parliament track. Yeah, and I stop that. Oui. Oh, excuse me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. So, final words. I mean, I think we have to use the wiki more. Can you remind us the URL? So we have that in mind.
igschools.net.
igschools.net. Go to igschools.net, and we should contribute more. It's always the time issue. It's not lack of volunteering, but it's time issue. Apart from the school, I do have to work, this is kind of a hobby.
So thanks to everybody who've come to the session online as well as physically here. It is a very great session. So we are now looking forward to working closer with the DC.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
We'll wait a few more minutes. I think people are probably still having some lunch. We want to make sure we give everyone time to be here. So, thank you. Yeah, and also the oral. I know, no, it's really good. Great. Thank you very much. Sorry for the short delay, but it was a good opportunity to bring more people into the room. So thank you very much for being here for the 2023 session of the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment. I know you can go and navigate many paths in the agenda, the impressive agenda of the IGF, and so we're really happy that you are here. There are also, as we speak, some similar child rights focused sessions going on. So thank you for choosing this, and I hope that you'll have the opportunity to perhaps watch online some of the other sessions and engage with the speakers in those sessions as well. So as we all know, the theme for this year's IGF is the internet we want, empowering all people. And the Dynamic Coalition, which I will explain a little bit, and we can talk about throughout this session, has a clear starting point that for us as children's rights advocates, there can be no empowerment on or through the internet without a foundation of safety. And the internet we want and the internet we need is one where children's rights are guaranteed, and that includes speaking to them about their views about their digital lives and the online world. And of course, that's not just me or our coalition or my fellow panelists saying this. We can also refer, and for those of you coming from the previous session on digital rights in different regions around the world, we have now something called the General Comment number 25 to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child that recognizes children's rights in relation to the digital environment, and that was adopted 2 years ago. And this obliges state parties to protect children in digital environments from all forms of exploitation and abuse. So what this means is the rights that children have in the offline world, if we can call it that, are also guaranteed online. And I think this is crucial for the context in which we are meeting today. So in that context, when we talk about the AI, the metaverse, new technologies, frontier technologies, as we've seen at this IGF, it's clearly at the forefront of discussion. It's across the agenda very heavily. There are a lot of sessions talking about regulation, frameworks, guidance, opportunities, risks of these kind of new technologies. And we know, they are increasingly embedded in the lives of digital platform users worldwide. So we see that legislation, digital policy, safety policy, design practice, digital experiences are at a critical moment of transition. And innovation, it's not new, it's core to our human societies. It does actually define us. There is a pace of change, perhaps, that we're seeing right now that requires us to really stop and pay attention and consider what these implications may be and how we can harness the positive opportunities for the next, generations. Yes, indeed, I think we all agree, and a starting point for this panel, we will be balancing this conversation about the power of the transformative power of technologies, but also looking at how we mitigate the risks and address harms, some of which we can talk about very directly and concretely today, some of which we can probably predict, and some which we cannot predict. This is the nature of the evolving environment. We do know that that governments often find themselves playing catch up. There is a huge regulatory debate right now, but in many ways, in too many ways, it's responsive to the problem after it's happened. We'll be talking a little bit about, moving to a more preventive upstream model of safety by design. How do we prevent things happening before they take place, and how can we build at the same time those environments and communities online for children and everyone to thrive and be well and progress. We've also seen that some online companies, technology providers are not equal in that understand your commitment to design. I think that's something that's crucial for us to address. How can we all work with companies of different sizes to actually scale and share best practice and knowledge in these areas? And the questions I think that we need to ask is how we move from talk to action, how we move from policy to practice. This is also something that has come up in many of the sessions I have attended. We need to act. We need to be smart about the policies and laws we develop, but really the proof is in the implementation. The proof is in how we actually use these for the benefit of society, and how we localize these and make them relevant to the specific context in which we are implementing these policies and practices. We also need to think very seriously about how we assess and mitigate the risks of new technologies so that we can ensure safety, but also champion opportunity that tech provides for millions, billions of people living on this planet. So some of the goals of the session are to identify the main impacts of AI and new technologies on children globally, understand, hear from one young panelist, but also I see some younger participants in the room. I'm really looking forward to hearing your views on this, and to raise awareness for a child rights-based approach to AI-based service development. And perhaps at the end, I'll take the opportunity to talk a little bit about the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights as a vehicle within the IGF to really bring together organizations interested in ensuring children's rights are mainstream within internet governance policies worldwide. And we would love you to join us. We have some flyers and some QR codes, so you can't escape. You don't have to write anything down, and you can consider joining the coalition so we can actually move forward. I'm really pleased to introduce our speakers as well. We have 2 speakers online and 3 speakers sitting next to me. Perhaps I'll start with the online participants, since they've joined us very early, so they get the special prize. I have Patrick Burton, who's the Executive Director of the Center for Justice and Crime Prevention in South Africa. Patrick, good morning. I have Sophie Pola from the she's a media education consultant at the German Children's Fund. Thank you very much for joining us, Sophie. Here in the room, I have to my right Liz Thomas, who's the Director of Public Policy Digital Safety at Microsoft. I have Jenna Fung, who is a youth advocate for youth-led initiatives online. She's representing the Asia Pacific IGF, Youth IGF, and she's part of the Youth Track organizing team as well. And last but very much not least, I have Katz Takeda, who is the Executive Director of Child Fund Japan, who can also give us a perspective from the wonderful country in which we are attending this event. So thank you very much. Before we go forward, I wanted to just take a show of hands, because this is a round table. The seating makes it a little bit harder to make it a round table. So, a bit of audience participation. So perhaps you could raise your hand if you're from civil society in the room. Okay. And from government? Raised hand. From private sector? Good to have you. And from any other? And from the different regions, we have some colleagues from Asia Pacific region and European. Yeah, from any colleagues from Middle East? Hello, thank you for joining us. Latin America? No, and Europe? Some Europe. Well, I'm from Europe, so yeah, and the Americas. Great to have you. So we can have a global conversation. I think we are lacking some regions, but it's really great to have you all here. Thank you for being here. I should introduce myself. My name is Amy Crocker. I work for an organization, called ECPAT International. We are a global civil society network dedicated to ending the sexual exploitation of children. And I'm here as moderator today as the chair or coordinator of the Dynamic Coalition on Children's Rights in the Digital Environment here at the IGF. So this is a 90-minute roundtable. I've already taken up a lot of the time, so we will go on. We're going to organize this in terms of 3 themes, and what we'd like is, within each theme, to hear your reflections, take your questions. So we make this as much of a conversation as we can. And the first theme is broad but crucial, and it's on safety and children's rights being a cornerstone of the internet that we want and need. This is our proposition, but it's also a challenge, I think, to the internet governance community and to governments and companies and society worldwide. What I'm going to do is perhaps start with you, Sophie, online, if I may. And perhaps you could tell us a little bit about your views on why digital rights are so fundamental to our construction of a safe, equitable, and secure online world.
Yes, thanks, Amy, and hello, everybody from Germany. It's very early here in the morning, but I hope I can give you some insights in the German perspective on children's rights in the digital world. Maybe just a quick background. I work in the Coordination Office for Children's Rights in the German Children's Fund, and we accompany the strategies of the European Union and the Council of Europe on the rights of the child in Germany here, and among others, other things with a strong focus on children's rights in the digital world. Yes, Amy, you've already mentioned it. The General Comment 25, published by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child in 2021, sums up the importance of children's digital rights and provides a very comprehensive framework for this context. And yeah, the rights are crucial really to protect children from harm, but also promote their access to information and empower them with digital skills. And also important is that the rights of provision, protection, and participation must be given equal consideration and are really of fundamental importance for the digital world. So upholding these rights is not only an ethical imperative, but also an investment in the well-being of future generations and the society as a whole. And maybe a quick German perspective, which is quite concrete. We have, as German Children's Fund, we have looked into needs and challenges voiced by children when it comes to risks arising from online interaction. We have analyzed the research field on this question on how children deal with interaction risks, such as insults, bullying, or harassment in online environments. And therefore, we've conducted a meta research and compiled an overview of relevant studies with a focus on German children, how they develop coping strategies and how we can promote this, focused on the age group from 9 to 13. And we've gained some interesting findings from the reviewed studies when it comes to children's perspectives on online safety. Just a quick disclaimer, this was not in the context of artificial intelligence, but we still consider the results relevant to our discussion today. And I'd like to pick some important points for the discussion today and later maybe. The younger the children, the more important it is for them to have a social safety net. In case of online risks, they particularly want support from parents, confidants, or teachers, and particularly parents are perceived as the most significant and desired safety contact persons for young children. As children grow older, they increasingly resort to technical strategies to deal with online risks, such as blocking, reporting, deleting comments, enabling comment function. And this points to the considerable importance of the safe design in online spaces, which must be adapted to the needs of each age group. The youngsters voiced that platform-related reporting functions are seen critically by them because the platform-side processing of reports takes too long in their eyes and sometimes even fails to occur altogether. They want more information on how to report people, how to block people, and how to protect themselves from uncomfortable or risky interactions, especially sexual interactions. And this indicates that they need more education to make a more informed decision when coping. And last but not least, 2 points from a study from Thorn, conducted 2 years ago in the US, so not from Germany, but they have some interesting findings when it comes to reporting. First, anonymity plays an important role for adolescents, especially for young girls. They report that they would be more likely to use technical tools if they could be sure their report would remain anonymous. And very interesting, at the same time, this study results also show that adolescents would welcome a human connection in the reporting process, in addition to anonymity. So the big majority of the 9 to 12-year-olds we've looked at said they would be more willing to use reporting tools that connect users with a human than with an automated system. And yeah, just a quick insight, there are more findings, but those highlight the importance really of human resources as well as safe design for children in coping with risks online.
Thank you, Sophie. And you've touched upon, the second and third theme that we would be talking about, which is on the one side regulation and policy for safety, and that can be government policy, platform policy, and then also the issue of safe design, and we'll go into those. And I think it's really interesting, obviously drawing on research conducted with children, when we take a rights-based approach. you said, you won't be talking this study wasn't specifically talking about AI, but indeed, if we take a rights-based approach, it is about rights, perhaps about principles and values, and the technology itself should should be responding to those needs rather than the other way around. So I think before we go on to sort of some of the other issues around regulation and policy, I also want to turn to you, Katz, if I may, to talk about. I mean, we've heard from Germany to talk about in the Japanese perspective, your experience of doing your work based on children's rights and what that means in terms of creating safety nets, meeting the needs of children, understanding their thoughts so that you can help advocate for them based on their rights.
Yes, thank you for inviting me to this IGF, and especially this dynamic coalition session. So let me share some of the facts from Japan. But before then, I have to say, child rights is a fundamental part of this, work and societies everywhere. And we are, as a Child Fund is a child-focused agencies, we are promoting child rights everywhere. But we face several challenges so far. So we conducted some kind of a omnibus survey recently. It's in August. So this is age from 15 to 75 years old. It's a quite wide range. This is a kind of a image of the public opinion. So we have a question about definition of the CSAM, SHISAM, and also including some of the questions about AI. So let me share some of the challenges here. Then the result said is, some of the internal conflict between the human rights, especially the child rights, and also freedom of expression. So this is a maybe never-ending conflict everywhere, maybe not only in Japan, some other countries. I want to know some other countries' practices or situation later on. And we think we need to kind of balance between the two conflicts. Otherwise, we cannot continue to never-ending discussion between the child rights and freedom expression. And secondly, I have to say, I want to share this one, some kind of misunderstanding or misinterpretation of human rights. So we asked this kind of a virtual CSAM and also CSAM to the responders. Some of the respond and some comments, narrative comments said is virtual CSAM will prevent real crime. So this is kind of a misunderstanding or misinterpretation of human rights, especially the child rights. We need to more awareness or education to the public for this one. And thirdly, so I want to share this one is the one of the result of the public opinion is the question about AIs. As many of them is we should regulate AI under the context of the CSAM, SHISAM. But still is a minority disagree on this regulation. But interestingly, is 20% of the respond is we don't know or I don't know about the AI matters or AI risk. This is quite interesting and also some kind of risk in the future. So probably we should more focus how say, awareness to the public about the risk of the AI and also the opportunity of AI in the future. So that is one of some of our results. So I just how say share these 3 points, but maybe later on. So I want to hear from you about some other thoughts or insight or some kind of a result or research about the similar work on your country. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you pick up on a really crucial point is how, children's rights are understood and sort of made real within societies, how they're realized, which often will be dependent on a local context, based on principles that we have agreed on globally, but also helping people understand technology and the risks and opportunities. And I think this is a challenge. And maybe something, Liz, you will speak to later, how you make technology explainable enough that people understand the different sides of it when they're using it. And indeed, I think we will talk a little bit later about parents and the empowerment of parents. And I think this is something that has come up many times in conversations I've been hearing this week. So speaking about children's rights, Jenna, I'll turn to you to tell us that we're all talking rubbish. No, I'd love to hear your from your perspective on how your experience of how children's rights can be used to advocate for youth, and whether you think we're doing that in the right way.
Sure, I will try my best. As I work so closely with the youth in my own region in Asia Pacific. Most of the people who are involved in this IGF, they kind of have some sort of knowledge about what we're doing here. And the youth that is engaged in those conversations, they're over 18. But then as we talk about children, they're very young. And so, today I will add some and bring out some points as, from those outcomes that we have discussed in Asia Pacific, but we'll try to have some more representation, and we definitely not represent like teenager, which I personally see that they are the one that face a lot of challenges online these days, but I will touch on it a little bit later as I prepare some notes here and hope that I won't disappoint the audience here today. I believe kids today, they live and breathe the online world. They practically born with internet and tech gadgets in the hand, which many of us don't really get to experience or dream of back in the day. Even myself as a Gen Zer, I don't get to experience that. I only get to get introduced to a computer or internet when I was in kindergarten. But kids these days, they have their smartphones or iPads in hand. As soon as their parents play the baby shark, they stop crying, right? That's what they're dealing with these days. It may be a bit dramatic to frame it this way, but before they're born, the photos, everything, are filling up the parents' social media feed. That's basically how I find out my high school buddies become parents. And probably because their parents are Gen Z and posting on social media a lot. These kids this day, they don't really get to choose because they're not born yet, but they're already online. So it complicates a conversation even more. It might not always be the case because there are people who choose to be online, but somehow, it is happening a lot more because of how different generations will use internet or technologies. And I think with all this, we must talk about trust. This is one of the biggest things we also touch on a lot in the Asia Pacific Youth IGF and within our own youth community as well, because this is basically the bedrock of digital age, we believe. In a world where we rely on technology for almost everything. I guess we don't have to explain too much after the pandemic. Without the internet or technologies, we can't really live during that time. So trust is really become the glue that holds everything together. And digital age make trust really crucial against the backdrop of growing reliance on technologies and possible risks related to data breaches, data privacy problems, and unethical practices. So building trust and imparting fundamental digital knowledge are essential steps in creating a reliable and ethically responsible digital environment for the younger generations. Our society has evolved a lot to embrace diversity in terms of backgrounds, culture, sexual orientations, and more. With the progress that we have accomplished, potential harms and risks multiply. And the challenges of teenagers that face and encounter today probably way more multifaceted than those of the past. And I myself can't even relate. And I really hope that we will have a mechanism to engage those teenagers, technically they're underage, to be in the conversation so I can hear from them. I can't speak for them because I am not them. Naming some classic examples from that, cyberbullying, we're still talking about it. In early stage of the internet, flaming, trolling, harassment through emails. Now it's different, it's not more than emails. Where younger generations facing more than just social media bullying, it's now that they're encompassing a wider range of challenges like hate speech, doxing, cyber stalking, or one of the most concerned ones like image-based abuse, especially with the rise of generative AI. It just make everything very easier, relatively easier to do. And so that's like one of the things that I think they encounters like just complicated than before. And when underage face such challenge, it's very natural for them to turn to parents, because it's just natural. Talk to someone you trust. Sometimes may not be their own parent, but someone they trust. But to provide a safety net for underage, the guardian can't do it alone, and they must know something. Not all the parents or guardian would have the same level of knowledge of anyone in this room. And so, especially when there's like nuances on the risk that young children and teenagers are exposed to, it's totally different thing. I think it's like a responsibilities, it's shared by all stakeholders in terms of like safeguarding the younger generations that on this very topic. And I probably should stop here and save the rest of the point when we move on to theme 2 and 3. And I hope that I have already brought some new insights from the younger generations, because as I observed, there's like only a few youth that's interested in these kind of topic, and I hope that I represent a small portion of it here today.
Thank you so much. No, you absolutely did. And you've touched upon some really good points that set us up for the next topic. But of course, they're all interrelated. And I really like that you mentioned the word trust. I think this is a really important word in these times. Trust in algorithms when we talk about AI, trust in institutions, trust in companies, trust in parents. Many children don't have a trusted adult that they can rely upon to help them. So I think we have a lot of different issues we need to sort of unpack. Before we go on to talk about everyone's favorite topic of regulations and policies at just after lunch, so we're at risk of everyone falling asleep. No, I'd love to hear from the room if there are any perspectives on how you've found building your work upon a basis of children's rights useful, challenging, difficult. I don't know if there are any perspectives. I could call out, I think we have some colleagues from Brazil who just did a wonderful session, and you had some videos of children themselves speaking. I don't know if you'd like to speak, or anyone else in the room, about how you've used children's rights practically in your work to do the work that you do.
Thank you. I'm Larry Magid from Connect Safely. So in previous IGFs, we've had some workshops that I would co-lead called Children's Rights versus Child Protection and the tension between the two. We could protect everyone in this room by putting our in bubble wrap and never letting you out of your bed, although you would probably die from some bed-related disease. But the point is that being active in the world automatically creates some risk, and clearly being online creates some risk. Everyone knows that. And so we want to protect children, but at the same time we want to protect their rights. And sometimes those are in conflict. And where it becomes particularly critical is in the area of legislation, because even in the United States, which has as you all know, has something we call the First Amendment, which if you read the First Amendment in the American Constitution, it says nothing about how old you have to be. It doesn't say people over 18 have the right to free speech. It says everyone has a right of free speech. Well, it doesn't really say that, but that's how it's interpreted. But at the same time, there are laws being proposed in America which would, for example, prohibit children from under 18 to go online without parental permission. So that means a 17-year-old exploring their sexuality, their politics, their religion, or whatever would have to go to their parents for the right to express themselves. As everybody here I'm sure is aware, the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child guarantees children the right of freedom of expression, participation, assembly, etc. So these are in conflict, which is not to say that we should allow 5-year-olds to look at hardcore pornography. I mean, I'm not arguing that we completely empower all children to do all things, but at the same time, how do we ensure their rights and protect them at the same time without suppressing their rights? And frankly, if you were to ask some legislators, at least in the United States, and I think it's true in other countries, they would favor protection over rights and would take away their rights in the name of protection. And it becomes particularly of an issue when there are marginalized groups that are engaged in controversial activities, whether it's politics or transsexual issues or other issues where their rights are being suppressed by legislation and reportedly to protect them. So I just think that's an important backdrop, and even though that workshop is not on the agenda at this IGF, it's probably more important today than it was even the last time we had that conversation 2 or 3 years ago, because again, I can only speak for my country, there is more and more legislation that would essentially deny children their rights for participation online. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't know if anyone wants to speak to that, but I think absolutely, and there may not be a session on the agenda, but it's certainly something that has come up many times in the conversations we've all been having and at different sessions. And it is a huge challenge we face. I wish I had the answer. In some ways, I feel like we need to embrace those conflicts because we're always going to be navigating those conflicts. But I think when we go on to regulation and policy, we need to really critically assess, what we're trying to gain through different regulations and how those should be shaped. And I'll be speaking to that. So we have 2 questions online. Maybe you'd like to ask your question while we're waiting, yeah.
Well, thank you. And it's a follow-up on what Larry pointed out, Larry Magid. I'm Steve Delbianco with NetChoice, and 2 of the U.S. states which have aggressively attempted to ostensibly protect children extended all the way up to the age of 18 a requirement that any user of any social media site, even something like youtube.com, would have to present 2 forms of government-issued ID to make sure that the services knew that was an adult. And if they were younger than 18, they would have had to show that a legal guardian or parent had given verifiable consent for them to use a site. And it's fine to protect a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old, but it was a little ridiculous applying to a 17-year-old. And my organization, NetChoice, sued 2 states that had these laws, the state of Arkansas, the state of California. And last month, just a few weeks ago, we obtained a preliminary injunction blocking the state from enforcing those laws, which looks terrible for the tech industry to be suggesting that a state was wrong to try to protect children. But in fact, the judges ruled that the state was wrong to do it the way they were doing it. And in that mix will be an argument about the rights of a 17-year-old to access the kind of content that Larry brought up. And since your question was specifically about the rights of the child, if you dive into the document that's on every other chair, the best interest of the child is supposed to be a balancing test. Whenever I say that, I get heartburn thinking about GDPR, but it's a balancing test about the rights of the child to access and express versus the need to protect the child from harm. So I think you bring up the right framing of the question, and I realize that other nations that run into the same problem Larry and I are in the United States, they may not be able to rely upon a court system and a First Amendment in the Constitution to block a state from going that way. But we need to educate lawmakers, or they will write laws that are mainly messaging bills, where they get to claim they're trying to protect children, when in fact the mechanisms to do it on age verification just don't exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, and of course we could have a whole kind of week-long session about these topics. I'm going to move now, because in the interest of time, to the Bangladesh Remote Hub. There seem to be many of you. Great. Please go away. Go tell us your question. I'm from England, but my English is poor. I do apologize. Please give us your question.
Hello all, I am Tasni Choudhury, Joint Secretary of Women IGF, Bangladesh, and media personality. Dear moderator and today's event, greetings to all present. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask my question. How do we ensure that AI strategies, policies, and ethical guidelines protect and uphold child rights across the world, especially developing countries like Bangladesh? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, for the
We
question.
have another question from Bangladesh Remote Hub. Can we speak?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thanks a lot to allow us. I'm Riyad Hassan Badsha, Bangladesh, IHR Bangladesh Youth IGF. My question is, AI adoption among children can present many real risks, data privacy being chief among them. Popular chatbots like Snapchat's MyAI can quickly extract and process vast amounts of personal data, potentially exposing children to cyber threats, targeted advertising, and inappropriate content. How we ensure a secure cyberspace for the children? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions, and I think they are big questions. But I think it leads us very well onto sort of the topic of regulation policies around some of these really challenging child rights and child protection issues. And I suppose I'm going to put a question to you, Liz, from Microsoft about, what are the risks? Are there risks in a kind of one-size-fits-all approach to dealing with some of these issues? Because clearly we have a number of different harms. We have different, as our colleagues from Bangladesh have just said, different contexts in which we have to consider these issues.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Amy, and thank you for the great questions online. It's awesome to see the remote hub. I didn't know folks were gathering in different spaces, but that's brilliant. So starting from our starting point as Microsoft, we absolutely recognize that we have a responsibility to protect our users, and particularly our youngest users and children, from illegal and harmful online content and conduct. And part of the way in which we have to do that is through that incredibly necessary balancing of rights. So children's rights in the round, thinking about it as holistically as possible. So advancing safety, but also thinking about privacy, as the questions just raised, around freedom of expression, around access to information and everything else. And I think in part answer to the question that was just raised as well, I think the way that happens is going to be a combination of an ongoing need for both regulations, but also voluntary activities as we look to take on and build in safety and privacy by design. But for us as Microsoft to really do that balancing effectively, one of the things we really have to think about is the differentiation. So thinking about the differences between the wide variety of online services that we have. I suspect most of you in the room will be familiar with one or more of the wide variety of Microsoft's product suite. But I think what we have to really think about when we're thinking about it, a gaming versus a professional social network versus productivity tools, is how we really tailor our safety interventions to the nature of that service. And so when we think about this, that's really at the heart of our approach, is how we think about safety and rights in a way that's proportionate and really, really tailored to the service and the harms in place. And that's at the heart of our internal standards and the way we think about safety by design as a company. And that includes when we think about what's appropriate in terms of parental controls, the guardrails that are in place, whether we're thinking about what the business model looks like and the kind of platform architecture, or what's needed by the way the culture of the service and what we want to try foster in terms of user behavior and the way that we educate users and parents on those services. And really, we have seen some challenges start to arise internationally where regulation has been really, really broadly scoped and creating that sort of risk of one-size-fits-all requirements. And a really good example of that we see a lot is a real enthusiasm and desire to address some of the well-known issues arising from some of the social media services. But the definitions that can come through here may actually inadvertently capture a range of other services with measures that might not be appropriate or proportionate on those services. And so again, we really want to help think through what the appropriate safety measures are to really think about rights in a holistic way. I mean, I think that comes a little bit to the points that have just been made on thinking about privacy and safety and isolation as well, because we, particularly in legislation thinking about kids' privacy and safety, we see some kids' privacy bills, we see some safety bills, and again, these are not taking that holistic approach, or actually there are some laws as well we are coming through where there are concepts from safety legislation and concepts from privacy legislation in ways that may not entirely work together here. I mean, it's a challenge for us all because I don't think there is a perfect regulatory model for this yet. We are all still learning. One of the things that we are starting to see come through more is really a set of focus on outcomes-based codes. And so really thinking about what the flexibility is for different services and the scope of those codes to achieve the safety and privacy outcomes that are desired. That does start to create a bit more of a web of granular and complex secondary regulation. But I think it's the starting point where we really come to a place where we can evolve our approaches, really think systematically about risks, about rights, about impact on kids, and really think about what that looks like for the products where children are most vulnerable, but also where the opportunities arise. And so enabling us to think really holistically about risks and the mitigations for those, going through design and other choices. And I think, we are also still learning on the process of learning about what that looks like for some of those products. I know there are folks here at the IGF who are doing some amazing work in this space. And I think one of the things we'll talk about as we come through too is there is still a need, I think, to grow some of the evidence base, particularly on emerging tech, to think about how we do this best. And so I'll come to that in the next part of the conversation. But I think the other piece I just want to flag as well, as we think about different legal regimes culturally, is that there is a risk that globally we see existing inequality, economic and social disparities and other inequities really enhanced if there are regimes created where kids are unable to access technology.
Thank you, and that really brings together the importance of elevating children's rights and how we design and how those are reflected within policies and indeed, I mean, Patrick, I'll go to you now. I think it's interesting. I've also been, there's been some talk of fragmentation of regulatory policies. I'm also told that we shouldn't be using the word fragmentation in this context. But I think it is interesting in the United States. I know that's been a challenge that you have state-based laws that may conflict with federal laws, and that will be in other countries as well, where you have those kind of structures. And I think there's richness and diversity, perhaps in testing what goes wrong, but regulations take a long time to develop. So we can't just pivot in 1 month and decide we're going to, create something new. And I think this is a challenge. So Patrick, you've seen this issue from many perspectives, both from South Africa and your region, and of course globally. And I know, you and I in the past have also spoken about, prevention versus regulatory approaches. So I just wonder what your perspective is on sort of differentiated approaches to regulations in different digital spaces, but also the balance between these different kind of not conflicting but different factors.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. And it's quite hard to come after these amazing speakers who kind of taken all your thoughts and put them far more coherently than you could have. So I think I'm just going to start off by reiterating what almost every speaker has said, that I think while we speak quite glibly about child rights, what those means in different contexts, I'm not sure that we can altogether count on how child rights, even as they are contained in the CRC and in General Comment number 25, translate into practice in different cultural, religious, national, geographic contexts. There is huge variation in how child rights are interpreted, or where countries or states choose to place the emphasis, and inevitably we see that emphasis being placed on particular rights rather than an equitable embracing of all child rights, and that really translates so much into the digital space. I apologize, it's 6 o'clock, I'm still not altogether coherent. But I also just want to say that I think start off by saying that I don't think we can regulate our way out of the challenges that emerging technologies, immersive spaces, AI present us with. Regulation, we need to bear in mind, is just one of those tools, one of those arrows in our quiver. And I think we often place so much emphasis on regulation, and states place so much, and when I say states, I mean nation states or states with the, provinces, whatever they might be within national boundaries, place so much emphasis on regulation because they see it as not an easy win, but it's a very visible commitment to what they are doing and to their commitment to making sure that children stay safe online, without putting the sort of proportionate investment into, as you say, the prevention side of things, the education, the awareness raising, building capacity of parents, building capacity of children to building children's resilience, the one thing that we haven't been spoken about. And so regulation is critical. We can't do away with regulation, but it really is just one component of what we need in order to make sure that children's rights are realized online. Now, what does that mean for regulation? Liz mentioned this increasing focus on looking at secondary regulation, which is often quite messy. And I think there is a lot to be said for that approach, because ultimately platforms operate in different ways, services operate in different ways. There are some global standards, how data is managed, how data is protected, how data is collected, how data is used, for example, relating to children's privacy online and the right to protection. Those are standard, but at the same time, different services offer different opportunities for children to learn digital skills, to be creative online. We need to recognize that children have different evolving capacities at different ages, in different contexts, and those evolving capacities are largely influenced by different contexts, geographical contexts in which they live. Those evolving capacities are influenced by the households they live in, by the access to non-digital services they have access. I mean, we know the link between what happens online and what happens offline. And so I think having a sort of differentiated approach makes sense. I think it is a logical approach, but we can't wait for that sort of regulatory environment to concretize. I think, Amy, you just summed it up perfectly. Regulations take a long time to implement, and we need to learn from the failures of regulation, and we need to see what's working, what isn't working. The same with legislation. You started off this session talking about the gap between legislation and implementation. Well, it's from the time we start formulating policy to the implementation and the evaluation of the implementation, you're talking 10 years, by which point we are in a whole different universe in terms of emerging technology. And so we need to look at what individual services can do, platforms can do. And I can't think about this without thinking that in order to achieve that, we need to make sure that we are all singing off the same hymn sheet when it comes to what child rights are, and the transparent commitment and culture of child rights that any business, industry, government needs to be working from, and the transparency around that. Am I making sense? I mean, hopefully you can kind of bring all of that together. I'm going to stop, because otherwise I'll just keep talking.
No, thank you, and I hope you have some coffee or tea by your side. But no, absolutely, it does make sense, and indeed, I mean, I'll ask Jenna for your input on this, but I think absolutely I'm losing my train of thought. The need for, and we will talk now about a design approach and a child rights-based design approach that we can't wait for regulation. I think there is a strong role for it to provide a framework, to provide a legal basis on which we can have conversations and decide how to act. But I mean, each one of us in this room has probably 5-10 stories about the uptake of AI models or AI products. We won't name any in particular. And some of those are good, some of those are bad. But it's happening faster than we have the ability to take action. So we need to think very critically about where we go and actually build those into decision-making processes earlier on in the design of products, the building of products, and that's what we will go on to. But Jana, I just wanted to, before we do that, and then if we can take any reflections or questions from other participants in the room or online. Jana, what is your view on, from engaging with youth and through the youth sort of IGF perspective, what is your view on regulation as not as a solution, but as a part of the solution to some of the challenges we face? How do young people see that? What are the priorities for building a safe and empowering environment?
I've prepared some notes around it, of course. But before I respond to your questions or theme 2 overall, I want to quickly respond to what Patrick mentioned earlier about like how cultural factors and just culture in general, let's frame it that way, will be so different. Because earlier this year, I partnered with a group of amateur, we just do it voluntarily. All this policy researcher, actually Riyadh from Bangladesh Local Hub, actually we worked together to make a study and try to see how different jurisdictions in Asia Pacific deal with online safety. And from part of our study is that Australia adopted industry code to mitigate this issue, where Singapore used a more government-driven way. So it's kind of reflected some cultural influence in how we approach things. And I just find that, you know, it's really a fact that we have to admit, because especially in Asia Pacific, it's really different. Myself and East Asian, there are things that I can't understand completely from those who are from Southeast Asian and South Asian. And sometimes we will be unconsciously biased, and people sometimes from Western world do not think that Indians are Asian as well. I find it quite interesting when I hear from some people sometimes. But anyway, that's my quick response to it. And I will try to touch on the question that you asked with the notes I prepared. But most of these are like part of the outcome that we have from the discussion we had last month in Brisbane in our annual meeting. I think to deal with this very topic that we are trying to address today, the youth think that we need to have like a clear definition and scope of, you know, how about all this online safety threat, because sometimes like different people of different background will have different definition, and it's important to have international standard, of course, but also to have some localization to adapt into it, and so it's relevant to their environment. I think the other day I was attending a workshop, and then they were doing capacity building even at a municipal level, because that might be even more effective, because I personally work so closely with youth as a project manager for the Asia Pacific or IGF. I figure out that we have to empower them at many levels in order to get their voice heard, especially when we talk about internet governance, child rights online. If they don't really know about the technical aspect, sometimes they will suggest something that is not really relevant. Putting my other hat on, I actually work for the top level domain registry as well. Sometimes we think that we understand how the technology of internet work, but then when I talk to those engineers, they were like, all these details that enter the head, and they were like, that's not exactly what it is, but sure. So we need to have more stakeholders get into the conversation, because there's no way for everyone to understand everything. So we need to put all of them together. And if we are circling back to here, I'm going it too far. If we are trying to bring in the younger voice, I really want to, shout out to Bangladesh actually. They started way far ahead because I know that they have this kids IGF happening in the past 2 years, which is very progressive. It's hard to get a 5 years old into our conversation here because there's like different levels, but at a kid's level, it's really a good way to start early for them to start engaging them. There's no way for my mom to understand what we're here talking about. Been here for a long time, she still have no idea what I'm doing. But what we really want to stress is that we need to have a multi-stakeholder approach. But in order to achieve that, we must have capacity building along, try to make information accessible, use more accessible languages as well. So people with different level of knowledge can understand, and sometimes, and myself included, don't really speak English as their mother tongue, and so there's like loss in translation sometimes. That's also one of the barrier. And so if we really want to regulate and stuff, I think we really need to bring different voices into the process and, democratizing the process eventually.
Thank you so much. I mean, you've hit on so many important points, and I think I love this. I often think of it as, the regulation as being top down, but your point about the bottom up approach, not only among children themselves, but in communities, and actually building solutions through that. And then when we go on to sort of the safety dimension that helps support that, I think that will be crucial. I know we have, Jim, some collective comments or questions. Yeah.
And, I'll just summarize it, but just to pick up on the Bangladesh point, the second question was actually from the vice chair of the Bangladesh Youth IGF, so they're actively engaged there. But between those questions, and we have a question here as well from Mohammed, who's an instructor at Kabul University in Afghanistan. I think as you're addressing these issues going forward, what about the perspective and what can be done to help in developing countries like Bangladesh and Afghanistan address these problems? I think we all know the history of the challenges that these countries have with technology and access and capacity building. So as we're discussing this forward, maybe think about that as part of your comments.
Absolutely. I mean, would anyone on the panel like to talk about how we can address some of those issues? I mean, I think, Jenna, even you spoke a little bit about, looking at different opportunities for codes of conduct that can be not copied exactly, but that are based on some values, principles, some guidelines, possibly that can be translated into your own context for the participant from Afghanistan. I think learning from approaches to regulation that can work, possibly, but obviously understanding the context there. And I suppose also back to Jenna's point, making sure that the children and young people are consulted, find out what do they think, how do they feel about these issues, and trying to drive there. But again, I don't know if anyone, even in the room, would like to comment on that. Otherwise, we'll take a question.
Okay, thank you. Andrew Campling. I run a public policy, public affairs consultancy, but I also am a trustee of the Internet Watch Foundation, so it's probably more with that hat. It's a very big topic, so I'm trying to give two fairly narrow points that are at least linked in token ways to AI. So first one, algorithms quite obviously make malicious content much more accessible through their recommendations. So for example, in the UK, we've seen a child who unfortunately was sort of shown sort of suicide relevant content, committed suicide. It's highly improbable she would have found that content had the algorithm not sort of shown it to her. So sort of first question, should there be restrictions on the application of surveillance capitalism to children? A blanket prohibition of doing the data gathering of known child users on platforms in the first place to try and prevent that from happening. Secondly, AI sort of models are already being used to generate CSAM. So should AI-generated CSAM be illegal? It is in some countries, but it's a loophole in others? And should prompts that are deliberately intended to generate CSAM, should the circulation of those be made illegal? Because there's an active trade, that's the right phrase, in the best prompts to use to get the images. And then more generally, sort of given the pace of technology change, and you said how difficult it is to create sort of regulation, it's easily sort of been outpaced by the changes in the tech. Dare I say it, learning from the sort of the UK experience, should we try and avoid being caught out by the pace of change simply by imposing a duty of care on platforms of their users, because otherwise it's pretty much impossible for regulators to keep up with the changes. So just give the blanket duty of care and put the problem on the platform operators to do that responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Big questions. I know that Patrick wants to come in. Oh, do you want to quickly speak to that, and then we'll bring Patrick in? Oh, Patrick, go ahead.
Thanks, Amy. Just two very, very quick responses. The first to the question from Afghanistan, and it's just a general observation. In so many of the countries in which I work, where governments are trying to catch up on policy, they're trying to catch up on legislation, they're looking to key countries for model legislation. They're desperate to look at best practice. And so what tends to happen is there are 3 or 4 countries that come to mind. They look at those countries and try to model their own legislation based on that, without recognizing some of the challenges and the dilemmas that those pieces of legislation face, or where they haven't got it right. And so there's a real danger in developing countries saying, okay, well, this is what country A has done, we're going to follow that model, without any critical engagement as to what some of the challenges in implementation might be. So that's just an observation. I think there's a real danger of doing that, and I do see that a lot in many of the countries that I work in: Southern Africa, North Africa, some of the Asian Pacific, smaller island countries and territories. And then, if I can just abuse my position, my mic. Just in response to the question or the observation from the IWF colleague, the other thing that I see in so many of the developing countries that I work is this issue around definitions. And now you raised the example of AI-generated CSAM. What tends to happen is countries are loath to update their sexual violence, whatever legislation, their child sexual abuse, exploitation, crimes, offences are contained in, because it takes so long. And that's where I think it's also up to individual industries and companies to say, we are going to adhere to these definitions of CSAM, and that includes AI-generated CSAM, so that it's actually a step ahead of changing national policy, because that is going to take 5 to 10 years for that policy to update, because it's such a process for legislation to be updated. Thanks.
Thanks, Patrick. Go ahead, Liz, and then I've got many follow-ups to give to people in the room.
Great. Well, I will try to be brief. I mean, I think a couple of great questions from the IWF here in the room, and things that are really top of mind for us. And actually, I think this goes to some of the points I was hoping to raise anyway. So excellent segue. I mean, on the topic of AI-generated CSAM, I think certainly for us in industry, it's thinking about these risks has absolutely been at the core of our responsible AI approach at Microsoft, but also how we're thinking about applying safety by design across the services where that's being deployed and the features in that. On the question of legality, I think this really goes to some of the conversation we've just had around A, the criticality of regulation, but also B, regulation not being the only tool in the toolkit. And I think it goes to, again, we have to have the whole of society approach to addressing these problems. And part of that will be us taking responsibility to make sure that this particular horrific harm type is not being disseminated or created on our services. But secondly, that need for urgency and some regulation. I know in some jurisdictions there have already been statements around the legality of CSAM, but I think it speaks to some of the great work by the We Protect Global Alliance and others as well, with the model national response to really help support harmonisation on legal regimes in this, so there are not spaces where this crime is permitted. On the question of whether children should be able to access some services or not, 2 quick points in response. And I think part of this goes to the references to safety by design across diverse services that I made before. And part of that is really thinking about where there are recommendation systems or other features, what impact that has on the risks to young people on the service, and understanding the potential mitigations for that. But more broadly, I think you've kind of raised one of the major topics under discussion in child rights and child safety conversations at the moment, which is obviously age assurance, and the ability to identify whether users are indeed actually children. And there are multiple strands of work, I think, that are needed here really to help us find the right tech solutions, noting that there are a range of trade-offs between sort of getting the right degree of accuracy around the age of a child versus privacy, security, and other factors. But then B, once we do know the age of a child, what are the choices that we make around the safety interventions and indeed access to services on that? And I think this is where we are really, certainly as Microsoft, very keen to continue the conversations with experts and grow our evidence on these topics.
Thanks. I know we have some questions. I just want to, Sophie, I don't know, because I know you're waiting there with us online. I wonder if, you know, picking up on the point I think made about, you know, the use of children's data, for example. I wonder if you have anything you'd like to say about, for example, the Digital Services Act and what that may kind of mean for sort of protecting children's data within the EU. Is that something you'd like to speak to, or speak about the European context?
Yes, I can give a short insight. We have the Digital Services Act in the European Union, which is going to be in point next year. And we also have regulations following the DSA in Germany. Right now, we are discussing it a lot. And from a child rights perspective, we consider it a really important point to make, and a good way to protect the data of children, especially when it comes to advertising, but also when it comes to the responsibility of very large online platforms to protect children and young people from certain risks. I'd also like to add something to the idea of children's rights by design, and also on children's participation in regulation, because I think this is a crucial aspect if we really want to think children's rights in a holistic way, not only to focus on the protection point all the time, but to do it in a holistic way, and also looking for how can we empower children, how can regulation support the empowerment of children, and also how can regulation support the participation of children, because how digital media are regulated and designed has a really direct influence on the lives of children and young people, but they, if we're honest, rarely have a say in these issues. The GC25 also addresses this right of young people to participate in questions and decisions about the digital environment. And here in Germany, we've already seen some efforts to involve children and young people in the design and implementation of legal youth and media protection. We, as a German Children's Fund, we've conducted also an exploratory research and concluded in this context that we need quality criteria for participation in this point. And we've encountered already a wide variety of participation-oriented formats, such as consultations or comment processes where children are included and involved in regulation processes. We have youth juries, editorial boards, and also young people who design products and even design and conduct events on their own, get involved in peer-to-peer networks or consultations. And I'd be very interested in experiences from other countries. And this also leads me to the point of safety by design, child rights by design. children and adolescents need social spaces where they can really implement their own ideas without being primarily affected by product guidelines or market-driven interests, allowing them to exercise their right to open creative processes. And this likely clashes a bit with a metaverse concept, whose hosts also target young audiences. So safe social spaces are more likely created by civil society and educational organizations. That's what we've seen so far. And the approach children's rights by design offers providers the opportunity to place children and adolescents self-realization and participation really at the forefront, and develop ideas on how to involve them as informants and full-fledged design partners. And this is also, and I think Patrick already mentioned it, an opportunity to bring in the aspect of the evolving capacities and to really look how to develop age-appropriate social online spaces. And yeah,
thank you.
That may be on this part.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sophie. I'm sorry to cut you off because we have a queue of questions in the room, so we'll take some questions. Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Ana. I'm from Brazil. And right now, in the National Council for Children's Rights, we are preparing a document with some guidelines and recommendations for the prosecutors, the public ministry, and all the services that work with children and adolescents, and what these agencies should do and require from platforms to protect children. Because how can platforms manage to remove content from films, for example, and not remove violent or dangerous content for children? So how can we focus on protecting by design, like you were saying? Because yes, there are standards, international standards, but they are not applied equally. Children, especially from the global south, have a much lower level from protection than those from the north. And we already have data to affirm that. And another question is about how we can legally framework, for example, images of child abuse created by AI, because we are thinking about this now because our legislation doesn't fit for these actions. So how have you been dealing with this in your countries, like apology for crime or incitation? So that's it. Thank you.
I will quickly just see if, and then we'll take, Kasia, your question. Katz, I don't know if you would like to respond, because on this point of how you can think about legislating for this, because this is the point you raised earlier in Japan, and how you can sort of build awareness about the need to criminalize these types of content.
Yeah, thank you for raising the issues. It's quite important. But for Japan, so we don't have any regulation and policies to regulate that kind of AI-generated image so far. As quite recently, the BBC focus on some kind of a AI-generated, some kind of a SHISEM. But we couldn't we couldn't know about that kind of news from the Japanese media. I think kind of a more responsibility of media in Japan. So they have to inform us that kind of a situation right now. Otherwise, it's the normal people, we don't know about what's going on, the AIs. So I think we need to know more about that kind of new information. Maybe not only the media, we can collect information from SNS, whatever. So.
Thank you. I'm going to declare that we'll all stay here for 3 more hours, so I hope you all have time. unfortunately, we cannot. So, Kasia, please.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Katarzyna Staciwa, and I represent the National Research Institute in Poland. But I would like to link my intervention to my previous experience in law enforcement and also in research based on my education in criminology. So actually, it's so live discussion that it only proves that we need more room in the future for these sort of discussions. And I wanted to thank you, Katsuhiko, if my Japanese pronunciation is well, and Liz for all the comments related to research and child rights in the so dynamically developing space. I have recently conducted research on the metaverse, and I believe research is a key. And research can also guide the developing countries because there is a chance to benefit from what has been found out already. And the research can also guide our future actions. So in this research, I analyzed the darknet and I analyzed the themes of conversations of people that are potentially sexually interested in children. And I found out that there are 3 themes that are absolutely worrying. The first one is that it's an environment in which people like that can meet a child or can move conversation from publicly available spaces. The second is that they can create something what has already been said, that they can create AI-generated CSAM. So imagine that someone uses a picture or a video of a real child and transfer it into that sort of material. It will be constant re-victimization of a child that was absolutely innocent. And the third one is even more scary because it was about upgrading the existing CSAM into the VR or metaverse-oriented frame. So it means for the victims, the past ones and the future ones, a constant re-victimization. And we should be definitely looking at this perspective. And the call for more robust research has never been more valid. So I would just like to finalize this intervention with a focus on research as a potential gateway to more like tailor-made oriented actions for the safety of children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And actually, I mean, it points to a really interesting point, Sophie, that you made about, you know, safe spaces being created by, you know, civil society organizations, communities, families offline, and what should that look like in the metaverse? What can that look like? And are we ready really for that? And of course, we haven't, I mean, we are short on time. We could speak about safety by design for a long time, but I think these are crucial issues we have to grapple with as we, you know, allow children to operate as they want to. Young people want to be engaged in these environments, and also picking up on the point about what that means in different contexts, because a tool or an environment designed by a company in one country, one region, will not necessarily be meeting the needs of children in other environments or children of diverse identities. So please.
Hi, thank you so much for all the intervention. My name is Ahmad Karimi. I'm from UN Women Regional Office for Asia and Pacific. And I come from that angle of the discussion where whenever we have those kind of big topics, we tend to be gender blind in the conversation. And I wonder if there is some specificities in related to gender design that would relate more or give more attention to girls and young adults and females and those who could be affected more by the advancement of technology, and where national laws is not considerate, where we put all the children in one basket, but then there are some marginalized and fragile groups that deserve more attention, especially from the design of technology itself. Thank you.
I can jump in briefly on that. I mean, fundamentally, the lens we're certainly coming at this from is we want to unlock the economic, social, and educational power of technology, but really find a way to do that. They're using it mindfully and safely, and you can't do that without being alive to the gender element. So I think absolutely, where I think we are still again in need of a better understanding. We've done consumer research for a long time now. There's a lot of good work underway, but I still don't think we necessarily have the right level of understanding of some of those gendered impacts. And I think one of the only ways to do that actually goes back to some of the first conversation we had around youth participation, because as a millennial who got a device in high school rather than in kindergarten, I know that I don't have an understanding of what it looks for a teenage girl online, let alone in a diverse range of cultures. I'm a New Zealander. I come with that particular lens. There are a whole range of lenses I don't bring. So finding those ways to do that research and to get those perspectives. And we know that as a company, we don't always have the right ways of doing that either, and doing that mindfully in a way that is really asking questions of kids at the right age in the right places, and doing that safely as well, so that they're feeling really empowered to share. And I think it goes a little bit to some of the capacity building you talked about as well.
Maybe I can jump in a little bit to quickly respond to Emmett's points about gender and youth participation. Actually, my colleagues right here, they are going to talk about something about gender tomorrow morning, about they are even younger than me, let's be real. And then they often give out points that I don't even touch on. They design the workshop from that perspective because they think it's very important. Their interpretations about on gender is different from what we historically define. And that's really important. And I got invited to a panel about how we leverage AI to ensure gender inclusivity. And suddenly when I prepared a session, I was like, why am I even invited to that? Because I am just one of those ordinary heterosexual person with really ordinary point. Why am I even on there? And so I feel like, with talking to more young people, you will get some new insights from how they think. As much as we dedicated time to talk about CSAM, I think it's really important for us to address that. And I do think that we should, instead of just create one big bill to deal with how AI influence all this matter, I think government and all stakeholders should modernize different existing legal framework, like modernizing like Broadcasting Act, Consumer Protection Act, Competition Act, to make sure all these matters are integrated into it. And so public interest or the younger generations ideas are considered while we are creating all these like policies. While we are talking so much about CSAM, last month when I was in Brisbane talking with all these Asia Pacific youth, their workshop designed something about explicit content. They have a totally different approach, because I think when it comes to CSAM, maybe as an adult, we care how we protect them, which is very important. But they actually want to explore how they and maybe we use explicit content to express themselves. And so they actually talk about like OnlyFans, so kind of platform, how we create a safe space for those who want to express themselves through those content, which sometimes we forget to talk about it. This is also their right to express themselves if they want to. And so that's just one thing that actually surprised me a lot, because I never thought about it. Probably I'm too conservative in some way. But that's something we should, that is why we must bring them, because we will always find something new. We as an adult think they need this, but maybe it's actually not. So we should have them.
And we have a few minutes left for final reflections, but that's a perfect place to bring us home, because ultimately this is about creating safe, empowering spaces where you need regulation to do certain things. You need design to be mindful and informed by child participants, so by child consultation and participation. So in 2 minutes, but I'm maybe gonna, take an extra minute if we can. I'd like to invite all our panelists to just give maybe a final reflection on what they've heard today, something that really stands out. What, perhaps even just what would be your, if you had to, your takeaway, but what thing you would do tomorrow in response to this session. And I'll go first online. So Patrick.
Thanks, Amy. And it's really hard to follow up from Jenna, because as you say, I think that is the perfect way to wrap it up. I had 2 notes. The one was speak and engage, not speak to, engage and hear from meaningfully children in different contexts, their understanding, their experiences, both positive and negative, and how they want to use the internet. And that means that we need to be open as adults to challenge our own thinking around this, because we need to let young people who are the core focus here determine or dictate, feed into that space. The second is also my second point I just wanted to conclude with was it was great to hear the speaker from Poland, in the audience, who's a criminologist. The other point that I'd wanted to make when I was talking is we need to have criminologists, violence prevention, public health, educators, social workers, all of those sectors and specialities around, and child rights, legal experts in this conversation. It cannot come down to industry, to government, to regulation. We need to make sure that we have all of those pieces fitting together in order to make this work. Thank you, Amy, and thanks to speakers for great conversation.
Thank you. Sophie, very, very short, if possible, just your main reflection.
Yeah, thanks to everyone for your inputs, to the speakers, to the audience. I think my learning from today is that to advocate children's rights in the digital world in terms of a holistic approach, we need so many stakeholders, and it's important really to grab them all and go this way, and especially to go this way with children and young people themselves as a really important participant group in this context.
Thank you. Katz, I'll go to you for a final reflection, if I may.
Yeah, thank you so much for your brainstorming session. So I really appreciate your input in encouragement everywhere. So I think whatever the design, whatever the house regulation policies, all the time we should move on to the rights-based approach. That is most important. Whatever the human rights or child rights, very important, significant approach. Then also, in the past, probably we made an effort to more approach to public or people, but in the future, maybe to approach to AI in the future. So we need to more have some approach, the target will be increased in the future, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, Jenna, and then Liz.
I will be really brief because I think I've had taken enough airtime. I think one last takeaway is collaborations, I would say, because as someone who work on capacity building, I need research to back up all the things that I do. And then we, all the stakeholder work together is that, in terms of like legislation, regulations, we need government, private sector, and everyone to work together to give a safe environment. And of course, don't miss out the technical community, please, because they are very important. They have all the knowledge, and sometimes they might not be the best involved in the policy making process. So yeah, that's just my final words. Thank you.
I'll be really brief. I think my takeaway today is to continue to try to approach this in the spirit of learning. Learning from others, learning to try keep the holistic approach in mind, and we need to grapple with different harms, but we need to find a way to do that while also thinking about rights. And I think it's a complex area, and we'll have to keep learning together.
Hello? Yep. Sorry, I won't summarize this. We are over time, but it's been a really fascinating conversation, and I genuinely wish we had more time. But as someone commented, we need to continue this conversation. If anyone is interested to join the Dynamic Coalition and to continue these types of conversations, we have some flyers. There is a QR code. You can go to the website. You can also go on the IGF website, find us, and sign up to the mailing list. We want to help create a space within the IGF, a bigger space, a renewed space for children's rights issues to be discussed. I will end it now. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you to all our speakers, and thank you to Jim as our online moderator. And thank you to Bangladesh Remote Hub. It was so lovely to have you here, and all participants online. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this open forum on the Digital Trust and Safety Partnership. We are just sorting out one matter technically, and then we will get started. Okay. Am I able to control the slides? Yeah, okay, because I don't know how I... So good afternoon, everyone, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to anyone who is joining us remotely. I'm David Sullivan. I'm the Executive Director of the Digital Trust and Safety Partnership. We're thrilled to be here at the IGF holding our open forum. What we're going to do today is first, I am going to tell you a little bit more about the Digital Trust and Safety Partnership, our objectives, the progress we've made, our approach to really articulating industry best practices for trust and safety online. And then we'll talk about what that means for the free and open internet. And we have a terrific panel of guests and experts joining us from across the region, around the world, different stakeholder constituencies. We will so have that panel discussion, and then we'll really try to benefit from the expertise of everyone here in the room and save plenty of time for open discussion and Q&A. So with that, I'm happy to get started. Okay, great. Yeah, here's our agenda, as just mentioned. I'll introduce our panelists in a moment when we get to that piece. But first, let me tell you all a little bit more about the Digital Trust and Safety Partnership. DTSP launched 2.5 years ago in February 2021. We're really a voluntary industry body that's come together to articulate best practices for what we call trust and safety. This is a term that is well understood within the industry, within technology companies, where teams responsible for something called trust and safety have often been around for 15 or even 20 years. But it's a term that is less well understood and maybe is often more thought of within the internet governance space as platform governance, platform regulation, content moderation, online safety, all of the issues around the content and conduct online that we are all concerned about. So our partners have come together to articulate best practices using a risk-based approach. And I would say that there's two fundamental aspects to how our partnership works that we want to highlight and start with. The first is that there are many, and I think even within the IGF, probably at other sessions that are going on right now, very important discussions about the sort of normative aspects of how should content be governed and regulated online. You know, what does international human rights law say about this? What does national law and regulation say about this? Our partnership is taking a different point of departure. We are descriptive. And so we say there are practitioners inside tech companies who've been working on these issues. Let's describe the work that they do. The second fundamental piece is that we are not suggesting that companies offering products and services that are very different from each other, from search engines to social media to instant messaging to dating to video games to sharing economy. The idea is that all of these companies should have their own policies, their own terms of service that are particular to their product, to their audience, but that these companies can use the same practices to address the content and conduct that they do not want to see on their platforms. So we are about aligning companies around practices, not around specific types of content. So as I said, different risks, different threats for all different types. So there really is no one-size-fits-all approach to trust and safety. And as we know, this is a constantly evolving and changing world. The threats that people are worried about online tomorrow will be different than they are today. And so we need this risk-based approach that is going to evolve over time. Here's just a quick snapshot of our current partner companies. And as you can just see from that quick glance, we bring together companies of different sizes with different business models and very different products and services, but again, trying to align around those common approaches, the common framework. And so here is our best practices framework, which all of our companies commit to. So basically, we have 5 overarching commitments that all of the companies who are partners of DTSP commit to. And they mirror the product development life cycle and start with product development. So this is really about safety by design and sort of identifying and evaluating content and conduct-related risks in product development. So as I said, this is not particular to child safety. It's not particular to disinformation, but it can really encompass any of the risks that a company might be concerned about. The second commitment is around governance and adopting the sort of being transparent and adopting explainable rules for their product or service, enforcing those rules in the third commitment around enforcement, improving over time, and then being transparent with the public about how all of these processes take place. So here you can see that underneath those 5 overarching commitments that I just mentioned, we've articulated around 35 specific best practices for trust and safety. And the idea is that companies can use whatever combination of these practices or perhaps identify other practices that are particular for their product or service that they can implement in order to sort of align with our framework. The goal is not really to say that, hey, here is all of the answers to dealing with trust and safety online, but to say, here's a framework. Can you find within this what works for your company, for your product, your service? So having best practices is great, but it doesn't mean anything unless there's really robust evaluation and assessment of how companies are using those practices. So the first thing that our organization did after it launched in February of 2021 was to develop a methodology for assessing how companies are implementing these practices, which we published in December of 2021 called the SAFE Framework. And in 2022, our founding companies undertook self-assessments of their own trust and safety practices using this approach. And 2 things that are fundamental to this approach to assessment, which I think can be relevant to a lot of the conversations that are going on now globally about what to do about these issues about online content. The first is that the assessments are tailored based on risk. So they're about looking at the size and scale of a company so that we're not asking a company like Bitly to do the same assessment we would expect of a Google or a Microsoft. And then also look at risk, look at the user volume for a product or service, or look at the product features that might introduce levels of complexity or risk that would warrant taking a much more intensive and detailed look at that product or service. And then based on that, companies used this 5-step assessment methodology to look at and find out what level of maturity are their products and services. And we actually developed this maturity rating scale, sort of 5 steps from ad hoc to optimized. And companies used our process to identify where they saw their own practices as less mature or more mature. And because our goal as an industry association is to develop best practices and show accountability, it's not to be ranking our companies against one another. So in our public report about these practices, which is on our website, dtspartnership.org, we aggregated and sort of anonymized the results of these self-assessments in order to show what's the range of maturity for the different practices that our companies are using for online safety. And what we found was here's where companies saw their practices as being more mature. And these processes, generally speaking, are things that teams within companies responsible for trust and safety or content policy can often do sort of by themselves. Teams that have been working on having policies and standards and enforcing those standards and reporting on those standards that is where companies tended to find that they were more mature. Looking at where companies saw their practices as less mature and in need of improvement, these are the practices on this slide. And here we can see it's oftentimes things that involve working with external organizations and external. So getting input from users on how to shape content policies, working on community self-regulation for the types of services that have that kind of community moderation component, or working with researchers and academics on things like access to data and other programs like that. So this is a snapshot in time that's now more than a year old. But I do think it sort of gives a sense of where the industry saw itself as doing better and as in need of improvement, and something to build on. Where we are now is we've shared those results and we are starting to pilot how we can look at having independent assessments where it's not the companies assessing themselves, but having independent third-party assessments that can complement or work with or help provide companies with workable solutions for compliance with many of the online content regulation regimes that we're seeing developing in different places around the world, some of which we'll talk about in the panel discussion shortly. Just to kind of restate, the objectives for our partnership is really first about bringing companies together to protect people online, protect their safety and protect their rights, see how these best practices can be supported by governments as they consider their own approaches to content regulation, grow our membership so that it is reflective of the global world and all of the people who are using these services around the world, so looking for new members from other parts of the world, and look to lay the groundwork for international standards in this space. There's a number of things that we've done recently that I wanted to mention briefly. We've just released over the summer an industry glossary of trust and safety terminology in order that our members can kind of align around the baseline definitions for the terms that trust and safety professionals use in their daily lives. Again, that's on our website, and there's copies I can share. We have a booth in the exhibition hall where you can also access that via a QR code. We're also working in multi-stakeholder and public-private partnerships, including with the World Economic Forum's Global Coalition on Digital Safety, to develop, together with civil society and regulators and international organizations, some common approaches to things like risk assessment. And we've just launched and published a set of guiding principles and best practices for age assurance, showing how our partnership can zero in and develop some practices on specific elements within this broader framework of trust and safety. So as I said, next steps is really looking at those, trying to pilot an approach to third-party assessment, continuing to consult broadly with stakeholders, and support our companies with their efforts towards having really meaningful and transparent compliance with regulations in a way that ultimately makes people safer online. So with that, I think we can move on to the panel discussion here. And I am thrilled to welcome our panelists. So here in the room, we have Nobu from the Ministry of Communications of Japan. We have Kimi from OpenNet Korea, civil society organization from Korea. We have Angela, who's the head of Trust and Safety Research and Partnerships at Google and a DTSP board member. And Farzana, do we have our remote speakers as well? Yeah. So online, we have Brent Carey from NetSafe, and we have Rashika from the Online Safety Commission of Fiji. And so really what we wanted to do with this open forum was to, sort of leverage the expertise of the global internet governance community to talk about what does this industry kind of effort on trust and safety mean for a free and open internet, and can this approach of industry best practices and standards be leveraged to prevent things like internet fragmentation and support the goals that we ultimately want of an internet that facilitates and promotes people's rights and while also keeping them safe. So I'm going to start here with you, Nobu. Thank you. The Japanese government has been generously hosting us here in Kyoto. It's been wonderful. So you have really an extensive career in technology policy here in Japan, as well as working at the OECD. I wanted to ask you, what role do you see in terms of industry practices when it comes to the development of Japan's approach to regulating online content? How do you see this potentially supporting or not the goal that I know Japan very much shares of an open and interoperable internet?
Hello, everybody. My name is Nobu Nishigara from the Japanese government, and thanks for the kind introduction. And you guys, everybody, so welcome to come here. Then let me say, we also thank you, everybody, for your participation and the contribution, which made this event great. So this is not, of course, we did a lot of the job and preparation to host you, but on the other hand, it is not all. So remember that everybody makes this happen. So, and having said that, then thanks for the question. Then just before answering directly to the question, let me make it clear that one point that the Japanese government is not engaged in the direct regulation over the online contents. I mean, except for the broadcasting. We have some regulation, so do that other countries, and we have some regulation on the broadcast content, but on the other hand, we don't have the direct regulation on the online content yet. But on the other hand, having said that, again, then of course, we do respect the freedom of speech, freedom of expression, etc. But on the other hand, secondly, though, I have to say that there are several outstanding content issues regarding the online delivery or in the circulation, etc. So to name a few, then the CSAM, the spam, or maybe it's outstanding in Japan, the cyberbullying, or online slandering, or maybe I would say include the piracy, the content, the derivation. I mean, delivery, the pirated contents in the manga. Right? I mean, regarding the manga piracy issue in Japan, it's heavy. Please find your time to visit the IGF village, I mean, the exhibition and downstairs, to stop at the booth and presenting how we combat without the direct regulation over the pirate contents, but we still fight. And there are some introduction that there, then you can get some souvenir as well. So that's a little advertisement because personally I organized the half part of the exhibitions. Then for those issues, what we do is we have introduced several measures for each for the mitigation. For example, we have the particular regulation to solve particular problem, like for spam. We have some particular regulation against spam. And we have some particular regulation to protect the children from the online harms, particularly for the CSAM. And of course, we do have some voluntary works. It's voluntary, though, but to enable the filtering installation, software installation, some help with the telecom carriers in the smartphone, etc. And then for the same purpose to keep the children from the online harms. And maybe we have some other regulation. I mean, this could be some common practice within, particularly in, I would say, like-minded countries, but limit the liabilities of the internet service providers to enable their prompt action to avoid the online harms to the people. So these are the, particularly applies to internet, but the technology is so fast. Right, it's unique to the internet, I would say. And then we have to review and update almost every year everything. So better than losing my job. It's okay to be busy, but still, internet kept us very busy, and this is where the best practice role come in. So we face several dilemmas, particularly between the public safety versus human rights, right? And the public safety is our biggest concern as a whole government. So, or maybe the individual personal safety, particularly who suffered from online harm, versus the other people's human right, which is going to be where to be the balance, So, you know, it's a bunch of dilemma that we face when we have to think about these things. But, well, but you know, that this actually, but personally though, I'm having the great expectation of the further development of this work at the DTSP, because like once information of the best practice, at least, I mean, from the company side, this is gonna help us a lot, you know. I mean, we do usually, like, for example, maybe like the current European legislation, new legislation, like a Digital Service Act, DSA. That's going to be the one reference point when we think about the new regulation. I mean, compared to what we have. I mean, it's a, I mean, different style, but maybe like what we can do as a government is very similar. But maybe one difference is like we don't have, or maybe we have not reached to the level of the co-regulation in this area. Like a company makes a commitment to the government, right? Then like a government is going to evaluate the commitment later. And we have that kind of system toward in the regulation on the online platform, but it's about the competition side. Like I mean, very similar to the mechanism to the DMA. And actually, the Japan predated the EU, so maybe EU's got a better system, I would say. But we still have some co-regulation. It's a first example, the good first example of the co-regulation in Japanese society or Japanese market, I would say. So the co-regulation, I mean, even though we don't really have to do the co-regulation, because if the information from the company, what they are doing as a good practices at least, and then it's going to be available, then we can learn from them. Then maybe we can talk to some problem having companies that, hey, come on, then check the report, you know? I mean, you don't really have to, but you have to look at it. And then you can think about fixing a little bit about your conduct, you know? I mean, otherwise, you know, if it gets mandatory, then it's going to be huge, heavy work for the government, and maybe some bad reputation to the company as well. So it's kind of lose and lose situation in which we don't want to have in many cases. So that the kind of expectation that I already have. Then just, you know, I just talked about some of the example of the online content issue in Japan, but you know, toward the open and the interoperable internet, then it is not only the content issue, but you know, there are many issues the internet. I mean, of course, like as a government person, I understand that some frustration comes in from the tech company. You know, come on, don't get into the market. You know, government should stay away from it. Like, we understand to some extent, but on the other hand, you know, as I said, that public safety concerns us, right? So there could be some. Well, I mean, it's going to be easier if we could draw the line, but the line is not a straight single one. So you know, we have to keep talking those kind of things. So from that perspective, maybe you know, this best practice as well, that helps. And let me finish by one more the introduction, and then I'm not sure if you are aware of, but our Prime Minister Kishida came to this event in the day one, and he made some speeches, and you know, the highlight maybe for this open forum would be that he committed, and of course we have to follow it once he commits, right? He committed it to the open and free internet to maintain. I mean, there are background, some evidences like Japan is one of the first country to express our support to the future declaration on the internet. Or like as a G7 chair this year, like we led the discussion about, it's a kind of rare case that the G7 ministers get together. I mean, we have the G7 minister meeting every year, but on the other hand, we don't talk about internet governance very much. But on the other hand, if you can you have the time to look at the ministerial declaration from Takasaki, it's April 30 this year. But we very much having the ticks on internet governance, and you know, the G7 get together, join force to support this IGF event, or like you know, making some collaboration effort to task force to to cope with UN GDP initiative, those kind of things to maintain the open free internet. So these things. I mean, we have to maintain our good environment, right? I mean, the government has to. The thing that the government has to do it, we do it, but the government cannot solve many problems only by ourselves, and we need your help to push these things forward. So, thank you very much. Maybe I should stop here.
Thank you very much, Nobu. I think that was great. Already starting to hear some themes that I think other speakers will come back to in terms of the value of the conversation between companies and regulators and other stakeholders, the importance of the leadership of states like Japan, especially taking this to the G7, raising internet governance there. But of course, there are many states around the world, and this segues nicely to turn to our first online speaker, Rishika Chandra from Fiji's Online Safety Commission. So I think what we know is that while many states, and Fiji I commend for taking the lead as a small island state working on safety of people online, but not all states have the same level of resources and the same heft that either the European Union that you mentioned with the Digital Services Act or Japan might have. But nonetheless, these states are working together and thinking about ways to pool resources and work together to coordinate in terms of online safety. And there I was particularly hoping that Rishika can tell us about the work that Fiji is doing as well through the Global Online Safety Regulators Network in this space. So Rishika, over to you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Greetings to you all. My name is Rishika, and I'm the Projects Officer for the Online Safety Commission Fiji. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the management for making Fiji part of the 18th IGF. Thank you very much. Before diving into the Global Online Safety Regulators Network, I would like to first give a bit of background about online safety as to what we do. So Fiji is one of the first countries to recognize the importance of online safety and take concrete steps towards ensuring a secure digital environment for its citizens. In 2018, Fiji enacted the Online Safety Act, which paved the way for the establishment of the Online Safety Commission in 2019. Since its inception, the OSC has been dedicated to promoting online safety through various initiatives. One of the primary objectives of the OSC is to raise awareness about online safety among individuals and communities. To achieve this, the Commission organizes awareness and education programs that aims to educate people about potential risks and provide them with tools to protect themselves online. So we partner locally. For example, we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Fiji Police Force in 2020. They help us to enforce and prosecute matters that breaches the Online Safety Act. Additionally, we work with other relevant ministries locally, NGOs, as well as non-governmental agencies to promote online safety and digital literacy. Going on to the international engagements, firstly, I would like to highlight our partnership with eSafety Commissioner Australia. The partnership had been exchanged in 2021. Under this arrangement, the organization works together to support online safety in Fiji and Australia through sharing best practice, raising awareness of online safety trends and emerging issues, develop national online safety strategies, strengthening online safety response capabilities, and working together to achieve mutually beneficial online safety outcomes. Moving on to social media platforms, we partner with Meta and TikTok because in Fiji, there's a lot of users of Instagram, Facebook, vastly Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. So we took this initiative to extend our partnership with Meta and TikTok. We work with them closely. One of the primary ways in which we collaborate with these tech companies is through their content reporting systems. These systems allow users to report any content that they find offensive or harmful. The Commission has been actively using these reporting mechanisms to moderate and take down contents that cause or intends to cause harm to an individual. Furthermore, the Global Online Safety Regulators Network, it was formed back in 2022. It was recently formed. So the Online Safety Commission, eSafety Australia, and Ofcom are the movers of the network. The purpose of the network is to bring together independent online safety regulators to cooperate across jurisdictions, sharing relevant information, best practice, experience, and expertise, and support harmonized or coordinated approaches to online safety issues. Since its formation, the network has immensely expanded, with members from Fiji, UK, Australia, Ireland, Africa, and Korea. The discussion and debates from these networks have played a pivotal role in helping the Commission gain valuable insights into debates into how different countries tackle online abuse and incorporate these safety policies into their laws, and how the knowledge sharing platform has provided an opportunity for countries to learn from each other's experiences, successes, and challenges. Fiji, being a small Pacific country, is making significant strides towards embracing the tech world. However, it can benefit immensely from observing and adopting best practices employed by other nations. By doing so, Fiji can ensure that its citizens are protected against online abuse while fostering a safe digital environment. So that was about the Global Online Safety Regulators Network. We have recently actually welcomed Africa and Korea to our network. So basically, we discuss topics around age verification, age assurance. These are some hot topics that we are currently on. Human rights, paper, freedom of speech. So these are the regulations we usually talk about. There's like a working level meetings and a senior level meeting. I represent the working level, and Ms. Tejeshwari Devi, who's the acting commissioner for the Online Safety Commission, represents on the senior level.
Thank you so much, Rishika. Yeah, so I think it's really interesting to see how, regulators are also sort of thinking about how to come together and where we can find points of interoperability, I think, between what's happening in the governmental space and what's happening in the industry space where our partnership works. So we're going to ping pong across the Pacific a little bit, and we'll now turn to Kimmy from OpenNet Korea, a civil society organization that's really been leading as a watchdog for freedom of expression in Korea. And so the mention of Korea having joined the Regulators Network is timely, but I think we wanted to talk about what regulation looks like in Korea and whether you see some opportunities or challenges for the sort of practice-based approach of systems and processes to online safety that we're promoting when it comes to protecting human rights, particularly in the Korean context.
First, thank you for having me, and I'm glad to hear that Kishida declared openness commitment, because our president did either. Yeah, so, but the current situation related to platform companies in South Korea is not good. Actually, it is very bad. The UN government has been trying to control platforms and censor the user-made content under the name of to make a healthy society and foster internet ecosystem. In these circumstances, civil society organizations in South Korea request each platform to disclose the number of government requests for user information and take down contents. I mean transparency. South Korea has several interesting experiences with transparency. Until 2011, the two big platforms, Naver and Kakao, disclosed the number of government requests for communications data. They published the result on their parency report. This made a huge impact on public opinion and legitimized the platform refusing government requests. I'm focusing on transparency and enforcement when I review this report. Actually, DTSP is an honorable multi-phase initiative by digital companies to enhance the trust and safety of their products. But I also how hard it is to assess different platforms using standardized indexes. Yeah, because each platform is different from each other. Size, earnings, business models, target consumers, and so on. If you can somehow apply all these factors, the result might be different. Here are my comments for improvement as a civil society organization's researcher. So it could not be comprehensive. Yeah. First, I have 5 comments. Yeah. First, trust and safety does not take into account the human rights harms when contents are taken down or otherwise censored. Trust and safety is defined in terms of content and conduct-related risk, which is in turn defined as illegal, dangerous, or otherwise harmful content or behavior. The way it is defined, only the contents, not their takedowns, are deemed as causing risks. These are sufficiently protect one important human right, freedom of expression. If one can be harmed directly by another's contents, that is because it causes mental distress or on the subject or audience. However, censorship can also be dangerous if dissenting voices are removed. For instance, in a society charged with religious hatred, majority leaders or the government's disinformation can trigger violence on the minority, and censoring minorities' rebuttal will further weaken them. This is especially important because digital authoritarianism is on the rise. The governments are becoming more and more the source of harmful disinformation and harmful censorship. Second, DTSP's safe framework is so well thought out that it seems adaptable to any country, any industry, not just the digital industry. I can clearly see the same iteration of development, governance, enforcement, improvement, and transparency being very important to the trust and safety of the pharmaceutical industry, for instance. But I am then worried whether the framework sufficiently focuses on the unique aspect of the digital industry, such as freedom of expression or privacy. Digital industries have formed the liberating and equalizing core of human civilization. Search engines and platforms have provided powerless individuals with the same power of information and mass communication formerly available only to big companies, government, or legacy media. Can we define trust and safety in ways that protect the unique civilization significance of the internet, or will DTSP become the numerous consumer product safety initiatives? I think that the success of DTSPs lies in whether we can answer these questions correctly. Third, fortunately, one way to strengthen the connection to the unique significance of the digital industry is already reflected in some of the 35 best practices. That is collaboration of digital rights organizations. No technology has been welcomed as much as internet. It was met by new wave of numerous organizations dedicating to protection of the internet. These organizations and companies have common goals only if the companies allow, deviating a little from their profit motives. I'm sorry. DTSPs ask companies to work with organizations in the process of product development, product enforcement, product improvement. However, you need the same element in transparency as well, I think. Yeah. Actually, without transparency, communication during PD, PE, and PI may not be meaningful. Yeah, limited transparency will recognize the human rights organization under appropriate non-disclosure agreement can be very helpful in adding context and nuances to content moderation while not risking abuse by bad actors. Twitter's, yeah, I'm so sorry, it's now become X. Twitter's Trust and Safety Council did this relatively well. sharing much more information about new products, enforcement, etc. with the civil society. This will answer the other question in DTSPs posed about the difficulty of maintaining transparency while not revealing information that can be used by bad actors for abusing purposes. Limited transparency with civil society group must be explored more. Fourth, the SAFE framework with 35 best practices, 45 questions is too abstract and procedure. Instead of defining what content should be taken down, the SAFE framework asks the following questions. How are the content reviews prioritized, and what factors are taken into consideration? What types of tools or systems are used to review content or manage the review process? What the types of process or mechanisms are in place to proactively delete the potentially violating content or conduct? Asking these questions is not a problem in itself, but it is hard to evaluate the SAFE framework based on these open-ended questions because we don't know how content reviews are possibly prioritized and what possible tools, systems are in place. I think the question should be phrased in yes or no format and should be reflected the digital industry's unique aspects. Yeah. Just one more question. Fifth, DTSPs ask the following questions. DTSP is considering whether some commitment or best practices should be given greater consideration than others when conducting assessment. I think that product enforcement and product transparency are the more important because that is where the rubber meets the tires. That is where the products are in direct touch with the users. What is lacking in development, improvement, government can be compensated by rigorous enforcement and transparency. I should be closed. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kimi. That is incredibly valuable feedback on some of the real, detailed aspects of our framework, and also a helpful reminder of kind of the wider human rights context and the importance of that. Particularly, I think in the world of trust and safety, there's often a kind of we need to take more things down, and we need to think about the consequences of when we take things down as well for the rights of all. With that, I'm going to turn to our other remote panelist, Brent Carey from NetSafe New Zealand. Brent, and want to make sure we save plenty of time for Q&A, so I'll ask folks to be brief. But Brent, it would be great to hear from you how NetSafe New Zealand is working at the local context and how you are sort of bridging this kind of local context to sort of global company tension that others have already spoken to.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you to Japan again for host nation. I was last in Kobe at the ICANN, and I wish I could be with you in person. Obviously, New Zealand has a commitment to online safety. And in New Zealand, we passed the Harmful Digital Communications Act back in 2016. And importantly, that act actually has a number of principles, because some of what people have talked about is how fast-paced technology is. And so in the Harmful Digital Communications Act in New Zealand, we have a principles-based approach to dealing with online harm. And those principles cover topics like incitement to commit suicide, breach of confidentiality, harassment, and all sorts of other online issues. And in New Zealand, that scheme has both a criminal and a civil side. And importantly, NetSafe has been approved by the government as an NGO agency to deal with the civil side of tackling online harm. And more than 25,000 New Zealanders call on NetSafe every year to assist them to mediate and resolve disputes between victims, perpetrators, and also platforms. And so more than 7,000 people each year go through our mediation process. And that's something that is quite unique globally, to have an ADR scheme which is looking to resolve issues between perpetrators and victims and platforms. And importantly too, that's our local approach. And in our act, it is a requirement for us to work globally and work with platforms to try and address issues. And we're really heartened by this initiative to look at a risk-based approach, because a lot of what we're doing is to look at novel approaches for tackling emerging harms. And I just want to give one example of that novel approach because I want to really get into the conversation. NetSafe took the lead to convene the platforms 2 years ago to think about a voluntary approach to looking at some of the more emerging and edge case harms. Those harms are like hate speech, disinformation, and misinformation. And for more than 2 years, NetSafe convened a forum, consulted with different stakeholder groups, and eventually in July 2022, we launched the Aotearoa Online Safety Code, which is a voluntary code with 5 platform signatories, TikTok, Meta, Amazon, Twitch, Twitter, or X, as we know it now. Those platforms have agreed to look at some sort of risk-based approaches to what they're doing in relation to those emerging areas. And importantly for New Zealand, if you go to thecode.org.nz, for the first time we've had localized data that has been provided as a result of this voluntary initiative. And just in closing, this is an emerging landscape, the online safety regime, and we've talked about the European approach. There could also be a US approach or geopolitical approach. And here in New Zealand, we're not immune to that, and we have a discussion paper called the Safer Online Services and Media Platforms Bill. I think we're sitting back to look at how the world is thinking about regulating this space. And that's also in play to look at what content regulation should look like. Importantly, in that discussion paper, it says what is already illegal and what is already harmful or objectionable won't be looked at. It'll be looking at other regulatory gaps. And importantly, too, in New Zealand, we want to participate in forums like this. And New Zealand NetSafe 2 is an observer of the regulators forum, along with members that are on this panel, Fiji and Korea, and we're pleased to be able to join that forum again this year too. And so we're trying to learn from best practice as well, and also share our knowledge with the world. So thank you for the opportunity to just give that brief introduction.
Thank you, Brent. Really grateful to have your contributions, and sorry that you and Rashika are not able to be with us in person. So I now want to turn to Angela from Google, who wears both a DTSP hat and a Google hat, but to really both perhaps, tell us what may have resonated or not with some of the comments we've already heard from the other speakers, and also help set the stage for a conversation with the other participants here in the room.
Happy to. And I'd like to, like my colleagues here, thank Japan for hosting us here in Kyoto and for hosting the IGF. I'm really encouraged when I hear the conversation about a free, open, and interoperable internet. That is very much so what I would say not just Google and the DTSP members are looking for, but I would say many of the companies around the globe, whether it is Naver here or whether we're talking about different companies, we are wanting to operate as much as possible with a global market. And so maybe just briefly about me, I've spent about 25 years in technology risk, and so was in the world of cybersecurity for about 15 or 20 years before coming over to trust and safety. And what I want to reflect on here is that many of the challenges that I heard highlighted and many of the solutions I heard highlighted by the panelists here are similar to what I feel like was going on in the cybersecurity conversation 15 years ago. At that point in time and where we are now, both governments, civil society, and companies have realized that we need to work together to address online harms. And what I really see is governments working to figure out kind of how to do that, right? Oftentimes they may have existing harm-based frameworks in specific areas. Yet at the same time, they're realizing that technology is moving so quickly that you might not always have, if you have harm-specific focus, that you have new harms that are coming up and changing over time. And so how to deal with that changing of the technology landscape and the changing of the actual harms landscape is very similar. One of the other things I'll note is, regardless of the approach, governments are going to reflect the cultural values and norms that are in their environment. So from a company point of view, we can recognize that there are going to be regulatory-based approaches. There are going to be transparency-based approaches. But I think what we are really looking for, and one of the reasons I was so happy to join DTSP and the colleagues here, is really these risk-based approaches that think about how do we approach this environment where there are trade-offs, right? We are trying to, all of the representatives from governments up here are trying to ensure a safe online environment. Yet at the same time, I think as Kimmy really noted, there are trade-offs that happen. And so one of the things I just want to highlight, and then I'll open it up to discussion, is really the importance of these kinds of conversations. Inside of DTSP, companies need to talk to each other because we are actually learning and improving practice by doing that. We're learning from each other. I'm so encouraged when I hear about the Global Online Safety Regulators Forum because y'all need to do that too, right? And then we also need to have that conversation with civil society. So I think it's really important. It's not just a multi-stakeholder conversation, but also bilaterals between different types of entities such that we can collaborate and really draw forward practice overall. I think I will just pause there so that we can actually open up to conversation, but a few comments just reflecting some of what I heard across the panel.
Thanks, Angela. So I think with that, we have the, a less than optimal situation of the mic in the center of the room. But we really wanted to take this point to open it up for questions and discussion and really have as much of a roundtable conversation as we can have it in a room that lacks a round table. Questions? Nick.
Hey, thank you for the overview. And look, I'm super happy that you all have this great space to talk to each other. But I guess at IGF, I have to ask the question, what room is there for civil society? And I was wondering whether I could invite you all to reflect a little bit on these 5 points about particularly where you might go in the future with the partnership, how you might respond to some of these concerns and some of the demands, I guess, for civil society to be more engaged and to learn more, just like you all are learning more. Absolutely.
So I'll go first on that one, and then welcome if Angela wants to come in. We also, we've heard from I think that Kimmy has made some really great points from a civil society perspective, and welcome comments from others as well. I think part of the genesis of the partnership was the need that actually first step, we need companies to talk to each other and sort of come together and think. And so there's been a certain amount of kind of that preliminary phase, I would say, and also recognizing that there is value in saying that sometime that multi-stakeholder conversations are essential, whether it's here at the IGF or in other fora. But there is also value in sort of constituency-specific initiatives. So we have been deliberately not multi-stakeholder while seeking to consult widely with stakeholders. And so many of the points that Kimmy made were from a public consultation we did when we released the SAFE framework. We did a public consultation when around the trust and safety glossary that we issued earlier this year. And we've actually authored an article for the Journal of Online Trust and Safety at Stanford about why and how we wrote that article. Farzana, myself, and Alex Fierst wrote that, in which we responded to, I think, some of the points raised by folks who contributed to that consultation from academics in Argentina at CELE or at CIPIC in Canada, as well as folks from Ofcom and eSafety who contributed their thoughts. And so I would point to that as kind of like how we are thinking about the process. I think ultimately, for us, it's important that we keep this industry perspective, but have that be a contribution and part of the discussion with all the other stakeholders. And that's why we're here, and it's why we're at the World Economic Forum, working with that coalition and in other places. But it might be useful to hear, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but also to hear from Kimmy and from
Maybe a couple things I'll add just to David's perspective, because again, we do think it is really, really important to make sure that the companies are exchanging best practices. And I think this is something that I've seen as kind of raising the tide for all the boats. And in particular, right, you have some big companies in the group, but you also have medium and smaller companies. And I'm hearing more and more about the importance of these kind of practices for global proliferation. But I think DTSP has, and then I'll speak to a company perspective, in the advance of the Digital Services Act being finalized, they actually did have one conversation partnered with the Global Network Initiative to bring in civil society to work to kind of gain some perspective. But let me just be clear. This is a maturing area for these companies. If you looked at the maturity model, I feel like David actually had, it is a maturing area. And so we're working to figure this out as well. I also think it's interesting that there is this kind of regulatory role. And I feel like some civil society is like, hold on, how are we supposed to be fulfilling this role? So when I think about it, from a Google perspective, we have been bringing in folks to, for example, our location in Dublin on specific topics around, for example, child safety, and partnering with existing institutions that have great reach into the civil society community. But we're also thinking about other methods that haven't been done before, because it's not like everybody can go to one particular location, afford to fly there, and then have a conversation. We're thinking a lot more about how to use things like request for information and online forums to really catalyze this conversation. And one other thing that I'll just say is we're also trying to do a little bit of exchanging ideas among different communities of civil society. Because so I manage a program of the priority flagging on a global basis. And one of the things I've noted is we have a lot of different folks who are in these civil society and academia who are in these programs, but they haven't yet talked with each other. And so one of the things I'm trying to do is go, hey, there's actually practices that you could exchange among these different harms areas that would be really useful to helping mitigate these harms. And so we're really also thinking not about how to just get the insights to the companies, but also how to catalyze that community to talk with each other. And I would welcome any of your thoughts after the event as well.
And let's just make sure if Brent or Rashika want to come in, that we keep and if there's any questions or if online participants want to make any comments. But other questions or comments from folks in the room? And it would be great if you could just introduce yourself.
I was about to. Not my first rodeo. I'm Sharon Polsky from the Privacy and Access Council of Canada. You've been at it for 25 plus years. I got you beat by a decade plus. So I've seen a lot of things in government, in private industry, across Canada, and lots of beyond as well. You say this is an industry association, a voluntary industry association. I've seen the voluntary industry associations in automotive, in advertising, in digital identity, in a range of others where participation, like yours, is voluntary. Frameworks are published with great PR and fanfare, lots of money, lots of people, lots of presence, and it sounds great, and one after the other, they fall by the wayside. Companies say it's a really good idea, gung-ho on it, but excuse us, we're not going to participate. it's a lot of talk and no action. Why should anybody have any trust that this is going to be any different?
It's a very good question. What I would say is that the proof is in the pudding. We're adding our members to our organization just this year. We've added TikTok and Twitch, so we're talking about the key players and more to come. And ultimately, all of this is only as good as it is implemented. But I think what is critical is that this is a space that is no longer just a place where companies are doing their own thing and self-regulating just amongst themselves. We now have this emerging regulatory regime, and it's incumbent upon all of us to think about how do we, within that context, try to make it meaningful. So I think that's part of what we're doing right now, is thinking about how does this sort of set of industry practices relate to the requirements that companies have under emerging regulatory regimes in Australia, in Singapore, in the European Union, in the UK, and in other places. And how do we make sure that those regimes actually serve their intended purposes and actually keep people safer online, while also protecting and respecting people's rights? I don't know if any of the other panelists would want to come in on that or add other thoughts.
Yeah, actually, you criticize the self-regulation, but actually in South Korea, as a civil society researcher, organization activist, actually sometimes often criticized because we are usually claiming the self-regulation, not governmental regulation. But I need this self-regulation. Self-regulation is better than governmental regulation, because governmental regulation has a lot of side effects. So yeah, that's why we are criticized by South Korea. Yeah, South Korean society. But I agree with you that the way of we are talking, gathering, and the civil society organization and activists and the companies are. The companies and a lot of people are gathering. The way of gathering is not changed a lot. Yeah, but I think that is fundamental. Yeah, yeah, it cannot be changed. But I think the transparency is also important either in this point, because each civil society has another. Actually, civil society organizations are not same. They always have different interests and different goals and different missions. And so I think more and more, and the best you can gather, the many numbers of civil society, and you try to talk with a lot of civil society organizations, and if you make the result or third party assessment and put them the result transparently. Yeah, how many civil society was answered and how many civil society organizations are participated in that? Yeah, the kind of thing. Yes.
Yeah, and I think Brent wanted to come in as well on this.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a great question. I also think we're all part of an ecosystem. And so I just think that's really important, because the whole ecosystem has checks and balances and holds people to account as well. And I think in the safety space, it's also which part of the infrastructure or the internet are we asking for the interventions to happen? And because of the different, is it content-based? Is it technical? And so I think all of that has a role to play. And if the system is working well, it's creating the spaces and places to have those different parts of the infrastructure coming together to have those conversations. And so I do think it's important, if it's industry-led, that there are those spaces and places to have those different voices.
Thanks, Brent. Other questions?
I do have a question, plus some comments as well.
as a consumer of the internet. My name is Jenna Feng. I am a casual policy observer based in Toronto, Canada. I'm originally from Hong Kong. So earlier we touched on a little bit about regulations. Because of my background, I'm kind of like have a mixed feeling about having government-driven regulation legislation as well. But also questions about having industry to lead and regulate all this public, privately owned public space. At the end of the day, it's a business. There are things that interest a company or organization. Is there a way to make sure it's like consumer rights are involved in the process, so it's reflect into all those policy? Just naming one examples, recently in Canada with this Bill C-11 Online News Act, they require tech company like Google and Meta to pay news outlet for posting or linking the content. And Meta responds in August is they claim that they are to comply with the law, so they are removing news from their social media platform, including Facebook and Instagram. I moved the country to buy me some freedom to see news of whatever perspective, and end up I can't even use social media to see both domestic and international news. So I kind of want to bring this up and see how everyone's feel about that, especially when we are in a digital space where it's predominantly lead and governed or regulated by big tech. So I just want to throw that out and then see how everyone's thinking about this. Thank you.
So does anybody want to respond to that particular? I will say, I think, one, thank you for the question and the comment. It's an important issue. I think luckily for us, there are numerous representatives from both Meta and the Canadian government at the IGF, and there may be other sessions where there's folks who are better positioned to respond to that particular issue, which is a contentious one. But I do think, that the recognition that, notwithstanding the challenges of how governments of different types of governments have been using regulation, whether to accomplish political repression or with the unintended consequences for people's ability to exercise their rights, is an important thing to bring up. The digital authoritarianism that was mentioned is real and spreading, and a challenge that we all have to grapple with. At the same time, there's also a recognition that companies doing things on their own is not sufficient. And I do think that that's one of the reasons why we're looking at both how do we have a independent third-party review of what companies are doing so that companies are not checking their own homework, while also figuring out how not only our industry efforts, but I think also the perspectives of civil society organizations and other experts and users can inform the development of the kinds of international standards that we need in order to support a more mature ecosystem that is both protective of consumers' rights and users' rights, while also respecting freedoms as well.
Let me get one comment then. It shouldn't be long, and the time is coming, right? So, but I noticed the issue about the Canada, and then maybe should be sending some condolences to those who suffered from the volcano, those kind of things. But just one comment. It's a Japanese proverb, old saying that the most expensive thing is provided by free. It has many meanings, and particularly I have some MBA background. So particularly when the companies conduct link to the stock market or short-sided, long-sided, those kind of things, then many things come together. Then in me, I can explain most of the behaviors from the management, the business schools kind of theories. It's not nuance. It's a traditional strategy type of things. Like if you got a short-sided for the stock market, stock price, those kind of things. And I mean, I'm not gonna say too deep, but Meta has a history, right? So, or like you are paying something somewhere, otherwise getting free for something, right? So then you shouldn't expect too much about the somebody is giving you for free. So it's more like a literacy thing. Then it's our common question to solve that. Like we started rapidly depending too much on SNS or these kind of the online media to get our information, but you have to be careful about they are not that they are not having the journalist background for that. I mean, we are not sure. It depends on the country how much you can trust about the journalism in your country, but still, there is a difference. So I stop here.
I was just going to say very briefly, thank you for highlighting this. And I think while I don't know the specifics, I've heard about it largely, I think you're highlighting again the challenge of trade-offs, right? And that oftentimes there are unintended actions. I think the one thing that I want to challenge is the idea that regulation or transparency is right. I actually think that when we think about the risk-based approach and making sure that you have the right set of stakeholders involved in the conversation, that is the kind of approach that ends up being effective. It can be done with regulation, it can be done through transparency, but ultimately getting to that risk-based conversation with the right set of stakeholders is, I think, what really does help drive a difference. And I've seen it in, just to comment to the world of 25 years of history. While a long time ago we were talking just about vulnerability management, that has improved, right? A long time ago we were talking about what is risk-based approach to cybersecurity, and that has also changed over time. And so one of the things that's helpful with being a gray beard, if you will, even though I don't have a beard, is really having that perspective of change over time. It doesn't happen fast, and I think that's really frustrating. And I'll also just say, guys, we all still see the risks. And so there's a reality that even as we are managing risk is evolving and changing. And so I think it can look hard like nothing has happened, but change has happened. It's just we're managing new and changing risk over time.
Brent, I think you wanted to come in as well.
Yeah, I was just going to empathize with the questioner. Thank you for it, because here in New Zealand, we're in the same experience as Canada. We have the Fair Digital Media Bill, which is about bringing bargaining power to citizens, and we are watching the platform's response in Canada and thinking, what does that mean for New Zealand? And it is interesting because previously it was a voluntary landscape where lots of the platforms had negotiated with the local media, to actually have an exchange of money in order to support the local media industry. And, that we're still working out, well, what was the gap there? Because it seemed to be working well, and then the regulations now stepped in, and it still is just a bill. And yes, these platforms are then saying we're going to withdraw, and we're going to stop the news. And so we're concerned about that from a civil society perspective, but we're also thinking, well, it's really important to have media plurality. And that's what we're struggling with. We need to have more media sources and have more people media literate. So it's a really great question. And, a lot of countries' media landscape is changing because of old media and new media. And I think that's what we're all grappling with. So, I'm watching the Canadian experience myself personally with interest.
Thanks, Brent. So I want to come back to the questions in the room. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. My name is Zahid Jamil. I'm an attorney. Very quickly, it's if I look back and say, what if in 1996 or thereabouts, somebody decided to say we should have an Internet Act? My goodness, this is a terrible thing. It could be used for cybercrime and God knows what else. Let's just put on the brakes and stop it. because regulation is very good. Thank God we didn't do that. And the lesser regulation led to very good, I don't even have to explain what goodness came out of it. But now I find it interesting that the example that was just given about how businesses had to respond to a government regulation that led to the businesses being able to do what they wanted to do, right? The criticism is that the business did something, but let's not forget it was because of a government mandate. It was because of regulation for their liability to be shielded, they did what they did possibly. And so the harm that regulation is causing is something we should also discuss. And I find it ironic that we went around the world from the West and said, Asia and everybody else should understand that we should have self-regulation. It's really good for you. And today on this panel, we have someone from Asia saying self-regulation is good for you from South Korea. Whereas we're seeing something else come from Europe. It's an interesting dichotomy. I just wanted to sort of underscore it. Thank you for the time.
Sorry. I think Rashika also wanted to come in, so we'll go back to her.
Just my comment on the previous question. We've noticed that governments around the world are increasingly imposing restrictions on online content and data privacy. While some regulations may be necessary to protect users from harmful content or cyber threats, they should not infringe upon individuals' rights to free speech or impede innovation. PG believes, because so far we haven't been to that extent. Best practices should strike a balance between regulation and freedom of advocating for transparency policies that respect users' rights. So, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a few minutes left.
Farzan Badi, I'm in the role of remote moderator. I'm very opinionated, so it's very, I have to clarify that this is not my question. I'm doing the remote moderation for this session. So we have a question from Rohana Palyaguru. Has any of the Online Safety Acts defined content-related matters such as harassment, defamation, etc., as criminal offenses?
Yeah, I think it's a great question that is complicated to answer because there are so many different jurisdictions taking different approaches to that. So I'll open it up to see if anyone from the panel or anyone in the room would want to add some expertise there. But
let me just a quick. In generally speaking, it just depends on what the case would be. The bad ones, of course, the law enforcement can make the case to charge, but on the other hand, some cases the law enforcement couldn't make the case to charge directly, but on the other hand, some the private lawsuit, and then they got some sanction or mitigation, those kind of things. So it totally depends, I would say. Thank you.
I was just going to say, I think that really exists in terms of areas where in the physical world, there has been an idea of criminality and those laws are able to extend into the digital world. So child safety is an example. I think where you have the offline harm also being exacerbated in the online space where there is existing law, is where I would say that currently is.
Thanks, Angela. And I think Brent wanted to come. And Rashika. So Brent and Rashika.
Just quickly, in the New Zealand context, yes, under the Harmful Digital Communications Act, it's a criminal offence to post an intimate image without a person's consent, and a New Zealander risks either a $50,000 fine or 2 years imprisonment. So that's a type of harm that is criminal, and the police do prosecute those matters.
And Rashika.
It's the same for Fiji. We do criminalize harassment, cyberbullying, image-based abuse, child exploitation, and we have, if it's an individual, they can have 5 years of imprisonment or $20,000 fine.
And if it's a corporate, if it's a organization, then it's 50,000. It was also mentioned about the defamation. So defamation is not covered under this Online Safety Act, but Fiji does have their own defamation act, which is separate.
Great, thank you.
Thank
It's terrific to get the specific answers to that from some of the countries that are represented here in our panel. So I think we probably have time for maybe one or two more questions. So back to the room.
Yeah, thanks. I'm Chen. I'm from ISOC Taipei chapter, and but today I'm speaking on behalf of a consumer perspective. As a Gen Z, I'm a gamer and a casual memer. So apparently, I'm a target audience of this product you're having in this in this alliance. So I have a really question because lots of online moderation is going on your these products, but I think these days a lot of customers of these products are not very satisfied by how these online moderations rules and regulations are enforced. We understand these partners from the private sector are very key actor of how to enforce this kind of online moderation stuff. But on the other hand, if you are gonna keep the transparent of this how the regulation are going to work and the process to reveal to our customers, it might also hurt your business because it might reveal your secret sauce of your business. So I was trying to ask how your alliance trying to find a balance between the transparent and the trust of your customer, and how to make your partner can get on the board of this stuff. Thanks.
So I can take a first stab at answering that and then welcome comments from others. It's a great question. It's a very good point. And I would say to just right now within our partnership, we have companies like Microsoft that are, gaming companies. We have companies like Discord and Twitch that are where gamers congregate or are streaming. And I think there's an opportunity to bring more companies from that space in. And to say, here's what this framework means with more specifics for gaming. Same thing for dating, for sharing economy, for different places. The question of sort of how much you share and how much you hold back is a very good one. I think for a long time that this function inside companies has been very quiet and very low profile. And it's not just because you don't want to have bad actors be able to say, oh, okay, well, we figured out how to get around that. But also because sometimes the employees working in these functions become the subjects of harassment when people do not like what's happened to their content, or it's because of privacy considerations or other considerations. And I think there is a need to sort of shift to be more err on the side of sharing more while being conscious of all of those trade-offs. Someone has said that trust and safety is trade-offs and sadness. And one thing I will say also, and then we'll have one more question and then close out, is for folks who are interested, who are gamers, I would recommend a game that is, I believe it's available in the Apple App Store. I don't know if it's on Android yet, called Moderator Mayhem, that friends and colleagues have made up, where you are in the role of doing content moderation inside a company. It is one of the most stressful iPhone games I have ever played, but it also gives a sense, it's easy to say, oh, these are gigantic companies and they have the resources and they should be able to solve this. But some of these things are just a perpetual challenge for all of the reasons people have said, and that game is a very good illustration of that. Okay. So I think we can do one more question and then we'll wrap.
Hi, thank you. My name is Andrew Campling. I run a public policy, public affairs consultancy. Just two very short questions. Does the sort of activity of X or Twitter in this space undermine the entire industry and its credentials for sort of voluntary action in trust and safety. And then is a non-prescriptive duty of care of users a good legislative approach towards this?
So I can answer the first question to just say that not in the business of commenting on particular companies. However, X, formerly Twitter, was a founding member of our partnership and is not a member of our partnership at the moment. On the second question, I don't have to answer that question because our forum is not a lobbying organization, so we're not taking positions on legislation. But I imagine that some of my panelists may have answers on a question that could easily be its own whole session. So maybe if folks want to give any concluding thoughts on that or anything else, and then we'll wrap. So we do rapid fire of across the panel here and online.
Actually, briefly, yeah. Actually, I missed the chance to talk about the legislation in South Korea. Actually, we also have the Punishment Act of harassment or sexual, something around that. So, Act on Communications Network, can punish the people, criminal act, yes, and. Yeah, I think this place and this opportunity can talk about how we are different and what we are heading for. And I think the transparency report, your report, DTSP report, can be concluded very well. Yeah, hopefully.
Just my final comment is looking forward to seeing the further development of you guys' work, and hopefully actually I talked with him about this, but hopefully that some Japanese company will join in the partnership, and it's kind of uncertain things, but still, anyway, it's a voluntary thing, and then to me, I mean, from the Japanese government perspective, and then of course, in the end, the things get worse, then we have to do things, particularly for the regulation, those kind of things. But from the beginning, I mean, in Japan, we have the basic law about the digitalization and the digital society, and then it says, it articulates that the investment to the digital infrastructure, digital society, is private-led. Should be private-led, and the government is more like a coordination, those kind of things. We had some list of the things that the government should do. So then, so in my mind, as a Japanese government, then like the bottom line is just let the private go first, and then we follow, or we catch sometimes. So from that perspective, then I just want to see the development in the near future. And then let me end at congratulating so far the process and launch the report last year, right? So stop here then.
Before we go over to our online panelists, I'll just say, I think again, this kind of the premise of it's either regulation or transparency is a false dichotomy. I think we really have to think about what behaviors we're seeking to drive, and then you can get to whether that enforcement mechanism should be regulatory or not. But the what that I think is really important that DTSP is contributing here is a way of approaching online safety. And so we can just argue about regulation or not regulation, but I think the conversation that needs to move forward is less on that side and more on the what we are seeking to drive.
So then, thank you, Angela. Now I think we can go to Brent.
Thank you. Yes, we used to sit on Twitter's Trust and Safety Council previously under, our comments are in relation to who's actually trying to drag the lowest common denominator up and lead. And even though we're not on the Twitter Trust and Safety Council anymore, X is a founding member of our online safety code and remains in the code. And whilst they've removed themselves from like the European Disinformation Code, they remain an active member and are providing localized data. So I think you know, it's easy to call out particular platforms or particular, you know, times that they're not being a good corporate citizen in the eyes of particular stakeholders. And I think it's on us to try and drag, you know, everyone in the industry up to the highest common denominator. And so, you know, trying to get them to lead, because there's many other platforms and many other messaging apps that are not even part of any sort of move to actually try and show best practice. And I think it's on us to actually try and work out where they are and try and bring them along to improve the whole ecosystem. And the duty of care is a really interesting argument, which I could talk about forever, and I'm not going to talk about it. But I think it's a very interesting approach to this issue and emerging. So I think it was a good thing to talk about.
Thank you, Brent. And Rashika, did you have any final thoughts? 2 sentences.
Fiji being a small Pacific island country, we don't actually have a lot of apps being used by our citizens here. For example, Twitter. You wouldn't believe that Twitter is not really an issue in Fiji. Like, we don't have much issues from Twitter, but we do have issues with Meta and Instagram. There's Snapchat, and there's all others. So recently there are a few new apps such as Discord, Line app, which we actually did not hear about, and nowadays we are getting a lot of issues on that platform. So we think that we really need to build that relationship with the social media platforms to learn more about how they design their privacy community guidelines and everything. Just to first, we should understand before regulating it to the into our policy. We should understand how these platforms work, because we know that these platforms are dangerous at times, but it does act as a platform, as a connectivity to all other people out there. So yeah, maybe we can have a balance there if we work hand in hand in a collaborative manner. Thank you.
Very well said. So I think that's a great note to end on. We have a sign-up sheet. We have a booth in the village. Come talk to myself or Farzana to learn more about what we're doing. My thank you to all our panelists here and online. Thank you, everyone, and hope everyone has a good rest of your IGFs. Thank you.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you and welcome to the YCIG session 2023 at the IGF 2023. In this session, we will be discussing about the youth perspective, how based on our own experience and the case that we observe in our region, about participation of the youth at the IGF mechanisms, and what will be our difficulty to participate, and what will be our what are the barriers that and challenges that we are facing right now. So first of all, before start the discussion, I would like to introduce about the YCIG a bit. Anyway, this is Pyo from my name is Pyo Lin from Myanmar, and I'm now contributing at the YCIG steering committee to 2023, and from the Asia, representing the Asia Pacific region. So we have the 5 committee members from the different region, and we have the Nicolas who are from the Latin Americas and Caribbean crew. We also have the committee member Marisha from the African crew, and we have Marco and Sharon who are representing the Eastern and the Western European crews and others. So what is the YCIG and what are we doing right now, and how we are trying to contribute at the IGF youth community? First of all, we have been done for the article, which is about the introduction for the newbie of the IGF, young people who would like to who are start engaging at the internet governance community. So the article name is IGF ABCs for newbie. In that article, we have been introduced about the internet governance, and also we have been introduced about the IGF 2022 and how it is going on to be happen last years, and what is the need of the IGF, and so on. That is one of our initial stage to step to talk about the IGF as a young people, and to start their understanding through reading this article, like how the internet governance community work and so on. Another thing is about another article is about the introduction road to the IGF 2023. We have been published that article on our website for introducing about the IGF 2023 to the young people who are interested in the internet governance and who would like to participate at the IGF 2023. And also, of course, for better understanding on about the IGF 2023 from the youth perspective. YCIG, for your better understanding, YCIG is one of the dynamic coalition on the internet governance community. We are open, and we are open, and we also welcome the young people from all around the world to. And also, our visions and missions are very oriented toward to empowering and having them to participate at the internet governance community, and also, of course, to represent the young people voices in the internet governance community, amplifying our difficulties and issue that we are facing in and of course it is to amplify about the regional issue at every level at the internet governance community. So that is the thing that basically introducing about the YCIG, and I would like to first of all pass the floor to the Marisha, who are now currently trying online to introduce herself a bit. Marisha, are you ready right now?
Thank you so much, Phil. Yes, I am. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone online and on site. My name is Marisha Abdul Chilunda, and I am the YSIG representative for the region of Africa. And I also am fortunate enough to assist the Internet Society with the coordination of their alumni network. I am also a committee member of the Youth Standing Group of the Internet Society. And together at these various forms, we focus on youth empowerment in the internet governance and internet ecosystem. Partly, I also am fortunate enough to be managing a movement called the Elevator Africa Network, where we empower women and girls, both of African descent and globally, to take up a decision-making seat at various internet-related events across the world. This is my second year serving on the committee of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance, and we also follow all of the youth developments in the internet governance ecosystem across the various countries in Africa. Perhaps later on, I will share a bit more about that and also about our collaborative efforts across the different groups that I have mentioned before, which is the Internet Society, and also a little bit about our collaboration with the Youth Standing Group at a later point. But for now, I can hand over back to my co-speakers for today. And I also just want to welcome everyone to this session. I hope you would have a lovely one. Thank you so much, Phil. Back to you.
Thank you, Marisha, for introducing about yourself. And also, I would like to pass the floor to the Jerome, who is joining on site here. He also a part of the YCIG steering committee member. So why not you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. My name is João Pedro. I come from Portugal. My background is data scientist, and data science, and I work for a public traded company that is bringing digital market to the African continent. The participation and joining, so this is my first year in the steering committee, although I've been collaborating and contributing to the community for a while now in different perspectives. I'm very, very happy with the structuring and all the work that has been done to formalize and award credibility to the coalition. I'm not mentioning, but I know there was good work done in the past by the previous members of the steering committee. So for me, it was very much an honor to continue the steps of those who's been guiding the youth community so far.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. We still have the three most speakers, so I will pass the floor to another speaker at this moment. But I would like to request the speaker to squeeze the time because we have the very tight limitation. So and there is another guest speaker who are joining on site. So let's welcome to the. Right?
Nicholas is online.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Let's welcome to the Nicholas for introducing himself. Thank you. Nicholas, are you here?
Okay, hello everybody, Nicolas Fiumarelli. I am coordinator of the Youth LAC IGF initiative and also Youth IGF Uruguay. And this year I'm part of the program committee of the IGF Uruguay. Well, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you in the YCIG main session. What we have today to present is some results from our case study. We have analyzed throughout this year different youth IGF initiatives that are being taking place around the world. We have been in touch with them. Our role as a YCIG is to bring more youth voices at the Internet Governance Forum in each of the facets, from the national to the sub-regional to the regional to the global IGF. And that is why we normally at the YCIG, we have board members from each of the youth IGF regional initiatives, because it's a good position to be in the YCIG, because you can have facilities to interact with the different coordinators. And just to mention some of the highlights we have from our case study, we have identified differences in the way the youth IGF performs around the world. For example, I will start giving some examples. In Latin America and Caribbean, as you know, we started with the Youth Observatory in 2016 when it was formed. We have the first Youth LAC IGF in Costa Rica in 2016. And then throughout the year, we were changing a little the format we have been, but was always based on volunteerism and collaborative, right? It is difficult for the Latin American region to receive funding because of the formalities to have a bank account sometimes. So we have need to develop ourselves in a volunteer based. And that is the key from Latin America, Caribbean. I think is always about volunteerism. We are always trying, for example, the Youth LAC IGF this year and last year, we have coordinated with the different youth national IGFs. For instance, Youth IGF Uruguay, Youth IGF Argentina, in the past Youth IGF Peru, different youth IGFs that have been from our session. And we always try to have like the regional picture, right? To talk. But there are differences. For example, we have seen in this case study that the youth IGFs in Asia Pacific sometimes are having differences, cultural differences in terms of, for example, the inclusion of the governments in the discussions. There are some countries where it's not so easy for the youngers to have conversations or at least to discuss the major topics with the government, because it's a problem. They could be in conflict. Actually, the government don't want to be like involved. And for example, we have the Eurodig and the YouthDig. When that is different, they have more inclusion with the regional IGF, and they have had reporting on different subjects, and they normally adapt the topics from the YouthDig and the Eurodig, and they are more in a conversation. And for example, in Africa, it's totally different, because they have the governments are totally involved in the IGFs. That is another difference. That is good to highlight. I don't want to waste so much time, but the idea is that in the second part of this main session, we will hear all the thoughts of the audience, obviously, but we have identified that there is a lack of a common reporting tool, a common schema for reporting, because the IGF is based on bottom-up structures. So this needs to be from the national, giving the conversation in the form of an output or a report to the regional and then to the global. But for example, in Latin America and Caribbean, we have had the Youth IGF Brazil, for instance, talking about digital inclusion, about cybersecurity. But then when we come to the Youth LAC IGF, to the regional picture, we discuss on different things, right? This is totally incoherent in the sense of the bottom up. So our idea or our recommendations, conclusions derived from the case study, is that we could create a common platform, a common way of reporting, with reporting by topic, reporting by stakeholders. So that way we could have more coherence in the way of the bottom-up structure to the IGF. So forming these panels at the global and the regional level from the outside, from the insights that came from the different sub-levels, right? That is all for now. So giving the floor to the other speakers, and then we will continue this conversation about the differences and commonalities between the youth IGFs.
Thank you, Nicholas, for sharing about the case study recently, and maybe probably we can explore more about the case study that you mentioned in the next session. Is Marco is online? So I think one of the speaker has an issue to connect the internet. So even though we are at the Internet Covenant Forum, so that's okay. We can move into the next question, which is about the going into the case study that we would like to that we have been experiencing based on our in our respective regions. So let's move to the case study. So let's go to the African group case study first. That so let's invite the speaker, Malaysia, from who is going to share about the case study that she would like to present. So
thank you, Theo, and I will be very brief. We observed quite a few youth IGFs at the in the African region, and we are exceptionally proud to communicate, like Nicholas has so beautifully mentioned, that our governments are coming to the table a bit more than in previous years. We do see a concerted effort, especially at regional meetings like the Regional Africa IGF, for involving more young voices in the actual meeting. I do see a lot of the participation being on day 0, and we do want to advocate for our youth being more involved in main sessions at both at national level and at the Regional Africa meeting. What we tend to see is there being youth IGFs held on the first or the day 0 of the Africa meetings, and the main sessions then being held by speakers or leaders and experts of industry, government, private sector, and so forth. We often see our youth being in helping positions instead of collaborative interactions and partnerships. It's not enough for our youth to be at the table. We now want to move it a step ahead for youth in Africa, especially since I'm speaking from an African perspective, to be considered as co-collaborators and co-creators of the conversations that happen within the internet ecosystem, especially as it as pertains to the developments of the internet across Africa. I'm very proud to also share, and I'll do this very briefly, that we have new youth IGFs happening and springing up across the region, a very specific one being the Youth IGF in Ethiopia, where we hosted the Global IGF in 2022. So this year, 2023, we are hoping to see a successful run of the Youth IGF in Ethiopia, being hosted also by a supporter of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance and a co-collaborator of our work, Saba Tiku, where we show all the best. And I will pause for now and hand over back to my co-speakers for today. But if you would like any further news or feedback on what is happening in Africa, I'm very happy to jump in again, and also very open to questions when the time comes. Thank you so much, team.
Thank you for sharing about the perspective from the African side. So I will move to the next speaker, Gerald. He will be sharing about the consultation process. So let me invite Gerald to this floor.
Yep. So actually, we skipped a little bit the lineup that we had here. So the idea was for us to deep dive also to explain how we reached here, how the Youth Coalition contributed to the preparation and the participation of young people in the community, in the ecosystem of the internet governance. And on that, I was actually invited to speak about the collaboration that the Youth Coalition did with the Youth Standing Group from Internet Society. It's an interesting use case because the whole process was very very transparent from the beginning. We tried to include as many youth as we could from the different youth initiatives, meaning formalized youth IGF movements, other initiatives with interest to the internet governance. So it didn't really mean that you had to be part of the community already. So we were trying to also invite newcomers to participate in the creation process and submission of sessions. I think that's one of the innovative parts, or one of the best practices that we can share from this consultation process, because typically what we have is newcomers only joining for the event and joining without the notion or without the impression that they contributed to the lineup and the schedule. And this was very interesting. We gathered, or we rallied more than 100 people in the process. It took us a few months, and I do have the numbers, so let me just get it here, sorry. Yeah, so in the end, we did start, and we did start 72 applications, or we start drafting 72 sessions, from which, of course, the process didn't finish for all of them. And I think this is also good to reflect on, because it doesn't mean that first you need to deliver a lot of sessions. I do believe that we need to contribute with relevant content, with meaningful agenda by also interested people. So from 72 that we started, we did end up submitting 49 sessions. So we dropped 23. And from these 49 sessions, we did get 10 out of those 49. So we're talking about roughly 20% of the sessions we proposed being accepted, which is, I must say, quite positive, even from the perspective of the different youth that participated. I was part of the youth coalition took a coordination role for the process, and seeing how the different people from around the world collaborated to design the concept, the topic, based also on their own interests. It was very interesting. I do remember that in the end, we did have also the ability, and perhaps a little bit the difficulty, of allocating different speakers to the different sessions, because as you know, also with a packed agenda at IGF, when the schedule came up, since we have a lot of youth involved in the activities, we did have some clashes. So in the end, it was an interesting experience. I list it, as I said, as a best practice of how to include not only people that are already involved in the IGF, but also as a way of bringing new people without needing to, or without them to start right away from an event that they didn't contribute to.
Thank you, Gerald. I think it is very effective way for the meaningful participation of the young people through the consultation process to engage in this community. I also hope that as a YCIG, we can continuously support the young people for their empowering them and encouraging them to more engage in this community. So now let me pass the floor to Dan Nicholas if you are ready, and Nicholas will share about the also share about the case study from the Latin America perspective. So let's welcome Nicholas.
Yes, thank you so much, Theo. So we were saying that they are diverse regional perspectives. For example, Latin America to Africa, the state of the youth engagement in internet governance. Young people are becoming increasingly involved in these discussions, and we have differences. So the case study varies from the regions due to cultural, logistical, or governmental factors, as I mentioned. And some of the challenges and solutions. The challenges is about the need for a common reporting tool, as I said, because there are disparities between the youth discussions and the main session topics that are happening. So creating a common platform for reporting is suggested in this case study. There are also, as Joao mentioned, emerging youth-led IGF initiatives. For example, last year we had Youth IGF Ethiopia as a new Youth IGF. We have seen Youth IGF Congo, different Youth IGFs that have emerged, and it's a growing momentum and important of the youth voices in the internet governance discussions. Also, as Mauricia highlighted, there are more youth at the table, so there is a need to move beyond and consider more collaborations and co-creations in the internet governance discussions. The key is the value of the inclusivity. We have also mentioned throughout this speech, not just engaging the youth who are already in part of the community, but also the newcomers. This is a wider youth population. We need to shape discussions and sessions around that. One more to mention. Well, yes, so the case study recommends that we need to have a reporting tool. This is something that I personally have thought in the past, and also we have had conversations with FIO at the beginning of the year. Why not having a platform? Maybe this could be also extended to all the NRIs, right? The other day we had a session at the NRIs when also a lot of the coordinators were saying that there is a lack of coherence sometimes in the issues we are addressing. We are trying to have the regional picture. So the learnings from the Youth IGF experience is that we can do that. We can have the regional picture, but we need to be serious about the reporting, because sometimes when you are doing a Youth IGF, people is starting from scratch again and again and talking, okay, we will discuss about, I don't know, digital inclusion. Okay, what is digital inclusion again? No. So I think we need to start from where we left in the last sessions, right? So that could be the way to evolve in the ecosystem and to have some practical conclusions, practical steps for what the objectives we want to achieve. There is a variety of topics, right? As we know, this year IGF is considerably important because we have 8 different topics. So it's something that we are seeing that there are more a wide range of things, and we identify that there are separate topics. It's not me that identify it, but the IGF itself, because 8 topics is something that we never have been before in the IGF. It's a well-structured division of topics to work on. So yes, in my personal opinion, and because of my experience also in the LAC region, is that we are lacking of this cooperation between the different initiatives to have a common sense, right? We are addressing issues, we are finding or mentioning challenges and solutions. The youngers are the ones that has the solutions for some of the major problems that sometimes the policymakers or more senior speakers or stakeholders in the ecosystem know what are the challenges, but doesn't know really what are the possible alternatives or solutions. So I think there is an important role of the youth in decision making that we because at the beginning when the youth IGF were formed and all the thing, was most about training, right? Capacity building and training for the youth. It was like, okay, the youth are here to learn, but now we are shifting into something that is, no, the youth has the solutions. And that is important, but we are not still seeing, for example, in the leadership panel, some positions where the youth are having like a specific attributes or a specific, not to say vote, but at least a voice in shaping the future of the internet governance. As you know, the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance this year has provided a submission to the Global Digital Compact on different fields, because we have organized in the past different workshops, as you could see, also in cooperation with other groups like Joao mentioned. This year we had a strong relationship with the Internet Society Youth Standing Group, and also Mauricia is leading the ISOC Alumni Network. So we have had several speakers from all around the world, youth specifically, talking about different subjects with guest speakers. For example, just to mention a few, we have had workshops about interplanetary internet, about encryption, about artificial intelligence, gender bias, different things that are like the major topics or the hot topics of the year, basically. And so this collaborative spirit and this way of doing things that the youth has, I think is considerable, and it's not the way that the other, as I mentioned before, the senior stakeholders that are more than 10 years in this ecosystem are doing things. So we have or the youth has a new way to see or to foresee the future, and to have actionable steps that is important to take into account, and well, to construct and to leave them the opportunity to be more involved in the decision making itself. So with the whole issue of the Global Digital Compact, we have had this series of recommendations that are specific recommendations on the different topics, and also a strong part about the youth engagement. We have put ideas on the funding and different conclusions we have had. But at the end, it's like recognizing that the youth has a voice, and they are shaping really the future of the internet governance as never seen before. So that is my personal opinion, and also derived from the case study and the Global Digital Compact consultation. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicholas. I think the last speaker will be me. While moderating at the same time speaking, so it's I'm from the Asia Pacific region, so I would like to present about the one case study, which is a youth statement that was developed during the Asia Pacific UIGF this year in Australia, Brisbane, Australia. So that's for developing this statement, the participants, who are the multi-stakeholder, coming from the different background like private sector, technical community, civil societies, and government sector, also contribute to this youth statement, raising their voices related to the digital transformations and youth participation at the internet governance community, especially in the Asia Pacific region. So I will read out. So I will read this out bit. I'm not sure. I will get a chance to share the link at this moment because I'm not trying it on this one. So that would be great if someone can share the use statement on some chat later. So the use statements, let me read out about the use statement. The use statement for YGF 2023 was developed by the YGF Asia Pacific UIGF participants as they talk on the roles of the various stakeholders, including the private sector, technical community, civil society, and the government. The first topic is about the digital transformation for rebuilding the trust. The digital age makes trust crucial against the backdrop of growing reliance on the technologies and possible risks related to the data breaches. data privacy problems, and etiquette practices. Strengthening digital regulation while resolving such problems would aid both public and the private sector in winning back the trust of their user, clients, and the other stakeholder. This is a shared responsibility with the customer, while making it important to be a positive attitude as well as have a digital fundamental knowledge. This creates a positive digital environment that encourages trustworthiness, reliability, and etiquette technology use. Yeah, this is about relating to the digital transformation for rebuilding trust among the different stakeholder. I think the trust issue is one of the biggest concerns of between the different stakeholder according to this use statement. So let me move to the another part of these statements. The title will be the moving towards an inclusive and trustworthy digital space. Digital space engage in the civil society and via the internet as a tool for cultural, social, knowledge, and political agenda. Equal and safe access to the internet for the youth to use safely and equally is a top priority. This would give powers and information sources to young movement for the digital literacy. That is totally true that the safe and sound environment is also needed when using the internet. We should have the equal and safe access to the internet for young people to get access to digital technology. The next part is about the equal access to the digital ecosystem. The close relationship between the digital device, the internet, and society translate to the digital poverty becoming a serious threat. These identified main problems are the current technology infrastructure and sustainability of said infrastructure, along with the limited internet literacy, requires a sound legal framework in addition to multi-stakeholder collaboration. Ultimately, internet literacy training for the general user will shape the cyberspace environment. We are also having the issue with the internet literacy. For example, like Epico campaign is one of the example that also be that is launched by the EPNet. EPNet is like forbidding the capacity of the internet user by playing the game. It is kind of like educating and entertaining at the same time for building the user capacity about the internet infrastructure. That is one of the core example related to the internet literacy. So let me move. Let me go into the last part. Sorry for consuming so much time. This will be the last part. Um, the last part will be about the collaborative efforts in creating a safe and unbiased internet, with a focus on the creation of accessibility and sustainable internet infrastructure. The promotions of user accessibility will be enhanced. Digital regulation will be improved via the collaboration with other community during efforts to develop trustworthy AI algorithm through the minimization of the undesired bias. The technical community should be held accountable for what they have in the creation of the cyber space for youth. This is also very important. In Asia Pacific region, IPNI is doing well for having out the young people through their fellowship, for building their capacity about the internet, not only for better understanding the internet infrastructure, even though the young people are from the not from the technical background, it is a lot. They allow the young people to apply the fellowships, and they have been selected as those young people to better understand about the internet infrastructure and internet policy through the capacity building program, and also inviting them to the EPNIC conference, which is the annual conference that they are lots of discussion about the internet infrastructures and so on, and internet issues, of course. So this is the end of the use statement that has been developed at the EPYNGF this year in the Australia Brisbane. So now we are coming to the open mic session. If you have any question, please grab the mic and ask the question. Feel free to ask the question to the speaker. Any question will be welcome, of course. Is there any question so far?
Please state your name and where you're coming from.
Hi, I'm Philimoni, and I represent the Samoa Information Technology Association in Samoa. So I come from the Pacific developing island of Samoa. I can see already that there is a very lack of participation of youth in this session. So it kind of, that is, my question will be around the youth inclusion in IGF, which is the reason why I came to this session. So the use case study that was spoken by I think Mauricia from Africa, I totally support the fact that the problems that are facing with inclusion of youth not being able to participate in higher forums is a problem also in developing nations like Samoa. In my case, I know for a fact that Samoa has a really lack of participation and also knowledge in terms of YCIGF. So my question is, what are some of the solutions that have been implemented to in terms of barriers in order to be inclusive in such forums as well, especially from the Asia Pacific side as well, and how can we be more? How can developing countries be more participative in such forums? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'm really happy to receive this question because this is like Asia Pacific is kind of like the big regions, and we also have different many internet issue in our region. So, but the thing is that we, as I mentioned, like the use statement I read out is coming from the Asia Pacific UIGF. So my recommendation from my perspective, my recommendation will be to engage at the regional, to try to engage at the regional UIGF. Maybe probably they are, if you are coming from the technical background, that they are also the fellowship program for the young people to build their capacity about the internet and of course to better understand about the internet ecosystem. So that is a thing that we can explore ourselves, how we can engage in the internet governance community in the region first. And then we can step into the another phase, like we can, through that step, we can go into the another move, like we start engaging at the global EU community. For example, like right now it's opening the ISRU Ambassador program. It's open to the everyone from the world. So you can also apply that program. And maybe through that program, you can start engaging with the global EU community. And the another, at local level, there is, for me, like I'm here representing the YCIG as well as I'm a coordinator of the UIGF Myanmar. So you can initiate the IGF in your local community if you have the enough resource and the capacity. If you don't have that, that is fine. You can start working to engage, to talk about the internet governance with your friends, maybe your colleges, and then maybe you can advocate or persuade them to initiate such kinds of the internet governance forum in your region. And also, if I'm not mistaken, that there are the people who are coming from your country as also engaged at the Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum. Asia Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum is not like it's not like a EU forum. It is bigger. It is regional one. It is bigger, and many organizations are coming and attend to that forum. So maybe probably you can find someone who can support to initiate the youth internet governance forum in your community, if for studying the policy discussion about the issue that are currently happening in your region. So that is my recommendation. This recommendation is actually coming from my experiences, because I was in I started my internet governance journey with this way. I start trying the regional one, regional UIGF, and then I go back to my countries and get involved at the local level, and then I trying to extend my network with at the global level. Maybe that would be the good strategy that you can think about. Yeah.
Yeah, I also have a few thoughts on the question that you posed, and of course, thanks very much for the question. So, are you a newcomer? First IGF? Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the first two thoughts that came to my mind, first on the barriers. So, on the barriers of people to know about the topic and to be motivated to participate on the topic. Usually, and maybe it's the case from where you're coming from, but there's a lot of language barriers. There's a lot of also political non-priorities, let's say, that come to the digital versus others that are more tangible locally. And usually this is more pervasive in smaller countries. So you see where I'm going. Here I mean, it's complicated because how do you break the language barrier? You either have a strong language, let's say it, or let's put it like that, or it's indeed difficult to find the content, to learn about it, to even to exchange about it. And that is a quite difficult one. But the second one, I was thinking, okay, this is a newcomer asking why there is no interest, or how why there is no interest among my community to discuss this, and justifying it also a little bit as okay, there is not really the possibility to do so. And here what I thought was how we sometimes miss the opportunity of iterating, I would say, over the participation programs and initiatives and funds and scholarships that we run for people to come here. That's so many times, and I have several examples that I would prefer actually not to list, that we're very focused on bringing the individual A for his characteristics and his background X, Y, and Z to the discussions on site, but not really focused on the ability that that person could, after participating, start influencing back the community. Because if you look at the IGF at, let's say, global level, you have the possibility to reach out to stakeholders from very different regions, from very different areas, with a substantial size, let's put it that way. And this is often not channeled back to the community. I've actually argued for this in the past, that if we wanted to talk about the complete circle of a participation process for a newcomer, the first example I spoke in the beginning of the session, which is, okay, make sure that the newcomer takes part of the process from the creation of the event or the initiative. And the example of the co-creation of sessions to submit to the IGF is a great example. But then moving forward is, how can you go back, or what mechanisms the funding program that you're in or the initiative that you apply to participate is facilitating to you? What tools are you getting back for you to influence your community? For me, it's very important, and for some, it boils down to this sense of individual responsibility of giving back. But I'm sure that there's more to do on this topic.
Yeah, is there anyone would like to add more? Yeah, sure.
We have here on the floor a very experienced young person.
Sorry, I chose to use that mic so I can look at you. That seems far nicer than you looking at my back, looking at me through the camera while we're standing in the same room. My name is Nadia Chechia, and I am the coordinator of youth activities for Europe. And I really like your question, and I hope you don't mind me generalizing. So I'd like to talk a little bit about culture. So if we're thinking about history and thinking about the West, growing up after the world wars, the boomers, they had plenty of resources and had to be self-made. There was not a lot of information available. They had to learn skills and things on the go. And so they always like to say they're self-made. You get things through hard work. But then you had afterwards Gen X coming in. Gen X believes in mentorship. They believed finding someone that had achieved something that you wanted to go to, and that is what you are going towards, and finding the right person to get you to that place. That could be someone taking under the wing or learning from their life journey to get to that moment. Then you have the millennials. The millennials always cry, that's what they say. But millennials then had to focus on peer-to-peer learning. Mentors can only have so many mentees. Increasingly there was a lack of resources, and then there was started to be a disconnect as Gen X had less and less resources were available, but also in terms of the West, that there were increasingly more people coming into the world. So millennials did peer-to-peer learning. They relied on each other to foster connections and move forward. And now we have Gen Z who does online learning. Any information that is online is available to them. And so you see here 4 generations of engaging with people, of finding things. And your question is extremely complex. It is so simple to put forward in terms of why are we not more integrated, but it is also so complex of how can we be more integrative, because we are navigating different generations. We're also navigating different cultures. In the beginning, it was easy. You just worked with your local community. Everybody understood what everything meant. Everything, just a word meant the same thing in that one community. Now we are such in a global place. We are talking about the meaning of digital sovereignty, the meaning of sitting together. So I used to study in a very international school, and as a European in the morning, I have my coffee very alone in a corner by myself. But I studied with Africans, and they believe in community. And so they would see me alone. I'm sitting at a table of 4 people. They're sitting at a table of 10. I go sit separately. And what they do is they pick up their trays. I'm one person. There are 10 people. They pick up their trays and come sit next to me, because they believe if you sit alone, the community has rejected you. And they didn't want me to feel that the community rejected them. I'm trying to mind my own business, take my time. And they're like, no, we don't reject you, so we are going to move ourselves. A group of 10 people would move so that I would feel that I'm part of community. So how we understand, and I both loved and hated it, because I loved being included and being supported and having that group around me, but also it is 7 o'clock in the morning and I just need a cup of coffee to wake up. So it's really how we then kind of try to come together and move forward, and learning to understand how we want to engage with each other and finding the right balance. When you look at this room and wondering, youth, you can see it both as a positive and a negative thing. Because if they're not here, they're in other sessions. That means that they're engaging in other sessions, intervening in other places. That means that they're really passionate about making sure that their content is heard. This session is looking at a case study of youth, so they're talking about the more kind of meta level, the question of like, how can we have more youth participation? So them not being here means that they're there. And I think you can see that a positive or negative side. Are we the question I would then ask, are we still thinking enough about meaningful participation? What Fio mentioned, that meaningful participation, how are we ensuring that people continue participating in internet governance, and how are they navigating? So the people who are in that room, okay, they're there. Are they learning, which is a great opportunity? Are they informing, consulting? Are they intervening? Are they being watched? Are they using the opportunity to network? And how can we facilitate that? And then part of that can be done through, learning is being that self-made idea, mentorship, finding, navigating, oh, that's a speaker that I really want to learn from that person, and having the courage as a young person to step up to that person, and also from that person as an older intergenerational person to accept to lead and to be a mentor. So, and you being here, you're doing the peer-to-peer learning. So you're learning from all these people worldwide joining online and sharing your perceptions from Samoa. And I think you're very brave to raise that issue and question. So I have no answer. I'm just filling time. But I really love having that discussion, because that's the different ways allows us to kind of progress further. And if you were interested, I would love to sit down with you and talk about what would you like to achieve here, and how can we as a community support you in achieving the goals that you want. So thank you very much for your question.
Thank you. It is very meaningful about mentioning about the inclusion. I totally agree that we can't leave no one behind, whether they are vulnerable or whether they are privileged. Like, we treat all young people equally, and also we should have the strategy to move forward into the inclusion of the young people participation in not only in the internet governance global community, but also at the local and regional community. That is really main purpose of the Internet Governance Forum. So I hope, and also I hope we answer, we give some idea to you to what you have to start working for your community, and how we can, how you can support for work for the you digital inclusion as from the U community. So okay, so the time being is currently Amazon. So let's move to the lab part of lab session, like the opening closing remark from each of the speaker. So I will give the floor to the Marisha for her closing remark. Marisha, are you online?
I am online. Thank you so much, Theo. And I actually want to just say a quick bit. Let me actually just connect to Nadia. First, that was definitely not taking up time. That everything that you shared, Nadia, was so valuable and so relevant. I especially connected and resonated with your points on two-way mentorship. And we really want to, as a closing point, especially from my perspective as an African, communicate back to our various stakeholders within the multi-stakeholder model that we are ready for two-way mentorship. We are ready to pour into our older generations all the learnings that we have garnered from all of our interactions in the internet governance ecosystem. We are rich with information. We are rich with current developments in the internet governance ecosystem as the youth voice, and we are open to collaborating. We are open to building together, and we are excited to get those opportunities to share with our other generations exactly how to maximize our collective work in creating the internet that we want. So thank you so much to everyone who have contributed in the room, to my co-speakers as well, and my committee members of the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. I applaud you for all of the work that you have done to activate the youth in this ecosystem, so that many of them are not in this room today, but they are actually speaking at sessions in this global meeting. This is something that was very different to previous years. So I would love to just congratulate you on achieving a monumental shift in interaction. And let's continue engaging. And I look forward to the IGF of 2024. Thank you so much. And over to you, Theo.
Thank you. Thank you for your closing remark. I think we are we still have time, so we will move to the another speaker for the closing remark. So we let's welcome to the Nicholas first for his closing remark for this session. Nicholas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First, I'd like to address the matter of importance. As you might be aware, there was an oversight by the IGF administrative team regarding the scheduling of our sessions. So this is primarily the reason why behind the notable empty seats in the room today. Some challenges highlight the importance of effective communication and coordination in our interconnected digital world. But our session draws to close. I want to express my profound gratitude to each speaker and speaker for their invaluable contributions and your commitment, especially in the light of the challenge of the resilience and the passion on our community. So the reflection shared today by Nadia and the speakers on inclusivity, understanding these generational differences, as we were talking in the beginning, cultural nuances and the genuine drive to involve and empower the youth in our countries and in our regions has significance, no? And I hope we can continue these discussions beyond this room, fostering more a culture of collaboration and inclusivity within the youth and in an environment where we are not merely participants, as we have said, but dynamic co-creators. And it's important and pivotal to remember that while unforeseen challenges and like today's scheduling hiccup may arise, it's our collective response, our resilience to unwavering commitment that really define us. So thank you everyone to everyone in the session, and let's remain connected, amplify our learnings, showing our Internet Society chapter, showing our Internet Governance Forum in the national side, capture the youths that are there, and with this collective response and resilience, we will commit to and define new youth IGF initiatives, new work to be done, and relentlessly champion the cause of a unified and inclusive digital future. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. It is very encouraging closing remarks. So I don't want go to the I don't want to take too much time for my moderation. So I will pass the next speaker as Jerome.
No, yeah, I think we can wrap up. So João Pedro from Portugal speaking again. I think that it's important that we take away, of course, besides whatever calendar issue or whatever reason behind it, that we do indeed take stock of understanding why the participation is like this. Is it really based on the hypothesis that we are participating elsewhere? Is it the format? Should we revisit things from the past? So it's actually one of my main takeaways. And of course, the question that was raised. So thank you very much for also raising it to attention. I think in the future, it can really boil down to discussing a little bit more about the messages that we have from the different regions, the way that we interacted. So more on the reporting part of how we did it, how we made it work. Hopefully that will give the opportunity for already well-established members of the community, the youth community, to share that best practices with newcomers, and that inspiring, of course, the newcomers to become leaders, not only in this space, but also in their own communities. With that, I think that we can wrap up right here from the floor. We thank the steering committee members that join online, that couldn't join physically. We hope that you're good. And yep, you want to close?
Thank you. This is the end of this session. But before ending this session, I would like to share a bit about my encouraging word to those who are joining right now. So I think the important thing is ourselves that we have, as long as we have the opportunity, and also like as long as we have the uh, passion on the on addressing the community issue, we can do whatever we would like to do to engage in whatever in the community. The thing is that we have to know ourselves, and we also need to build our capacity and the skill ourselves to be in the position of the representing the local, regional, and global community, young people voices. We have to build. We also need our capacity building, and we also need to upgrade our skill to get involved. For example, like the one that Gerald mentioned, like language is one of our barriers. So we that also um, tracking down as to no longer participate in the community. That might probably be because we may or may not have the confidence in speaking English all the time. Sometimes we have the difficulty to communicate with the people, misinterpreting the main purpose and the main meanings of what we would like to talk about. So we have to think about how we can build our capacity ourselves, and how we can educate ourselves firstly. Then we can share with the young people who are around us, like not to be a leader all the time. It's okay to be the follower sometimes, like um, to engage with the young people in the different kinds of level, because we also have the different personality and different culture. So the culture might probably make us to depart, but so far, by building the mutual understandings and by trying to understand the culture of our communication each other, that will be also very helpful to keep the young people who are around us, who are also skillful, and who are also very passionate to do something for the community. That is the point that I would like to mention. Another point is that no one left behind. We have to encourage our friends and our colleagues, and we also support to each other as a young people for the meaningful participation in our group teams, or not only teams or in the community. That is also very important, kind of like seeing like peer-to-peer learning as well. Yep. I think this is the I will conclude with this closing remark. And thank you all speaker for joining online and on site. And thank you all participants for attending this session. Thank you very much.